This is the complete story of Holyfisted, a hardcore paladin who attempted to reach level 60 in World of Warcraft Classic, using only his fists. No weapons, no shortcuts, one life. Over 300 hours, this challenge turned into something much bigger than I ever expected. This is the entire journey in movie form. I've always had the most fun in games when I'm doing something unusual, weird, or even just downright stupid, which this challenge ticks all those boxes. I was sat down one day having a coffee when a thought as old as time popped into my head. I miss classic WoW, and I kinda want to play again. I've always played as a horde player, and I've leveled a lot of characters, but never an alliance character, and especially not a paladin, because I have some self-respect. So I thought to myself, why not see if the grass is greener on the other side? What could I do to make the challenge harder, more fun, and something new that I could use to learn how to YouTubes and all that stuff? I looked through Paladin's talents and abilities, trying to figure out what restrictions could work and how would I do it. Hardcore, of course. Self-found, obviously. No healing, sounds fair. No bubble, yeah, bubble's for wimps. And then I had an interesting idea, with one ability in particular, Seal of Righteousness. Does it work if you are unarmed? Yes. Yes, it does. Bingo. That was it. That was the basis of the challenge. Can I punch my way to 60 using only damage from auto attacks and procs? And so the Paladin was born. And now to name. Holyfister. Then I realized that sounded like something else, so let's change that. Then I decided on Holyfisted. No, not what you're thinking, you pervert. As in, like, iron-fisted, but with holy... Just forget about it. And so, the journey of Holyfisted begun. Now, I have to warn you, Horde players, I am playing a paladin. I can only apologise. And Alliance players, this is my first time leveling Alliance character, so this could be quite painful to watch. But surely, being protected by that which is golden and holy, this should be doable, right? Now, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really pay too much attention to the opening cinematic, but I'm sure I can paraphrase. In a land far, far away, that is blanketed in snow all year round, a land full of little bearded Scottish people and lost children, is the beginning of an adventure. Of your adventure. Now, go kill some boars or something. It was finally time to get rid of the weapon and to start the challenge, so let's dive in. I spawned in, and right in front of me was Sten Stoutarm, great name, and he had a quest for me. He wanted me to bring him some wolf meat in return for some decent starter gloves. Now it was my time to fight my first mob. I have no idea how this is going to be, though I imagine early mobs will be okay, but I'm not so sure about the scaling later. I managed to kill the first wolf quite easily. Seal of Righteousness is already doing work. I then walloped the wolf to death with 3 huge crits, and this challenge is gonna be cake. While I have some relaxing wolf punching in the background, I'll go over some of the extra rules. I am allowed to group for elite, escort quests, and dungeons. I cannot spam dungeons, however, as it defeats the purpose of the challenge. Naturally, getting buffs/world buffs by accident is okay, but asking or waiting for world buffs is not. No being boosted by high levels in anything, and I'm only allowed to do damage through auto attacks and reflect damage. I am allowed to judge if it does no damage, for example Crusader. I'm sure some people will think that I should have to solo the elites and the escorts, but for me, the reason is simple. I like the interaction in the game. I find it fun and I don't want to play it as a pure single player game. I might try to solo some elites, but I don't want to lock myself into a completely solo experience. With that covered, let's get back to the challenge. I ding level 2 from the wolves, finished gathering up the rest of the meat, and then headed back to Sten to get those gloves for a nice little armor bonus. I then got 2 follow-up quests, one to hand in to the paladin trainer at which I learned devotion aura from, and the other to hand in some letters to a dwarf in the camp down the road. He then gave me the age-old classic quest we were promised in the cinematic of killing some boars. I also had a quest to kill a bunch of trogs, so I went about murdering the local population. It was during this murder spree that I dinged level 3. Now, level 3 is no big deal in itself. However, level 4 is a different thing altogether. As that level, I get my first rank of Blessing of Might, which gives me a really nice attack power buff and makes me punch way harder. I also forgot to mention, when I was handing the letters into the dwarf earlier, he told me one of them was addressed to someone else, so I have to roleplay a DHL worker again and give that to someone else. It wasn't long after this that I got my first sweet item, a pair of leather pants. Oh, yeah, that's right, everybody, lap it up. 12 boars later, and I handed the quest in. Cartman would have been proud, and I got myself an even sweeter pair of leather pants. I bashed a few more trogs, and then done my shift as a delivery man. This fella wanted me to kill the local trolls, 14 of them to be exact, but before I started that, I went back and handed in the trog quest and vendored all of my crap. The quest gave me enough XP to ding level 4. You know what time it is. Blessing and Might time. So I headed into the little hobbit house and told some silly little gnome that I would find his belongings. I then trained the Blessing and Might, which gives me a sweet 20 attack power, but decided not to train Judgment just yet, as I don't have any spells that I can use it with. I then went out and tried my newfound power on the trolls and increased my hits from 7 to 10. Sizable difference. With this newfound punching power, I went around and killed 14 of the Frostmane trolls, getting a little bit excited of the size of my new crits. Oh, pulled 2. Let's see if we can take 2 on at a time. I think we go. Oh, that is a big crit. And I gathered up the little gnome's belongings. Handing this quest in gave me a nice mace. If only I could use it. He then told me about the boss man troll, and his friends wanted me to bring a hot cup of tea to someone inside the buildings. This man has his priorities right. Also, why is a man at a campfire in tent making tea for people inside the main building? Surely it should be the other way around. Anyways, knowing how important it is to drink tea while it's hot and not wanting to waste any, I rushed back to the little hobbit house, gave the gnome his belongings, and gave the cup of tea to Dernan. He asked me to bring the cup back to the other gentleman. He must have downed it in one, which is quite impressive as it was scalding hot apparently. Giving the cup back to Nori leveled me up to level 5. I started clearing my way through the cave to get to the boss man at the back. Apparently he'd stolen the dwarf's journal. He must have had some pretty sus stuff written down in it if he was so worried. Once I got there was a dwarf priest who invited me to a group, but unfortunately I couldn't join it due to the rules. So I helped him kill Grickner first and waited for the respawn. He seemed like a nice dude, so if you do happen to watch this, I hope you're still going strong, buddy. Once Grickner respawned, I punched him to death, grabbed the journal and headed back to Grelin. Now here's where I'd like to get your input. The quest reward for the journal is a shield. I have not equipped any shields yet as I wanted to know your opinions. Should I be able to use shields in this challenge? Technically it would just make me tankier and I wouldn't be doing damage with it, so I don't really know if it counts as a weapon. So if you would be as kind as to comment down below with whether you think I should be able to use shields or not. You know, it might help with survivability once I get to higher levels, but I am open to whatever the peoples want. I continued on towards the tunnel that leaves the starting area. Next I was asked to deliver some mail and supplies into Carnaros. I cleared my way through the tunnel and hit level 6 just as I was exiting. I ran towards Carnaros, gave the 2 quests in, set my Hearthstone in the pub and trained at the paladin trainer. Level 6 gives me a big upgrade. I trained Seela the Crusader and Judgment. With this combination I can judge my target, which does no damage with Seela the Crusader, and it applies a debuff which increases holy damage taken. This increases my Seela Righteousness damage from 3 to 6, so doubling the damage, which is a really nice increase. I get a follow-up to go to Steel Grill Depot, so I hand that in and grab all the quests around. As I'm running to Ironforge, I thought this would be a good time to explain some mechanics. In WoW, for those who don't know, everyone has a weapon skill level. For me, it's unarmed skill, and NPCs have a defense skill. The higher your weapon skill is in relation to the target's defense, the lower their chance to dodge, parry, block, and your chance to miss is. Basically, this is a fancy way of saying that for this challenge I'll need to fight lower level NPCs as I'll do a lot less damage than normal characters, especially against even or higher level NPCs. On the way up to Ironforge, I turned off the UI as I think it's a really cool city and it's really nice entering it for the first time. Like, look at this. This is like straight out of Lord of the Rings. Don't come at me, nerds. Once I was inside Ironforge, I ran towards a deep run tram. I said hello to Monty, the legendary rat kebab salesman who everyone goes to after one too many ales, and jumped onto the tram to Stormwind, which is a pretty sweet shortcut. I decided not to get professions just yet as I was heading to the human starting zone and there is no nodes in the starting zone, so it seemed a bit pointless for now. On the way through Stormwind, I noticed that there was a group of kids walking with a woman, and one of them named Pat looked like an absolute space cadet. I mean, look at that run. There's a quest to go to a gallery and get a free bottle of wine, I'll never turn that down, and to deliver a request to the tailor. This fella was literally 10 meters away from them, so I think he was just being a little bit of a lazy shite. After witnessing a miracle live in front of me in Stormwind, I grabbed that free bottle of wine and done a little bit of casual day drinking on the pier. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I delivered the clot request and then got asked to bring a sewing kit to her kid who forgot it for his apprenticeship. The shit I have to do in this game, man. Turns out the kid forgot the kit on purpose. Oh, that's a tongue twister. To try and get out of working. Can't blame a lad for trying. It reminded me of that one time that my brother put a beanie on and stuck his head on the radiator for 30 minutes to try and get a day off school when he was a kid. And it worked too. I unlocked the flight path in Stormwind and took a leap of faith into the lake. Not scared at all. Okay, maybe a little bit. I ran to Northshire and I'll keep this part brief as it's not the most exciting clearing a second starting zone. So, TLDR version is something like this. I killed some more wolves. You know, I've got a bit of a sense of deja vu about this one. I punched a load of kobolds to death. Yes, I do take candle. Next, I had to kill even more kobolds. You know, hey guys, it's me. I'm back for some more candles. I decided to try out using Seal of the Crusader instead of Seal of the Righteousness, as it gives a 40% attack speed and attack power buff, but reduces your damage. It works out at basically the same auto attack damage, but a much faster attack speed. So I used it on the low levels around here, and I think it was a little bit better. I also seen a human warrior called Dave Gilmore. Look at this absolute Chad making a human warrior in a fantasy game and naming it what's probably his real name. Some people dream of playing warlocks with dark power, or mages with elemental fire in fantasy games. But you know what makes you an absolute legend? Dave Gilmore dreams of being Dave Gilmore. I gave him a little blessing of might and had the absolute pleasure of watching him hit level 3. And you'll never guess what I was asked to do next. Kill even more kobolds. They've got a serious fetish around here for killing kobolds. I said hello to Big D on the way past again. I decided to go east and start murdering the Fias members instead to give the poor kobolds a break. You know, and to make them think that it wasn't anything personal. Turns out that as a dwarf, you are the perfect height to punch them in the nads. You know, surely that's got to give a damage buff. I decided that I'd given the kobolds enough of a break. It was time to go back and punch some slightly different kobolds to death. I'm really sorry. I guess we really need the candles. It's nothing personal. I found a chest in the back of the cave which had some cheese. Yay, I guess. I seen the legendary Dave Gilmore again, and this time he was wearing a dress and a shield. My man knows fashion. So I gave him a little buff and I went to collect some grapes. After saving the wine harvest, I had one quest left here, to fight the leader of the Defias, Garrick Padfoot. He had a bodyguard with him, but he was no match. He got Holyfisted, while his friend watched. I then had to chop his head off and bring it back to the guard, which seemed pretty morbid. I delivered all the quests and left the starting zone. By this stage, I was level 7 and about halfway to level 8. I headed down to Goldshire, and I was very excited to go to the inn, as I'd heard some great things about it, even as a Horde player. I heard there is usually some unique role-playing that goes on here. I excitedly ran upstairs. I trained first aid, you know, just in case it was needed for what was about to happen. And I had a little lie down, and whatever happens, happens. You want to know what happened? Nothing. Absolutely nothing happened. I feel like I've been lied to and betrayed. Where were the promised night elves? I mean, role playing. After completing the 2 starting zones, I was at a crossroads. And I got to thinking, dangerous, I know. One side I had Dunmorg, and on the other side I had Elwyn Forest. Which quest did I want to do? So naturally I decided neither. I learned cooking and fishing. I bought myself a rod, some lures, and a recipe to cook some small, brilliant fish, some fucking fish, okay? And then I settled in for some relaxing fishing. While fishing here, I could catch both small brilliant fish, I got it that time, and mud snappers. I would then need to fish enough brilliant fish to get to 50 cooking, and then I could cook the mud snappers and I would use them for food. I fished until I reached the current max level of 75, and during this I caught a 10-pound mud snapper. Ooh, 10-pound mud snapper, which I could equip in my offhand. As much as I wanted to use this fish to beat NPCs to death, I'll have to leave that to another playthrough, I think. I went inside the inn. No, there's still nothing happening, unfortunately. And cooked it all up to perfection. Eisenberg would have been proud. Well, I didn't quite cook it all up, as once I got to level 50, I went to buy the recipe for mud snappers and seen it was 4 silver, which I couldn't afford. Hey, maybe this isn't a fantasy game after all. After considering what profession should I learn, I decided to go herbalism and alchemy for the elixirs and potions. I was considering engineering, but me and explosives are probably not a good mix. Although it does sound fun. I mean, I'll probably regret not getting explosives. I went up to this cool little secluded cottage to learn herbalism and alchemy. Hey, mixing herbs up in the mountains, eh? I made my crossroads decision in the end, and I hearthstone back to Dunmorg with shattered dreams and loneliness from Goldshire. I collected all the quests around, which meant killing boars, bears, leper gnomes, yetis, and trolls while exploring some caves. and I also needed to find some lost ammunition. I headed to where the ammunition was located, killing boars and bears along the way, and while I was doing these quests, I decided that I would collect every herb I came across to level my herbalism and alchemy. I grabbed the ammo, delivered it to the dwarf looking for it. He was with a group of dwarfs practicing their shooting, and from what I seen, they'd miss water if they fell out of a boat. I finished collecting all the boar and bear parts, bought a beer from the pub. Yeah, for the quests, it's not for me, okay, chill. Delivering these quests made me ding level 8, and I learned my first food recipe that gave me bonus stats. +2 stamina and spirit from the boar ribs, which would come in useful very soon. It was time to hit the paladin trainer. As for those who don't know, in classic WoW you learn new abilities every 2 levels. I did not train parry, as unfortunately you need a weapon to be able to parry attacks, which made me realise I am going to be even more squishy than normal players. You know, maybe the shield could counter this? Question mark. I learned Hammer of Justice, which is a 3-second stun, which is really nice as I can pair this with bandages to heal mid-fight if my health potion is on cooldown. I also learned Purify, which allows me to remove poisons and diseases, which is super helpful as well. This ability will be huge in my journey to 60. Next I was going to venture into my first cave, which as a hardcore character is super dangerous because if mobs respawn on you, they can block your escape path and overwhelm you. So I wanted to make some precautions. I came up with a wish list of items that I wanted to have before I entered the cave to give me the best possible chance. They were as follows: strength potion, an armor potion, 3 health potions, some beer-based boar ribs for the extra stamina they provide, and I wanted to cook up the mud snappers as they recover more HP as food, and of course, a beer for good luck. Fun fact, you can cook on the braziers in Ironforge. I headed back to Carnaros and finished off my preparations. Now it was time to enter the cave. I ate my food, I drank all my potions, and drank my lucky beer. Rebuffed myself with Blessing of Might, and started punching some abominable snowmen. As soon as I entered the cave, I accidentally pulled 2 mobs, and already I dropped down to 30%. This could be a real challenge. While fighting in the cave, the mobs were already spawning around me, which also made me nervous, as if I got low and something spawned on top of me, this could be the end. I gathered the last Wendigo main I needed, and as I turned to exit, a patrol was coming in and I pulled 2 Yetis again. These hurt a lot more than the last pair, and before I had even killed 1 Wendigo, I was below half HP. After killing the first one, I was down to about 20% HP. Could this be the end for old HF? I got lucky on the second Wendigo as I didn't miss a single attack, and although I was down to only about 10% HP, with absolute balls of steel, I refused to use my health potion and fought him to the death, which looking back was pretty silly. You know, if he got a lucky crit into the ice breath, it could have been the end for me. Plus, I'm pretty sure I'll be swimming in health potions soon, so, you know, not the best decision, but we survived. This sums up my WoW playstyle pretty well. In the famous words of Gattuso, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. I survived exiting the cave and gathered a lot of herbs on the way back to hand in the quest. I ran back to Ironforge, and as I was feeling lazy, I took the flight path to Stormwind instead of the tram so that I could go and make myself a nice cup of coffee. It was now time to go back to Goldshire. No, not for the Night Elves. For quests, okay? Although, if they are there... No, I'm joking. I'm going to get reputation if I keep this up, so I'm going to stop. On the way to Goldshire, a nice priest buffed me with stamina called Flor Vu. It was 8 stamina too, which is sick. This should help me survive the following quests. I came across some fishermen just outside Goldshire. Jesus, phrasing pad. I then hid in the bush while watching them own their craft. Due to my natural stealth and camouflage skills, they didn't even notice I was there. Pretty sure that just got worse every sentence. Let's just pretend that part didn't happen. Moving on. I gathered all the quests in Goldshire, 3 of which were to send me to a cave to murder some more kobolds. You know, I'm starting to feel sorry for them at this stage. I ventured into the cave, killed some more of our candle-worshipping brethren, who dropped some linen, which meant I could finally start making some bandages, which could come in super useful by healing mid-combat with a Hammer of Justice stun into a bandage. After clearing out the quests in the cave, I went to this little house to talk to a lady, who pulled a Houdini and disappeared as soon as I approached. I tend to have that effect on ladies. She asked me to deliver a love letter to a man by a river. Friend zoned again, goddammit. On the way to Romeo, there was a few more quests to pick up. One was to kill a princess, which seems pretty messed up, like some kind of alternative damaged Mario. The other was to find this lady's necklace, as she convinced Billy the Rat stole it, whoever that is. Romeo then asked me to go to his grandma for help, that she can help him with their forbidden love. That's him and the previous lady, not him and his grandma. Grandma told me that I could get a love potion from Goldshire Inn. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That must have been what I was missing before. I went to Billy the Rat, the little shit that stole the necklace, and he wants a pie. So I killed some more boars and asked the lady whose necklace was stolen to make a pie for him. At this stage, I noticed I had no bag space and still hadn't had a single bag drop so far. Cursed run. I got the pie from the lady and gave it to the kid. You know, I'm not sure I'd eat that, kiddo. There's definitely some added ingredients in that pie. Turns out that the little shit lost the necklace in the mine I had just completed, so I had to go all the way back in. While fighting my way to Goldtooth, who had the necklace, I was fighting 2 mobs when a rogue ran past and yoinked the kill. Yeah, Krask, thanks for the help, buddy. As I killed the 2 mobs, I dinged level 9. One more level until I unlocked talents, which is going to be super nice. I then stood waiting for Goldtooth to respawn and contemplated what went wrong, that I'm sat here in a 20-year-old game waiting for an NPC to respawn so that I can punch him to death without a weapon. And after much contemplation, I thought, you know what? The best games are the old games. Classic WoW, old school RuneScape, Command & Conquer Red Alert, Crash Bandicoot. What a go-to time, man. I remember playing vanilla WoW, listening to Sum 41, Blink 182 and Green Day back in 2006. And 2025. Jesus, it's like I'm in Groundhog Day. After having my annual midlife crisis, I gave the old lady her necklace back and delivered all the quests I had completed into Goldshire. I got some coins, a bag of marbles which will be useful, and a follow-up quest that gave explosives as a reward. Now that's what we're talking about. The alchemist making the lover's potion told me he needed some kelp to make it, from the lake, beside the murlocs. Now, most people who play WoW will tell you, murlocs are bastards. They are the spawn of Satan himself. They are faster than Usain Bolt. They patrol around 100 kilometers an hour, and they flee when they get low, running to pull every brother, sister, and cousin in a 3-mile radius. Just before I left for the lake, I had a quick look upstairs in the Goldshire Inn for reasons. And no luck. I went to the lake and stood on the outside to try and minimize the chance of pulling extra murlocs. Look how fast this little fella appears out of nowhere. I gathered the 4 kelp, I gave it to the alchemist, I got the love potion, and I gave it to Juliet to complete that quest chain. I really wanted the explosives, so I ran up to Stormwind to give that quest in, and I had some serious firepower in my bags. I'm definitely going to make good use of these soon. I bought 2 6-slot bags here as I was sick of being out of bag space, and then I hearted back to Carnaros. Once back in my beautiful homeland, I headed west. There was a quest to steal a chest from the cave where a level 11 elite Wendigo lived. Now, unluckily for me, this Wendigo is way too strong for me and would beat me down. But, luckily for me, he also does a short patrol every short while. So once he wandered out of his cave on his patrol, I ran in, I quickly grabbed the chest, and I legged it as fast as my little legs could carry me. A little further west, there was a little outpost called Brunel Village, which is more like a camp than a village. I was asked to grab some shimmerweed, kill a bunch of local wildlife, and swap out a keg for a different one at a pub. I was only half a bar off ding at this stage, so I decided to kill some of the local mobs until I hit level 10, as that was my goal for this episode. I decided it would be best to head back to Carnaros to learn my spells before taking on the next set of quests, as they were quite challenging. I learned Devotion Aura rank 2, which gave me a little bit more armor, and Seal of Righteousness rank 2, which I was really excited for, but when I looked at it closely, the tooltip seemed to be exactly the same. It had the same damage on it, so I thought that was a bit strange. I decided to try out the damage on some mobs, and I was right. Both rank 1 and rank 2 give exactly the same damage. The only difference is that rank 2 costs more mana, so it just seems objectively worse. Am I losing my mind, or is this like an actual thing? I checked up what rank 3 was like, and rank 3 is a lot better. The damage numbers are a lot higher, so it just seems to be 1 and 2 are the same, which, I don't know, seems really strange. Like, why bother having an upgraded rank if it's just the same damage? I then had to think about what I'm going to do for my talent build. As I'm doing an unarmed playthrough, it's going to be quite a unique build, which I'm excited for. I don't think anyone else will have ever done this build. You will have to wait until the next episode to see that bad boy though. I know, terrible, right? I'm making you wait a whole episode just to see where that one talent point is going. I also set my sights on the next serious goal, which is completing certain elite quests to start gathering some green gear. Whatever could that possibly be? I mean, elite quests around this level, like there's definitely not only 2, but you know, I'll let you try and figure that out. Here is going to be a quick overview of my character for the end of the episode, to see the progress and the proof that I'm not cheating. I can't believe you don't trust me, man. I am currently in full white and grey gear. I've not been fortunate enough to find any greens yet, but hopefully soon I will get some. For my spells, you can see that in Holy I have Holy Light rank 1, as you start with that spell unfortunately, but none of the higher ranks. Purify and Seal of Righteousness 1 and 2. In Protection I only have Devotion Aura rank 2 and Hammer Justice rank 1. Lastly, in Retribution, I have Blessing and Might, Judgment, and Seal of the Crusader. Here in the skills, you can see that the only weapon skills I have leveled is Unarmed and Defense, as I have not used any weapons. I also have Max Cooking and Fishing for now, and my Herbalism is 53, and my Alchemy is only level 8, but I do have a bunch of herbs saved up that'll come in useful soon. The very first thing I seen when I logged back in for the day was a little group of German players, chatting away, and they mentioned my name. So I used my very best German and responded to them. I wished them farewell and continued my adventure. As it was also Halloween, I went trick-or-treating, and I got a flimsy male night elf mask. I was now the Alliance's first official night elf paladin. I then used this mask to trick the dwarf in the pub below me to allow me to guard his keg. He never would have trusted another dwarf with this. We're all raging alcoholics. The dwarfs, that is, not the Irish. When he left, I quickly swapped the keg out to a different one and ran right past him to the stairs. Even though I told him I was going to stay and guard it, he'd obviously been taking a few swigs, as he didn't even notice. As I had a bunch of herbs left over from the previous episode, I bought some empty vials and I crafted them up into some nice elixirs. I crafted up a bunch of line strength elixirs and some minor defense elixirs, which should cover me for questing in Dunmarg and Elwyn. Now it was time to figure out a talent build for this unarmed chump. I mean Chad. There's a couple of different options I could go for. After having a look through the talents, there is useful talents in all 3 talent trees. That's rough for an Irish person to say. At this stage, I wasn't sure if I could use shields, so I ruled out prot for now. This left Ret and Holy. The Ret tree has some nice talents, but they seem much better at higher levels and not so much early on, so I went with the Holy tree. As my damage sources is my auto attacks and seal of righteousness, my plan for talents is going to go like this. The first 5 points I'm going to put into divine strength, so that's going to give me 2% extra strength per level for a total of 10%. This will bring me up to level 14. The next 5 points are then going to go into improved seal of righteousness, which is going to give me 3% extra damage on seal of righteousness per level for a total of 15%. And this is going to bring me up to level 19. So that's the plan for now. I went to Ironforge as I wanted to craft up the rest of my potions, and I wanted to see if I could unlock any new recipes. I learned the weak Troll's Blood potion here, which gives me a little bit of passive health regen in combat. You know, every little bit helps. I made a couple of these as I was running low on earth root, and I turned the rest of the herbs into minor health potions. I needed to get level 50 to unlock the next useful elixir, but unfortunately I only made it to level 47, so that would have to wait. As my bags were getting quite full, I stuck the majority of the healing potions in the bank, and I kept a few on me for the tricky situations. After having completed some WoW maintenance and admin, I headed back to Dunmarg to continue questing. On the way out, I seen this fucking massive floating pyramid outside. Was this here when I was running in? Am I that blind? I mean, it could be possible. I'm not the most observant people. Now, I am pretty new to Alliance, but I'm pretty sure that this is not an Alliance building. I think it might be something to do with Naxxramas. I didn't know if mobs could spawn under this, or if waves of stuff attack or whatever, so I just legged it down the road as fast as I can with squeaky bum cheeks and clenching as hard as I could. I made my way back to Brunel village, which is where I hit level 10 in the previous video, and I started working my way through some quests. I punched a bunch of boars, bears and leopards until I had all 28 mobs down for the quest. The bears here were quite annoying, as they had an ability Ice Claw or something that when it hit you it applied 100% attack speed slow, so my punches took forever. I handed in the keg swapping quest and the pissing off Peter quest. They obviously hadn't made it to the morgue yet, as it's a bloodbath out there. I then got a quest from the guy who I killed all the animals for to deliver a keg to his friend. Did he make that out of the animal? I then had to go and collect a bunch of weed for a guy making some beer. That is going to be one hard-hitting drink. On the way, I accidentally pulled 2 of those ice bears and used the first of my explosives. I also used a health potion early here and popped my dwarf racial for just that little bit of extra armor. I made it through with about 20% HP. I went up to the trolls and gathered up all the weed. Anyone else think it's a little sus that the trolls that are always made to sound Jamaican had all the shimmer weed? Blizzard? Any response? I bet next you'll make all the Scottish sounding dwarfs a bunch of alcoholics. Upon handing in the quest, I hit level 11 and I put my second talent point into Divine Strength. The follow-up to this quest asked me to give the beer to someone else. Jesus, half the quest in this zone is just delivering beer to different people. I like it. Next up, there was a bunch of sick gnomes that I had to help become unsick, which I gladly helped them out. Look, he no longer feels sick. I had to help out a whole village of these sick gnomes. When they were no longer sick, they also give you some cogs and gears, which I happened to need, which was a super helpful coincidence. Sometimes they were so used to being sick that when they were almost healthy they would run away in fear, but being the selfless hero that I am, I chased them down to cure them. At one stage people had heard of me from their friends and they came running to me for a cure. It was quite dangerous curing these gnomes. A few times I dropped down to 20% health and I had to stun and bandage to make it through. I checked my quests and I seen that I'd only one quest left. Frostmane Hold. For those who don't know, this is another quest in a cave. This time I can't stand on the edge of the cave and complete it. Part of the quest is that I have to explore inside the cave, and there is range mobs in there making it even more difficult too. I drank all my elixirs, I ate my food buff, and I made my way towards the cave. I tried to pull the mobs one by one outside the cave, as if I pulled 2 I'd have to run and reset, as it's a bit too dangerous fighting. Eventually, after several resets, I made it in. I I killed the 5 headhunters that I needed, and I slowly cleared my way to the part of the cave that I needed to explore. I had the option to either clear around the inside of the cave, or I could drop down to a certain point that would complete the quest, but I'd be stuck in between a lot of mobs. I jumped down, killed the trolls guarding the area, and I walked until I completed the exploration. As I had completed all the quests on this side of the map, and not wanting to tempt fate, I just heartstoned out of there. I delivered the quest, which gave me a follow-up to go to Ironforge, but just as I was about to leave, I was buffed by a paladin. So I buffed him back, and he then buffed me back. So I buffed him back again. So he buffed me back, and then I buffed him back. And during this, I bought myself 2 more bags. I still hadn't had a bag drop, and the lack of space was driving me nuts. Don't challenge me, Mr. Paladin. I am a Night Elf Paladin. I will never lose this buff battle. To finish the battle, I even gave him a buff and ran so he couldn't do it back. I gave the healthy gnomes cogs and gears to a lovely gnome couple and made my way back to Steel Grill to give him one of the many kegs in my inventory. They actually aren't for me, okay? I would have drank them by now. At this stage, the only quests I had left were in the east of Dunmarg, 2 of which were in a cave and 1 was an elite quest. I wanted to be a little bit of a higher level before taking these on, so I started heading back towards Elwyn again. On the way back, I grabbed the silver leaf, which brought my herbalism up to 75, which was the cap for now. In Ironforge, I trained my herbalism so that I could now level it to 150. This used the last of my silver. I was a broke little night elf again. I also wanted to train my fishing, cooking, alchemy and first aid to 150, and realised that I needed 20 silver to do that. And that I also needed 20 silver next level for the 2 paladin abilities that I wanted. A tough life out here. In desperation to make a little bit of money, I turned all my linen into bandages and vended most of them. This brought me up to a whopping 3 silver, only another 37 to go. Wonder if I can go earn some money dancing in Goldshire. I had a quest to deliver to a senator who gave me 2 silver. As I handed that in, a thought struck me. I wonder if I have anything in my bank that I could vendor. After checking my bank, I made a whole 1 silver selling a single tiger's eye. We are down hard here, boys. Being up to almost 6 silver, I thought I could probably make it to the next elixir unlock in alchemy. I made a few more potions and unlocked the elixir of minor fortitude, which increases my max HP by 27. And any health is welcome in this challenge. Although I was really running low on earth roots, so I couldn't actually make any yet. And next up, I done one of my favourite quests that I've done in Classic. I became the Pied Piper and I recruited myself an army of vicious rats. Look at them, my beautiful minions. Impressed with myself, I took them back to show my buddy Monty. And the little bastard punched them in the head, stuck them in a box and turned them into kebabs. You better watch yourself, Monty. You're on my list. Jesus Christ, you're just after punching me rats. Add insult to injury, I then had to deliver the kebabs to his brother on the Stormwind side of the tram. Interesting family business. At this stage I was now a gnome's beard hair away from level 12. In Stormwind I picked up a delivery quest that rewarded a whopping 7 silver, and a quest to collect a compass in Westfall for 7 silver too. I was getting a little bit obsessed with money at this stage, okay, if you haven't noticed. I won't be able to do these yet for a little while, but I grabbed them anyways. Once I had made my way back to Elwyn, I saw that there was a bunch of quests to the east. On the way to the next cave that I had to explore, I fought some wolves and I dinged level 12. I put my 3rd point into Divine Strength. Once I got to the cave, there was no mobs to be seen. I presumed that they were killed and despawned, so I ran in quickly. Once inside, I started seeing some corpses and I thought to myself that I better get this done fast and get out before everything respawns on top of me. Just as I got the quest completed, there was a dead body of a player. May you rest in peace, lucky boys. Bit of an ironic name now, eh? I finally found some earthroot on the way east and I could make myself the new elixir. This area was really nice for earthroot as there was a lot of hilly areas, which is where they grow, so I managed to stock up nicely over the next hour or 2. I made it to guard Thomas on the bridge, who told me some of his guards had apparently gone missing and to keep an eye out for them. And also to kill some animals because, you know, wildlife is bad. There was a village to the east with some more quests. I made my way there to pick up all the quests so that I could do them all in bulk. Nothing better than a quest log full of complete quests ready to hand in. The lady here gave me a quest that rewarded me a snazzy red shirt, so we'll definitely be doing that. Nothing like punching in style. Plus the red might hide the blood splatter. The next lady asked me if I could get wood. Okay, I just realised how that sounded. Not like that, like if I could collect timber. I don't have a problem with that, okay? I got to work killing wolves, bears, collecting timber, and searching for the guards. I came across one of the guards' remains. And I really need to stop using that phrase. I found one of the guards' remains, and I'll be honest, he's had better days. The other guard was located in the Murloc village. Lucky me, more Murlocs to fight. I killed a bunch of Murlocs. These ones even had healing potions. Them drinking the potion also had a cast time. It wasn't instant. So I just imagined them dead-eyeing me while lifting the potion slowly to their mouths and tipping it in. You know, just to add insult to injury when you can't interrupt them. I got my first green item drop, which was a chest with 2 spirit. It's nothing amazing, but you know, it's a nice little regen bonus, so I stuck it on. The next guard looked in a pretty similar condition to the previous one, unfortunately, and I then finished off killing all the bears and wolves needed. Finding and killing the mobs was the easy part. The hardest part was actually getting wood. Finding timber. The hardest part was finding timber, because there wasn't a lot around. I delivered the timber quest. Yeah, make a joke about that one, huh? And I headed back to Guard Thomas to tell him the bad news about his guards. I got 2 lesser healing pots from the quest, which was really nice, as they were a tier higher than the current ones I had. To the southwest of me there was a farm where I had a few quests to complete. I needed some linen bandanas for the red shirt quest, and the princess was here that I needed to kill. There was a paladin here that also needed the quest, so I helped him do it, but I couldn't group due to the rules. It turns out that princess is a pig. Now killing princess is a little bit less disturbing, but like, what did the pig ever do to you, man? While here, I also seen that the Defias mobs drop an item that starts a quest. So I decided that I'd collect that item. It shouldn't take long, and I'm a little bit of a completionist. While waiting for Princess to respawn, I started killing the Defias around. They dropped linen too, which was nice because I could level first aid. Princess respawned, and as I was fully potted up, I decided to send it. I used my fireworks straight away to hit her, and her entourage. I took out the 2 ads first. Once they were down, I focused on her. It was a close fight. I dropped to about 10% health. Now I did have a potion available, so I think I would be okay. I do try to save my potions though if not needed, but I do feel like it's being greedy and it's probably going to come back to bite me in the ass one day. I finished up killing Defias for the bandanas, and now I just needed the quest starter item. Pretty sure it'll drop any minute now, as I've already killed 15 for the bandanas. 20 kills, no sign of it yet. 30 kills, must be a little bit unlucky. 40 kills, okay, now this is taking longer than I expected. 50 kills, okay, I'm gonna check what the drop rate is in this item. Okay, 3%, I'm over drop rate now. 60 kills. Okay, on average, I guess it's a 1 in 33 drop, so I'm almost 2 times dry. 70 kills. Okay, this is being really unlucky. 80 kills. 86 kills. I dinged level 13. 90 kills. 100 kills. Don't believe me? Here. After 100 kills on these damn Defias bandits, I still had not to drop. Felt like I was playing old school RuneScape at this stage. I decided that I go hand in the quest, get the red shirt for luck, and I come back later to finish this. I didn't give up, it's just on temporary hold. I collected my lovely new red shirt. Who's a handsome night elf. I love the moustache just sticking through the mask. That's a powerful moustache. I went back to Goldshire to vendor all my crap, as my bags were full, and to train my new abilities from level 12, which I hadn't picked up yet. I unlocked the Blessing of Might rank 2, which gives me 35 attack power instead of 20, and Seal of the Crusader rank 2, which increases the holy damage from 20 to 30. So these were big upgrades. I gave in a quest to the Marshal, which he then gave me a follow-up to go all the way back to the east, to the lady that gave me the red shirt. So I guess I am going back to that farm sooner rather than later. Wanting a little break from repeatedly bashing Defias, I noticed that there was a few quests out west, so I went there instead for now. I gave in the Princess quest, but I got nothing in note. There was 2 quests to pick up here. One was to collect Null armbands. You know, I didn't know they were learning to swim. And the second was the legendary Hogger quest. One of our 2 goals for this episode. I was hitting about 25 a hit instead of 20, so that was like a nice 25% damage increase. I started fighting some Nulls here, and I realized that these guys slapped. What I found out after is that they have a trash ability, which is basically like Wind Fury for people who know it. They can randomly hit you 1 to 3 times per attack, so they can do some serious damage. Look how hard this dude hit me in 1 attack. At one stage I almost ran into Hogger thinking that he was a normal mob, and I may have turtle-headed a little bit. I finished collecting the Null armbands, handed that quest in, and as it was a proper degenerate hour, I went to bed. Don't check the clock. When I logged in the next day, I went straight to grinding Nulls, as they also dropped an item that started the quest. But I'm pretty sure this time it'll be way quicker though, right? It must only take a few kills. Kill number 86, I ding level 14. Yep, kill number 86. I put my 5th point into Divine Strength, and that talent was now complete, plus 10% strength. 95 kills. Between the different types of mobs, it was probably higher. These 2 little side quests of picking up these items took me hours. I got that item helping a mage though that overpulled, so maybe it was good karma. I went back to Goldshire and I trained Blessing of Wisdom from the Paladin trainer. I don't see me using this really, but you know, it could come in handy in group situations. I handed in the collector quest, which I got as a drop from the Nulls, and the follow-up was to kill this collector person. It was also located at the farm where I was killing the Defias earlier, so that was pure luck, I had no idea. On the way back to the farm, the guard had a quest to kill Murlocs, which hadn't actually shown up on Questy, which was weird, so I grabbed that too. I delivered the order for some extra armor to the shirt-giving lady, and I headed north to kill some Murlocs and collected 8 of their torn fins. As I was about 4 levels ahead of them, this was a fairly easy task. Now, the whole next part, I thought the recorder was running, but it wasn't, as I'm a melon. I think it's all these punches to the head, so I'll briefly explain it and you'll just have to trust me on this one. So I killed a collector who had 2 ads beside him. One was a mage, so I just killed him and the other melee guy as I kited them around the house, so the mage didn't get any casts off. I basically used the house to line of sight the mage cast. For those that don't know, if a mob starts a cast but you use an object to block their view before the end of the cast, it won't complete. They then run forward to get you in sight again and repeat the process. As I was still killing mobs here, still hadn't got the drop, I seen that there was a dock where Defias were, so I decided to try that area and to grind the Defias quest starter item there to see if it was any better with luck. But when I pulled a named NPC there, 3 guards spawned, so I legged it away and I decided that it was back to farm for me. Now, is me grinding this quest item a really important progression for my account? No, it's literally barely useless. It's going to give me fuck all XP at this stage because I'm so high level. But you know, I'm 100 kills deep and the sunken cost fallacy is real. The quest item finally dropped on kill number 122. Yes, I am that stubborn. They were so far below my level now that the XP was negligible too. Having obtained that item, I had 1 quest left in the zone now, which was the infamous Hogger. The man that has killed more level 1 gnome raids than the Darnassus marathon thingy, I guess. There's not really many things kill level 1 gnome raids, I guess. Before I attempted the big dog, I wanted to go back and complete Dunmorag, however, and to prep for the elite quests. I hearthstone back to Dunmorag and train some cooking recipes as I want to get back fishing and cooking soon. I yearn for the sea. There's a paladin quest here, which I have no idea what it's for, but I grabbed it and it sent me up to Ironforge. This suits as I wanted to go make a bunch of potions and to train my alchemy up a little bit. The paladin lady gave me a book, which joke's on her, I can't read, and asked me to talk to this man wandering around Ironforge. He runs an orphanage and just wanted to get home to his wife. You know, he seems like a good dude. And all he needed was 10 linen and he could go home. So I happily obliged and I went back to the paladin lady. And I got a little bit distracted. After getting my senses back, I went and stocked up on some potions to take on the last few difficult quests I had. Look at all these concoctions. I am still struggling on Earthroot, however. I trained 150 alchemy and learned a new and improved lesser healing potion, which is really nice. It cost me 10 silver to learn that potion alone though, so surprise, I'm broke again. I headed back into Dunmorag yet again for some questing, and I seen a gentleman in general chat looking for a group for Vagash, the elite abominable snowman in the area. I joined him and we took Vagash on. He is a level 11 elite and has 666 health. I popped all my potions beforehand, and look at all these buffs. I ran in and I judged him with Crusader for the extra bit of holy damage taken, and I also used my bag of marbles on him, which reduces his hit chance by 25%. And I fired some of the fireworks at him. He slapped the shit out of me. Once I got below half HP, I stunned him and I tried to get a bandage off. Yek now took aggro and started kiting him as I attacked him, and we took him down with both of us below half HP. Old Vagash does not mess around. So shout out to Biek Buxy for some nice team play on this one. Handing the quest in gave me a nice chunk of experience and a soft leather tunic, which was a leather chest piece that gave me 2 stamina, which we always need more of. There's a nice 2-handed green quality mace, which was calling to me. It would have been such a big damage upgrade, but I resisted its temptation. At this stage, I only had a couple of quests in Dunmorag left, and of which 2 of them were in the Gallballer Quarry. I can't pronounce these names at all. What's wrong with me? Here I killed a collection of bone crushers and skull splitters in the cave, with no disasters happening, which is always nice. Apart from a close call where I had to pot and still pull more mobs after, it was okay. As a nice bonus, there was a heap of earthroot around the quarry, which I collected for the potions that was badly needed. Next up, it was time for the paladin quest. There was a dead dwarf chilling on a hill that I had to resurrect using a symbol of life. He told me that they were fighting the Dark Iron Dwarves to try and get proof to bring to the king that they were a threat. Upon killing the Dark Iron Spy, I received a script drop which would serve as proof that he needed. There's a quest to the north where a man's friend went missing and he wanted me to look for him. About 20 meters away from this guy, there was the body of a dwarf with a mining pick and a shield. You know, he must have been doing a challenge too. Mine and pick only challenge. His friend obviously didn't look very far from him. This dwarf was attacked by a bear apparently, because after being mauled and left to die, he took his notepad out and wrote that Mangeclaw attacked him and left him for dead, and that he wanted revenge. This is the legit 100% real factual image from his diary. First time ever seen. So we avenged him by killing the bear. By we, I mean me and you, the viewer, not my multiple personalities, I swear. We then told the man looking for him, yeah, sorry bud, but your friend's dead. He died 20 meters away from you, and he wrote in his diary instead of calling for you. He obviously has zero faith in you. The dwarf then told us that that's sad news because he was a very good friend, and that he wishes he was there with us when we fought the bear for revenge. Yeah, sure, buddy. That's like that one guy that always tells you, man, if I was there, I would have beat the shit out of that guy. Like, I'm sure you would have, pal. I'm sure you would have. He told me that my deed would be remembered by the Siege Brigade of Ironforge. Maybe someone can tell me, as I've played this game for 20 years, and I have zero idea about the lore. Why do the dwarves have a Siege Brigade? Like, look at this tank. What exactly are they sieging? The Horde? Why are they here in Dunmorrig? Are they practicing sieging the mountains or what? I'm pretty sure those tanks wouldn't fit into the tunnels between zones, or into the deep run tram. And Dunmorrig is surrounded by mountains, so how do they get them anywhere? Like, I've seen gyrocopters in Warcraft 3 and they're tiny, there's no way they're lifting them. The tanks just seem a little bit excessive for dealing with level 5 trogs, but, you know, tangent aside. Also like how resurrecting the dead and casting magical spells and dragons are fine, but tanks is where I have the problem. Yeah, so where were we? Ah yes, the quest reward was some more green weapons which I can't use, so goodbye weapons. Now I just had one quest left to do in the entire zone, which was to deliver a beer. A true send-off to a great zone. This was the weed beer, and this guy's reaction says everything. He then tells me that the beer is great, and he wants to send some to a friend of his. You know, I'm basically a beer delivery man in this zone. Did feel like a proper way to send the zone off though. I headed into Lochmoden for the first time, and grabbed the flight path by Teslamar. Before starting Lochmoden, however, I wanted to complete Elwyn, so I flew back to Ironforge, enjoying the view on my way. Now that the Morg was finished, I was a little bit sad, you know, as I love that zone. I think the snowy biome of the zone mixed with the mountains surrounding it gave it like a real isolated alpine feel, and I think it was just really nicely designed. Like, it felt populated but not crowded, and overall I was just a really big fan of the zone. One of my favourite ones, for sure. The one thing I would say on the negative though is I felt like the mobs were a bit repetitive. It was basically just boars, trogs and trolls with slight variations for, you know, the vast majority. And the quests were pretty basic and repetitive, but I feel like that's just classic WoW in general, so I'm not going to judge it too hard on that one. Overall, I absolutely loved the zone. Felt super peaceful and aesthetic. Once I arrived into Ironforge, I delivered the quests that I had, and that dinged me to level 15. I went to put my talent point in, but my talent pages were blank. Well, that was weird. I tried disabling all my add-ons and / reloading, but that didn't work either. I thought maybe it was something to do with an outdated add-on, so I went into CurseForge and updated all my add-ons, and I tried restarting the game. This still didn't work, so I asked in chat, and apparently everybody was having the same bug. Nice. Who needs talents anyway? I trained my first aid up to 150, and learned heavy linen bandages, which increased the healing from 66 to 114, so that was a nice sizable increase for survivability if needed. I handed in the Long Paladin quest chain, and I got Resurrection, which is useless in hardcore. Oh well, the experience is experience. I trained up to 150 fishing, and bought some vials to make some potions while I was on the tram on the way to Stormwind. Once at Stormwind, there was a bunch of quests waiting for me, and 3 of these were for my first ever dungeon, the Dead Mines, which was very exciting. I'm really looking forward to doing that, and hopefully get some more upgrades. I would like to get level 20 first before doing it, as I don't want to gimp my group completely. Which brings me on to a question that I had. One thing that I'm worried about is doing dungeons where I'm basically dead weight and I do no damage. Like, I don't mind risking myself when I'm playing solo, but I don't want to risk other people's hardcore characters, you know, that they've spent a lot of time on. So my question is this. Do you think I should be able to gather world buffs only to do dungeons and then remove them afterwards? I feel like this would help balance out the fact that I'm not using a weapon, and it'd bring me to kind of a base level of damage, maybe similar to an unbuffed person with a weapon. I just don't want to cause the deaths of other people's characters who've put a lot of time into them. Or if you guys have any other suggestions about something I could do maybe in dungeons alone, just to kind of balance it out, feel free to hit me up in the comments. Anyways, onwards in the story. I had one quest left in Elwyn, the legendary Hogger. I asked to see if anyone wanted to group up, and a very kind warrior called Greyshield offered to help me. He was a level 44 warrior, but I told him that I'm doing a challenge and it goes against the rules to have a high level help me. But I thanked him anyway. It was very nice of him offering to help. I ran over to where Hogger was. I noticed a few people in the group and asked if they wanted to do him. We grouped up and absolutely slapped the shite out of him. It was quite anticlimactic, to be honest. I've been building this up the whole time in my head. Hunter's ROP, man. I was in that much of a rush that I even forgot to pop my potions until I'd already pulled Hogger. With Hogger down, I handed in the bounty and got rewarded with a nice pair of green mail pants that gave me 3 strength. We are finally getting some half-decent gear. I headed into the pub to grab a drink to celebrate surviving so far. I trick-or-treated and I got another night elf mask. I have trick-or-treated 3 times now and twice I've gotten the same mask. It's just meant to be. I am the rank 1 night elf paladin. Here is the usual proof so you don't think I'm some kind of dirty cheater. My gear is still pretty basic, but I've got a green chest and legs now, which is nice. Finally, some beneficial stats from the gear. My cooking, first aid and fishing is all between level 75 and 80. My defense level is 69. Hey, boys. And my unarmed skill is level 71. Mace skill is still at level 1. Ability wise in Holy, we have learned Blessing of Wisdom as the only difference from last episode, I believe. And Protection and Retribution is the same as before, it just has new ranks of the spells I already knew. I had been thinking about professions for a while. I thought that alchemy is cool, and it has some nice potions and elixirs, but now that I can use shields, there is the option of using shield spikes later on, which could come in super handy. Little did I know at this stage, however, that all the shield spike recipes are world drops, so that's going to be a challenge in itself. But that's FuturePad's problem. There is also some pretty cool gear upgrades I can craft along the way too, so I think I'm going to go for blacksmithing. I decided to drop herb and alchemy, and I picked up mining and blacksmithing like a true dwarf. As I was running towards the blacksmithing trainer, a dragon slayer buff dropped. I wasn't recording as I was just running towards the trainer, but look, would I lie to you, my honest, loyal, and dashingly handsome viewers? Now, what is the aim of this episode? I think I said it at the end of the last episode, but I have the memory of a goldfish, so I can't remember, okay? We are going to be attempting our first ever dungeon, the Dead Mines. Will we succeed, or will we be putting the dead into dead mines? As I was level 1 in mining and blacksmithing now, I contemplated running around Elwyn for a while to level mining, but decided that there'll probably be a bunch of copper ore in Westfall, and I just grabbed whatever was on my way. I made my way into Westfall and handed in the Fullbrow Deed quest, which only took a meager 122 kills to collect last episode. The farmer had his pocket watch stolen by a bunch of hooligans that invaded his farm, and his wife wanted me to deliver a recipe for stew. Priorities, lady. Also, the horse was hungry, so I had to collect some oats for Blanchy. At this stage I was itching to try out my newfound power and to see how hard I would hit with the world buff, and I crit a whopping 64 and felt my laptop rise a few inches on my lap. Okay, 1 inch. I delivered the stew recipe quest first, as that was obviously the highest priority quest. She then gave me a list of ingredients she needed to make the stew. She also had a quest to gather a bunch of gore tusks liver to make some pie out of. She's obviously quite the chef. Farmer outside then told me that his fields had been overrun with mechanical harvest watchers. I feel like the farmers and their wives are on slightly different wavelengths. Help! We're overrun. We're all gonna die. Yes, honey, but what are we gonna have for dinner? I made my way down to Sentinel Hill, which is the town of this zone. Here we get our first quest to take on the Defias, which is a group of bandits, which after hearing a little bit of the lore, I kind of sympathize with them, to be honest, that have taken over parts of Westfall. I got a quest to kill 30 of these. I was then asked to visit a town called Lakeshire in Redridge Mountains for the start of a quest chain that would lead to a dungeon quest with an amazing reward. Apparently the Defias are working in tandem with the Gnolls, so I had to kill some of them, although I don't remember it ever being mentioned apart from this quest. Lastly, I was asked to gather a bunch of bandanas, and the quest reward was a pair of green boots with 3 stamina. So this was a high priority for me, even higher than making stew. It was at this point that I realised my talents were working again, so I assigned my talent point, I think. Although looking at this, it looks like I just closed the talent page. What a numpty. Using the higher tier bandages was really nice for healing up in between fights. I noticed inside the mine that there seemed to be some copper, so I risked my life running in, just to realise that it was tin that I cannot mine. I'm honestly amazed that I haven't died already. Oh, it's fucking tin, I can't even mine it. Oh dear. As I was killing my way outside the mine, I received my first shield drop. A grey shield that gave nearly 300 armor, which was a 50% increase on my total armor. Punching with the shield does look quite funny though, as I'm smacking them with my shield hand too sometimes. I finished killing the rest of the Defias and gathering their bandanas. Up next after the Defias was some Gore Tusks. I accidentally pulled a Harvest Watcher at the same time, but luckily, or maybe it was perfectly executed and planned, I dinged after I killed the first mob, so it healed me to full. I then proceeded to repeat the exact same mistake 30 seconds later, but a passing priest threw a renew on me, which the Harvest Watcher really didn't like. I grabbed the oats that I needed and fed them to Blanchy. I also put the 2 talent points I had into Seal of the Righteousness. I guess I didn't put that talent point in earlier. I went west and grabbed the pocket watch for the farmer, which you can actually grab through the wall as I have magical hands. I kinda missed the clip, but I jumped down the cliff to say hello to some Murlocs and almost ran right into the level 19 rare, which most likely would have ended in death. I waited until he left and collected the Murloc eyes that I needed, for my own personal collection, of course. Took part in a little bit of cow tipping and started killing Gore Tusks for livers, as that was the last thing I needed to do before leaving Westfall. Handing in the quests got me a stew recipe, some follow-up quests to kill higher ranking Defias, and the really nice pair of green boots which you can see here. Delivering the Gore Tusk liver quest gave me a recipe for a +4 stamina food, which is always nice, and finished up Westfall for now. At this stage I was about 6 bars off level 17. Now it was time for Lochmoden. I travelled back to Ironforge and trained Retribution Aura, which will be huge. This is going to be my main aura for the playthrough. It is an aura that whenever I'm hit by a mob, it will reflect some damage onto them. It costs 30 silver though, which may have surprised me a little. 30 silver, Jesus Christ. After this, I went and smelted all my copper bars in the forge, which looks sick. I love Ironforge, it is definitely my favourite ally city. This got me to level 42 mining, which is not too far off my goal of 65. In Lochmoden I grabbed all the quests in the area, and there's one that I found interesting. It was Theslamar Blood Sausage, basically the Lochmoden version of Westfall stew, made out of bear meat, boar intestines and spider ichor. Yummy. This rewarded another +4 stam food recipe and 5 of that food. In total, this would bring me up to 8 of the +4 stamina, which would be enough to get me through the dead mines. I went around killing wildlife for the Lochmoden stew and to try out my ret aura. It was 30 silver if you didn't know. I gathered up the spider ichor and realised that I had 3 boar intestines left over from killing the Gore Tusks in Westfall, which was a pure fluke. I killed 20 trogs and punched 8 of their teeth out for some dwarves in return for some cheese and hitting level 17. I put the 3rd talent point into Seal of the Righteousness for 9% extra damage. They had a follow up to kill some higher level trogs, but I wasn't sure if I'd do this or return later. I noticed up north that there's a quest to do every ally's favourite pastime of killing kobolds, and couldn't pass up that opportunity to go see my besties. My Dragon Slayer buff dropped here. Goodbye, sweet prince. It was notable the damage drop, but them be the rules. There was a quest here that gave 2 great rewards, a green mail chest or a green shield. Strangely enough, the shield was barely better than the one I had. This grey shield is actually kinda nuts. Or not even, it's only actually 40 armor more, even though that other one is grey. That's kinda crazy. 5 blocks, so it's got 2 more blocks. It's got spirit, but that's kinda useless. So this gives me an extra 40 armor. This gives me an extra 80 and 2 stamina. I actually think the chest is better. That's crazy. I seen a human mining some copper, and for some reason it reminded me of the legend Dave Gilmore. I decided to slash him, and there was no sign of him. That's okay, he's probably just offline. I then tried to add him, and got hit with those 3 infamous words. Player not found, he's died! No, Dave! Oh, no. It ain't true. I was devastated. With a heavy heart, I continued into the cave, vowing that I would do my best to hit 60 and honour his memory. I learned a lot from Dave. I found out in episode 1 that he's actually famous and a part of Pink Floyd. I thought maybe Dave, he's still alive. He's just hiding, potentially in the back of this cave. I found him. This was all they left of him, those animals. Now, what some of you may have noticed, which is what I have just noticed while editing this, I spelled his name wrong. I just logged in to check, and he is still alive. Well, maybe. I can add his character, so it hasn't been deleted at least. Wow, what a roller coaster of emotions that was. I finished up collecting the kobold ears. It seems like there's shorter body parts in Lochmoden, and I collected my sweet reward. the Iron Heart chest, which gave a whopping 4 stamina. While killing bears for their meat, I got a random green cape drop, which gave me 2 stamina.
Nice.
I was starting to get a half-decent HP pool at this stage, so that's always nice. Handing in Lochmoden Stew gave me the recipe, which I gladly learned. The rest of the quests in Lochmoden were a bit high for me now, so I decided I would continue questing in Westfall to finish prepping the quest for the Dead Mines. We were well on our way to it now. I smelted all the copper on the way, and I got up to 59 mining. I am so close to unlocking tin. I don't know if this is just a me thing. It probably is, and bad pathing. I feel like I've been up and down more times than the Hooer's Knickers in between zones. I feel like it's running simulator, at least compared to the Horde in this level range, but maybe it's because I know the Horde quests a lot better. Horde questing at this range is basically finish your starting zone, go to the Barrens, and leave at level 20. Speaking of running between zones, I had a pre-quest to deliver to Redridge, so I made my way there and grabbed the flight path. There was a couple of delivery quests here to go to Goldshire and Stormwind. I also heard that there was a terrible tragedy that I could help alleviate. The pub was running out of booze, which is one of the worst possible things that can happen. I went upstairs to deliver the pre-quest, and there was a guy there on his own, waiting in a room with a double bed upstairs in the inn. We all know what he was waiting for. Sorry, bud. I tried that too, but it ain't happening. I returned to Stormwind with a letter saying that Redridge will fall imminently if reinforcements weren't sent. The general responded with, "Yeah, don't worry about it, bud. We'll get around to it when the king isn't busy." So they obviously understand the severity and urgency of the problem. I flew back to Westfall to hand in the man in the inn's response, and the follow-up quest sent me back to Stormwind. Jesus Christ, I wish I knew how to order these quests. I spend more time running than questing. I also don't want to use a quest guide though, as it's more fun me exploring the areas. Yes, this running around headlessly and endlessly is fun. Okay, I'm having so much fun. He then sent me to go back to my master in Westfall. What am I, like fucking Dobby or something? I went back to my master in Westfall and handed in the quest. Please, oh please master, can I have some experience? He then asked me to kill the Defias Messenger. I remember this quest. This fella patrols a massive area to the west of Westfall, and finding him can be a proper ball ache. I started killing the Defias while waiting. These were starting to slap. Their spells were hitting for 80 and I have 470 HP. So much food was used. I started wondering if there was any way I could deal with casters better in the future. As with melee users now, with the shield, it's not too bad, but casters just blast me, so I was thinking maybe I could find some resistances or items that could help deal with them, but for now I'll just have to face tank it. Or even now that I think of it, potentially the resistance auras that palas get at higher levels. Also, I was trying to figure out if there was a way I could range pull. As of now I have to face pull and see if too aggro. It'd be nice if I could pull at range for some mobs, so if anyone has a suggestion of how to range pull as a paladin, that would be great. Every time I double pulled here, I would have to run and reset as they hit too hard. On the bright side of the challenge is I no longer give a shite about mobs who can disarm me. I hit level 18 here, put my 4th point into Seal of Righteousness, and finished the quest. Still no messenger. So I ran up the path to see if I could find him, killing Harvest Watchers on the way. I seen the messenger here, and I went to kill him. Once he got low, he bolted, and he is so fast, man, I couldn't keep up. Jesus Christ, come back! Why is he so fast? Look, he must have been training with the Murlocs. Alright, nice, we got him. I grabbed the compass here for the fella in Stormwind and finished off the Harvest Watchers. Further north there was some gnolls to take on, and this one was just doing a few laps of the zone to improve his fitness. I seen a Dust Devil which I killed for a chance of magic dust, but no dice. I was helped by Top Shagga, great name. There's a quest starter item that dropped off the Murlocs here, and you know me and quest starter items. I checked the drop rate this time in advance, and it is 1.5%. Lucky me. See you all in a few weeks. I went and found some Murlocs that weren't grey level, so I would get some XP on this grind. Bets on how many kills it'll take? I had a close call with a Murloc patrol, but managed to barely survive. I greeded not using the potion again. This is 100% gonna bite my ass someday, but I just can't help myself. After a while of grinding, I had run out of food, so I went back to the town, handing in all the quests I'd completed. I had now unlocked the very last pre-quest I needed to do before having all the Dead Mines quests. It was escorting the Defias trader to show us where their hideout was. As this was a difficult quest, and it being nearly 4 AM, look, I couldn't sleep, okay? I'm not normally this bad, sometimes. It was time for me to go to bed and stock up on food the next day, both IRL and in-game. The next day, before starting this, I went back to Stormwind to train my level 18 paladin abilities. I learned Seal of Righteousness rank 3, which is a nice little DPS buff, but it also scales better when I level, and Blessing of Freedom, which is a super useful ability and it may end up saving me one day. It removes all roots and slows and makes me immune for the duration of it. Seeing this ability, I had a theory I wanted to test out. Certain mobs, like the Defies Pillagers that I fought earlier, have frost armor. This slows my attack speed and movement speed when I hit them, lower my DPS. As casters are already my hardest foe, any damage loss sucks. As Blessing of Freedom makes me immune to slows, I was wondering if I could use it before attacking the mages, and for at least 10 seconds it would make me also immune to the attack speed slow, as the debuff wouldn't apply. It was time for a little bit of profession maintenance. I smelted all my copper, and it got me to over 65, meaning I can now mine tin, which will come in very handy in the next episode. Spoilers. I've leveled my fishing up to 150, and while here I seen Michael Jackson come moonwalking out of the water. It was quite the sight. Now it was time to cook the fish. I spent the next few minutes trying to find a fire in Stormwind. Did something happen here that fires are banned? While cooking up all the fish, it got me to 150 cooking as well, which is the max level for both fishing and cooking currently. It also netted me 143 pieces of food, so that'll maybe be enough for the Murloc grind. I bought a cask of Merlot for the pub restock in Stormwind, ran to Goldshire to hand in a quest. When I got here, there was a dead naked lady in the village. She must have roleplayed too hard. I also noticed they had a child working in the blacksmith. Surely this is against some laws? I bought sweet rum from the inn. Did I check upstairs? No. I noticed Darkmoon Fair was up, so I made a mental note that if it was still up I could grab the buff for dead mines of 10% damage. Spoiler alert, goldfish memories and mental notes are not a good combination. I had to go to Darkshire now, in Duskwood, and I could either run back to Stormwind and fly to Redridge or walk from Goldshire. I decided to take in the views and go for a lovely walk. It was at this point that I noticed my character looked like he was missing something. I have no shield. Fuck. It must have unequipped when I went fishing, and I've auto vendor grey items on. Luckily though, I could still buy it back from the vendor, or that could have been rough. I bought the moonshine for 12 silver, and I am now absolutely broke. I'm down to 1 silver 50. I was so broke that I couldn't afford the flight back to Redridge and had to go vendor some items. Handing in the quest luckily gave me enough silver so I could fly back to Westfall. I seen another incarnation of Michael Jackson appear. Why are the Alliance always moonwalking, and how do I learn this? Like, look at all these people. While waiting for someone to come do the escort with me, I provided a free buffing service. Shame it only lasts for 5 minutes, they definitely get the worst end of the deal. I was waiting for ages, asking everyone who looked at the trader if they wanted to do it, when a priest ran up and instantly accepts it and fucks off without me. Oi oi oi. I went south to start killing some Defias, and that's when I got a really nice pants drop. 4 stamina and 4 int. At this stage I had a Thorns buff from a random druid. Thorns and Retriora versus dual wielding mobs was nuts. They do more damage to themselves than me. Here I grabbed the last bit of alcohol I needed to restock the pub, which thankfully was free. I went back to wait for the escort and got skanked again. I was asking in general chat and everything. A few minutes later, my heroes arrived. There's a group of 3 people and we joined up and blasted the escort quest. I decided to test my Blessing of Freedom theory from earlier. I was correct, but I think this is a classic thing, as in TBC I had a prop palette for gold farming and I don't remember this being a thing. You can only have 1 blessing at a time, and freedom counts as a blessing. So using Blessing of Freedom does make you immune to the debuff, but it removes your Blessing of Might, so I don't think it's worth it. Which is disappointing, as I thought I was big brain for a minute. But then I remembered it's just a little peanut up there. Handing in the Defias quest, unlocked the last 2 quests for the Dead Mines. The follow-up reward was this insane pair of pants. Look at these bad boys. At this stage I was now 2 bars off level 19, but I wanted to hit level 20 before doing the dungeon, as I will have no weapon and will be doing low DPS. I didn't want to handicap my group completely by being in lower level. From the next episode on I will be able to heal dungeons, so I will feel less guilty. As I was broke, I handed in the Stocking the Pub quest, which gave me a bulging coin purse. In Redridge there was a bunch of lower level quests, which I decided to bang out. I found a child's lost necklace in the lake, found a blacksmith's tools in the lake. People really need to stop throwing their shit in the lake. I found a poor dead dwarf, may he rest in pepperoni. Killed some gnolls, which gave me my first wool that I could use to make some bandages, and gave a man his lunch from his wife. Don't forget your sandwiches, honey. I dinged level 19 and put the final point into Seal of Righteousness. I pulled 3 gnolls and had a really close call in which the potion I drank crit, which probably saved my life. I reckon my heart rate was through the roof for this one. A random priest buffed me with 26 stamina, which is a crazy buff for this level. All of these buffs are natural, as I would need friends to organize buffing me, and joke's on you, I don't have any friends. Okay, that didn't really sound great. I got some green mail gloves, which gave 3 stamina and 2 int. Finished an old quest and handed in all the quests I had completed. I got 2 armor kits that I know just what items to use them on to get long-lasting value. Neither of which I have yet. One is the Pants from the Dead Mines quest, and the other is going to be the goal of episode 4. I finished up with 75 silver here, which considering 30 minutes ago I had 1 silver, I had made bank. I noticed that I still had some level 15 quests in Lochmoden, so I made my way back. There was a group of people looking for the elite quest, so I joined them. It was a nice smooth group, and we took out the boss and the other ogres. I found Bingles on the side of the lake who had lost his tools. This sounds awfully familiar to the starting zone gnome dude. These gnomes and their tools. I went to a quarry where I had to gather some idols. So, do my best Indiana Jones impersonation, I blazed my way through collecting everything that I needed. To the east, there was a lodge with this knobhead called Daryl. This is my first timed quest where I had to kill 6 buzzards in 15 minutes, which seems pretty doable. Mr. Daryl thinks he's a big shot, and the rest of us suck. So we had to prove him wrong. I ran around looking and couldn't find any buzzards. I decided to abandon the quest again and try it at a quieter time, as it was peak hours at the moment. You win this round, Daryl. I grabbed the gnome's belongings on the island. While here, I noticed the trogs I needed for my quest also spawned here, and it meant that I didn't have to go in caves, so I finished that up too. I went back and grabbed the buzzard quest again, which I completed as there wasn't as much competition. There was a follow-up, but at this time I see my guild were looking for people for a guild run of the Dead Mines. After telling them the challenge and making sure they were okay with it, they invited me to the group. Legends. I was really close to 20 at this stage, so I went and handed in the elite quest from earlier, which gave me my first pair of shoulders and ring. I'm starting to look like an actual character now. It was now finally time for the Dead Mines. Shoutouts to my guild, Fellowship of the Forge. It's an old dwarf guild that was actually suggested to me in the comments on the first video by Yusberg. I am probably butchering that, but thank you for the tip. It's been a great, super friendly guild, and I would highly recommend people to join them if you are EU. Now, what are my rules going to be for doing dungeons? After the comments in the last video, from now onwards I'll be able to heal dungeons and heal myself, as the vast majority of comments support it. I won't use a weapon even if healing. I can complete the dungeons until I have the major items that I want, which is to be set before the dungeon, and or I have completed all the dungeon quests. This way I can do dungeons a few times if there's some really good items, or if I need the quest, but I can't spam it for XP's sake. Also, no being boosted. Let's go over our elite crack squad to take on the Dead Mines. We have Dadler as our tank, our beast mode bulwark holding the line. We have Cleftis as our healer, keeping our health bars fuller than our inventories. We have Dang Blasted as our DPS, turning bosses into loot pinatas. We have Tank Red also as our DPS, deleting mobs' HP bars faster than his internet history. And last, but most certainly least on the DPS meter, Holyfisted. Not a tank, not a DPS, not a healer, just an absolute liability. We made our way into the Dead Mines, and it was at this stage I realised that I didn't have Pally Power installed. So I quickly downloaded it. I also realised that I'd completely forgotten about the Dark Moon buff, and also my food buff. All that prep and planning just for me to be a moron. We cleared the skeletons outside the dungeon for the quest with no accidents and made our way into the Dead Mines. We made our way towards the first boss, and you can see I'm absolutely pumping on the meters. The first boss is Raxor. His only notable ability is he can stun his target, and he has 2 adds that come with him. The loot he can drop is pretty crappy. He has a 3% chance to drop a green axe, and the other unique is a white hammer, neither of which is useful for us. We took him down without any hassle, and it was after him that I finally remembered to eat my food. Good job, Pad. We cleared our way to the next boss like a well-oiled machine. Me carrying the DPS as always. At least I'm ahead of the healer this time. Here, the 5th member and the only member that was not part of our dwarf-only guild was looking for a home. He joined our guild and it officially became a full guild run. We found some treasure, and like true dwarfs, we got a little bit excited. The second boss was Sneed and a Shredder. The Shredder's main ability is that it can make somebody run in fear for 4 seconds, and Sneed's ability is that he disarms. Oh no, hopefully he doesn't target me. Sneed can drop an amazing rare axe for this level called the Taskmaster's Axe, or a pair of weird gloves that are cloth, strength and int. There's quite a lot of that weird cloth strength gear in Classic. The Shredder's able to drop a green sword called Buzzsaw, which is kinda meh, none of which is useful for us again. We took them both out and we were rewarded with the weird crappy gloves. Unfortunate. I rolled for the treasure. I had to beat a 90 to win, but look at the Irish, right? 35, not this time, buddy. On the way to the next boss, they asked why I decided to do the fist challenge. Yeah, good question, because doing no damage is fun, right? We cleared out all the annoying goblins that kept summoning the little robots. We had some good chats on the way about paladins tanking, etc. And it was just a good time. The rebuffing every 5 minutes, however, does get tedious. Next up, we had Gilned. He can drop a very nice caster ring or a pair of leather pants that are meh. His only attack is a fire debuff that increases time between attacks. He was along with 2 goblins when we pulled him. We cleared them out with the healer low on mana, but doing a great job keeping us all alive. He also bet me on the damage meters. Well, he didn't beat me, okay? We had the exact same damage, and he's a pumper with that wand. Gilned dropped the crappy smelting pants. This seems like a bit of a theme this run. We continued clearing towards the end of the dungeon. We took a little break as the healer needed to take the bread out of the oven. Apparently they make the best mouldy bread, so if anyone needs some mouldy bread, message Cleftis on Soulseeker EU. Next up is Mr. Smite, who in my opinion is the first difficult boss in this dungeon. His main ability is every certain percentage of health, he stomps the ground, stunning everybody around him in a radius of 45 meters for 10 seconds, which is insane. Eve that ability to Torrens, please. He also has the trash passive that we covered last episode, where he can hit multiple times at once. He can drop an insane two-handed mace called Smite's Mighty Hammer, and some other weapons that are decent. He can be quite a scary prospect if you're not an absolutely crack team of esport athletes. We took him down even with him stunning us all for 20 seconds each. What did he drop? The worst item he could have, a crappy quick sword. This run has been pretty terrible loot wise. Lastly, we had to clear the boat out. There was 2 bosses left. Well, 3, but 1 feels more like a mini-boss. The boat can be quite scary because it's easy to pull mobs above or beside you due to the layout of the ship. Pulling a bunch of mobs from above or the side will chain pull the rest and usually ends in death. Or a reset if you know how and can reach it. We also had 2 hunters, a class that is notorious for pulling extra mobs with their pets. These hunters were no mere mortals. They had control over their pets like Caesar Milan. These were the most well-drilled, obedient pets you will ever see. We cleared the Cookie, who is a Murloc boss. Yuck. Cookie's abilities are he throws acid at you like it's his side hustle, and he heals himself. He can drop a really nice wand for casters called Cookie's Stirring Rod. We took him out quite easily as he's only a mini boss, and he dropped the crappy mace. This has been a rough run for loot. Cutting our way through the pirates on the ship, I thought I would remind the healer that sometimes I am beating him on the DPS meter. I try to be humble, but sometimes it's hard. There was multiple times where we pulled 4 or 5 mobs, and it showed how good paladins were with AoE that our tank never lost aggro. It's also nice having another class that can tank, as they always tend to be the hardest to find for dungeons. We watched the second last boss patrol around the ship and managed not to pull him. We found some more treasure. The hunter said he wouldn't roll as he won the last one as a gentleman, and I told him that dwarfs never have enough treasure. I'm pretty experienced with dwarfs now, you know, like I've played a whole 20 levels. And I smashed out a 90 roll and won the chest, which had a really nice chest with 3 stamina and 3 int in it. We had reached the penultimate boss, Captain Greenskin. He had some cronies with him, and his abilities were that he can cleave and poison a person by throwing a harpoon at them. He could drop a really nice caster staff and a polearm that's pretty nice for hunters. We dropped some traps beforehand and pulled the boss with his ad. Getting blasted, then proceeded to fall off the boat as we pulled. The poor fella must have been tossed Gimli style. We survived the situation and our healer hit level 20. He dropped the Defias belt, which I took as it was a slight upgrade. Here we were in front of the last boss of the Dead Mines. We could taste the freedom in the air, or maybe it was just Cleftis's mouldy bread. The big dog Edwin Van Cleef was the only man left standing, and we need his head to get the very sweet reward. His abilities are that he summons 4 ads throughout the fight, and he has the trash ability. He can drop some pretty sweet loot. An amazing sword, an amazing leather chest, a very nice cape, and the shitty cloth chest that has no int on it. Our strategy here was to focus the ads and kill them first so that the tank doesn't take as much damage and the healer doesn't run out of mana. We took the first 2 ads down and absolutely blasted Van Cleef so fast that he didn't get a chance to summon the third and fourth ad. When I say we blasted, I mean the other guys. 3 out of 4 items he can drop are very, very good, and he, of course, dropped the one shit item. This is probably the worst run of loot you could actually get in Dead Mines, unironically. There wasn't one decent upgrade for anybody in the group. Although, saying that, for me, after looking through the Dead Mines loot table, there's no real good loot outside of weapons, which I obviously can't use. As we didn't finish off the zombie quest before the dungeon, we headed back in there to collect the last few cards that we needed, and that was the Dead Mines officially complete for me. No more runs to do. A big shout out to the group. They knew I was basically going to be dead weight and still allowed me to come, even though it put their characters more at risk, and I really appreciate that. It was a bumper group, and we finished the whole dungeon in just over 30 minutes. After the high of finishing my first dungeon, I delivered the quest and received my sick pair of pants. 11 strength and 5 stamina. Damn. I put one of the armor kits on it and it was good to go. While handing in these quests, I also hit level 21, which gives a nice little ending to this episode. Here is the usual proof that I am not a cheating little bastard. Here is my spell ability book to see that I haven't learned any of the damaging abilities or bubble, or the heals for now I guess, but I will learn them in the next episode. My skills here are I have level 1 blacksmithing, as I haven't started it yet, and 85 mining, so I do have a bunch of resources saved up. I have 150 fishing and cooking alongside 93 first aid, so my secondary skills are looking pretty decent. Currently, we are rocking a very average chestplate and a very below average blacksmithing level. The breastplate we're using at the moment, breasts, gives us 3 stamina and 3 intellect. This gives us no damage increase at all, from what is probably the best armor piece we can use, so we need to change it. Having looked through blacksmithing, I've seen one piece of armor that could be possible for us to make, just extremely time consuming to obtain the materials, but it would be a massive upgrade. It would bring us from 0 strength to 14 strength, which is insane. What is the name of this beautiful chest piece? The one and only shining silver breastplate. This will be no easy task, as we'll have to first level our blacksmithing to 145, which will be a pain in the ass as blacksmithing needs huge quantities of materials, and secondly we need to gather the materials, which includes some rare gems and even rarer pearls. Our shopping list is as follows: 20 bronze bars, 2 moss agates, 2 lesser moonstones, 2 iridescent pearls, and 4 silver bars. At this stage of my journey, I already had the 20 bronze bars, the 2 moss agates, and 4 silver bars, so I can tick them off the list. So all I need is 2 lesser moonstones and 2 iridescent pearls. Easy, right? Wrong. I crafted up all the materials I had saved from mining, and this got me up to 47 blacksmithing. Only another 100 levels to go. I was actually lacking rough stone of all items, so I needed to go do a lot of copper mining. I noticed I had a bunch of wool cloth in my bags, and in order to free up space, I learned woolen bandages from the first aid trainer. The heavy woolen bandages I've learned next healed me for 301 damage instead of 114 from the heavy linen, so that was a big upgrade. After finishing up all the bandages, I was up to about 118 first aid. You know, not too far off silk. I had a few quests left to finish in both Lochmoden and Westfall, so I decided to bang them out while gathering all the ore I could find. You know, 2 birds and 1 stone and all that. I handed in the Trog quest I completed previously, but didn't have time to hand in. The follow-up to this was to kill shamans and bone snappers, which were located in a cave. This was a little bit scary, but there is good ore spawns in the cave, so it could be lucrative. On the way there, I had a look at what talents I would choose next. I decided on the protection tree to work my way up to reckoning. This would also give me some more survivability, which is always welcome. In the cave, I got a little bit carried away and decided to take on 3 mobs at once. 2 of these were also healers. You know, bear in mind, this stage of the episode I still couldn't heal. That would come later. I managed to kill all 3 of the Trogs, surviving on about 15% HP. There was yet another follow-up to this Trog quest, which wanted me to kill 3 named NPCs. Basically a boss and his 2 loyal bodyguards. I remember seeing them in the cave, but I avoided them as they seem quite strong. It does give a green quality shield though, which really tempts me. I'll have to do a little bit of research and see. Having done some homework, it seems that it could potentially be doable. Just very difficult. There is 3 different mobs: Brawler, Gnasher, and Gromug. Brawler has a stun, so he's going to be my priority number 1. Gromug has a bloodlust that works on allies too, so he's priority number 2. And lastly, Gnasher steals health and heals himself, so he'll be the lowest priority. I'm going to clear all the Trogs around beforehand. There is an area that you can possibly jump down below them, so I want to clear that as much as possible, so that if needs be I can jump and bandage. I also have a food buff and health pots ready to go. so let's see how we do. I will use Devotion Ore for this, as I want as much armor as possible. This was my plan originally, but then I found a video online of an evade spot that can be used for the fight, so I used that strategy instead. It was still a scary fight, however, as I was greedy and almost died. I got super low multiple times. It started to be a little bit of squeaky bum time, and I hearthstoned out. I think in future for caves, I'll make sure that my hearthstone is always off cooldown, so I can bail if needed. After handing in that quest, the Trog chain was finally complete, and it rewarded me with a great looking shield called the Dwarven Defender. How appropriate. Up next was an escort quest to deliver some blast powder to the mine. I helped escort an NPC called Moran, who also seemed to be doing an unarmed challenge. Legend. There was another time quest in the zone, this time to kill boars. Classic. Hopefully it'd be less busy than the vultures. I killed the 5 boars needed without too much competition and handed the quest in before the timer ran out. It was at this point I realised that Daryl, the quest giver, is an absolute knob. The last follow up to his chain was to kill an elite bear, which was pretty cool, but there seemed to be no reward, which was a little bit sad. At this stage I had a couple of quests left to the north. On my way there was 3 elite horde mobs wandering around the lake. I had never noticed these before. Are these aggressive? Because these would beat the shit out of me. I took a moment to admire the view of the spitting dwarves, knowing one wrong step would end the challenge. Apparently, some dwarves wanted to blow up the bridge, and I was the detective in search of evidence. On the other side of the bridge, there was a crate of explosives, which seemed like pretty good evidence to me. Guilty as charged. While on the way back, I noticed that they had a bunch of cannons pointed at the poor Trogs Island. The lads are there with their little broken wooden fences and tents, while the dwarves blow the shite out of them with cannons. That seems a little bit one-sided. I then swapped shirts as it suited my armor better. A bit random, I know, but everybody knows that fashion is the true endgame. I will hold on to the red shirt just in case, however. Next up was the Elite Bear. I found a group with 2 gentlemen called Gelbert and Ultra Hobbit. While running up to wait near the bear, I almost ran straight into it without noticing. Look how stealthy this bear is. He was one tanky boy, but we killed him with me tanking. I could actually hold aggro with Righteous Fury, which was pretty cool. I brought its head to the spoiled little shit Daryl, and he shat his pants. You arrogant little prick. Much to the amusement of the elf which asked me to do it, and my amusement too. Look at this avatar icon for the elf though. She has been taking way too many of those mana crystals. That brought Lochmoden to an end for me. Now, what did I think of Lochmoden? Well, I did like it, but less than Westfall. I think having the huge lock in the middle is cool graphically, but there is a lot of annoying parts to traverse, aka having to go the whole way around the lake when you want to go to the west or east every time. Then the Trog area has been a very specific entrance point, and it felt very bottlenecked at places, was quite cool, but then quite dangerous as well, especially for hardcore. Mobs wise, there is the old Alliance classics of the Trogs and Kobolds, but they also had some beasts and the Ogre Elite quests, which were really cool. I like them a lot. So overall, I would give it like a 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10. Next up was Westfall, as I wanted to finish this zone too. While fighting some of the Defias, I dinged level 22 and I put my points into Redoubt. It was time to go to the Lighthouse, as that was the last Bastion quest for the zone, and to grind Murlocs for the quest item starter. I really like this lighthouse. It's beautiful scenery, it's nice and calm. There was the ocean breeze and a little dock. Little dock, okay? Not the other thing. I could live here, being a peaceful old lighthouse keeper, you know? I had a quest to kill old Murkai, who was the boss man Murloc of the area. And let me tell you, it was a fight for the ages. Look at this punch here. And then he swiped at me with a spear, and then I punched him again, and again, and again, and another time. And after 37 punches, he finally went down. They will speak of this epic battle for millennia to come. Well, it was actually 16 punches. Yes, I counted. Now you can see why the episodes take so long to make. I wandered across, see, I'm learning my phrasing, another Dust Devil and tried by luck again for some magic dust. Does make me sound like a bit of an addict, huh? I then came across, okay, maybe I'm not learning. Murloc peeing in the pool. Look at the little pervert standing there, peeing in the pool while staring at me. I can see the ripples in the water, man. I know what you're doing. If you aren't careful, the red lights will come on in the water. By the way, did anyone else's parents used to tell them that as a kid, and in your 30s, that if you peed in the swimming pool, the red light would come on and everybody would know? No? Just me? Okay. On second thoughts, I just noticed that the lighthouse keeper is dead, so maybe this isn't the nicest, most secluded spot to live, but it does look beautiful. I could just imagine myself sitting here on the pier, having a drink and fishing away. This was a nice way to send off Westfall. I could have grinded Murlocs for the treasure map, but it is a 1.5% drop rate, and I really cannot be bothered as I'm far ahead of the mobs on experience anyway. Time to train at the Paladin Trainer. There were some huge upgrades this level, Blessing a Might rank 3 and Crusader rank 3, so I would have a nice damage boost. It was at this stage that I uploaded the second video, and a lot of people had said to heal in dungeons and out of dungeons, so I trained my healing abilities. I also noted that I would have to collect a healing set that would make me an intelligent boy, which is quite a difficult task. I was now punching for about 50 total damage each punch. I was well on my way to becoming Saitama. I fished in a floating wreckage I found, and I got some rumsy rum. Rum, stick it up your... It was at this stage I realised that mobs who can heal take forever to kill. Who'd have thought it? Low DPS and enemies healing is not a good combination for me. How did I find this out? From killing Murlocs, of course. You thought I gave up on the quest drop item, didn't you, you fool? Told you I wouldn't give up, I'm a stubborn bastard. Yes, there we go. Here it is. I can't remember how many kills it took as I forgot to track. The brain rot had well and truly settled in by now. Right next to the tumbleweed. I started working my way through the treasure map quest chain, where a guy said what we were all thinking. I then spoke to a jug beside a windmill and swam to an island to finish off the treasure map quest chain. On the way back I noticed a hunter massacring crabs. After asking him what was the cause of this massacre, he stayed very quiet. Suspiciously quiet. Thinking that maybe we didn't speak the same language, I tried to speak in a language that he might understand. I even reversed the order of the phrase and still nothing. I left the hunter to deal with his crabs, while I contemplated my time in Westfall. Now, Westfall as a zone, I loved it. The Alliance starting zones have been really nice so far. I really liked Dunmorog and Elwyn. Lochmoden was meh, but Westfall is a beauty. I consider it kind of like the Alliance version of the Barrens. It's full of NPCs and mobs without being claustrophobic. There is a lot of quests that are enjoyable to do. The Defias questline and then going into the Dead Mines to complete it is a really cool story plot. If Lochmoden is a 5 out of 10, this is like a solid 8 out of 10 for me. By this stage I leveled my blacksmithing up to level 84. Still a long way to go, but I was short on core stones. It was time for Redridge. I picked up all the quests in Lakeshire, including a Redridge stew quest. Seems like every zone has one of these. Well, technically it's goulash, but same but different. While mining some tin, I got my first lesser moonstone, one step closer to our beautiful chest. I killed a bunch of gnolls for a quest, and ding level 23 shortly after on some orcs who were loitering. Bloody teenagers. I had a green ring drop which gave 2 MP5, which would be nice for healing. Nothing major, but I do love mana regen as a healer. I discovered a hidden Murlocs anonymous meeting in the hills. I wonder what they were talking about. Okay, Mario the Murloc, would you like to share with the group as it's your first time here? Okay, sure. I don't know why, I just can't help myself, but when I see a player, I have to shout for all my friends to join me and then chase the player down and murder them. I just want to live a quiet, normal life in my little straw hut, watching my favourite crime program, Murloc Murder Mysteries, but I just can't resist the bloodlust. I collected some spider and Gondor meat for the goulash. Gondor meat? Yeah, straight out of Lord of the Rings, nice. Then proceeded to fight a magical orc with 4 sets of shadows. He must be powerful. Priest running past gave me a whole bunch of buffs and I was looking pretty stacked buff-wise. Handing in all the quests, the only loot of note I received was a pair of gloves I could use for my healing set. So I went to kill Bellygrub, but there was a druid there waiting, so I watched him fight. That's the one thing that does suck with not being able to group, is waiting for named NPCs to spawn, especially when there's other people around. I feel at this stage I can solo mobs quite easily, so it's not that grouping for the named NPCs would make a very difficult fight easier. Oh well. All the lessons I learned from this I can implement in any future series. So any tips or feedback is appreciated. If not used in this series, I can always use it in the future. I handed in Redridge stew and got yet another recipe for cooking. There was a travelling salesman that was selling a pair of green leather bracers with 5 intellect, so I bought them also for healing. It was time for yet more Murloc punching. God, I hate doing quests in the water. Look at this. Come back here, you little fucker. I noticed Nessie wandering around the lake at this point too. That could have been a disaster that I never even knew about. Anyone got any tips for future dangers? You know, such as Stitches in Duskwood or like Devil Swords in Ungoro? Any of those death traps for hardcore? There was a Murloc village to the south, which was a much better place to grind. There's a lot less swimming here, so I collected the last of the fish and the fins I needed. I punched a bunch of orcs and stole their axes. I then punched a pig to death and received some flowers for doing so. Fun fact, if you wear these flowers that you were given, they don't show up. I've been scammed. I got an interesting quest reward called Fish Liver Oil that increases your attack speed by 10% for 30 seconds. They seem to be a one-off reward from this quest, so it could potentially come in useful in the future. I was very close to level 24 at this stage, so I grinded some mobs to ding. Smelting the silver that I'd mined leveled me up to 125 mining, which meant I could now mine iron. Crafting everything up, I was now at 129 blacksmithing, which was a big jump. I was not too far away from the blacksmithing level needed for the chest piece. I was now short on copper bars, ironically. I swear I'm never gonna be able to stop mining copper. I was also nearly on 5 gold from vendoring all the items I made. It was back to the paladin trainer and I learned Blessing and Wisdom rank 2, Turn Undead and Blessing and Protection. It was at this point that I decided to respec. I had planned on going Protection for the better block chance and planned to use shield spikes to reflect damage while doing so. But after realising that shield spike recipes were all random drops and going to be basically impossible to get, I thought that it'd be better for me to go more of a traditional rep build for now. Also, the movement speed increases are always welcome. I was doing huge amounts of running at the moment and was already on 35 hours /played, so this is going to be my new spec for now. There was a quest I needed to hand in to Dunmorrig, and I was glad that I did, as the follow-up was sending me to a cave in the wetlands where I had planned to go already. Time to go to the wetlands. Running simulator it is again, and the new build is paying off already. Testing out my new talent build, the damage felt the same as the old build, which was nice. Also, I wasn't sure if Vindiction would work unarmed, but after testing I can confirm that it does. So reducing their strength and agility will help reduce their damage, but it will also speed up my kills minorly, as less agility means that they will dodge less. It's a win-win really. I killed a bunch of orcs on the way through for quests, but before doing any more quests, I wanted to gather up as many quests as possible for the zone. Quests. So I ran to Menethil Harbour, grabbed as many as I could find, and also the flight path. I was then ripped off for a drink. 13 silver's 50. Do you think I'm made of money?
13 silver for a drink. Jesus. Inflation these days.
I notice here that one of the quest rewards is a 10 slot bag, which would be a really nice upgrade over my current 6 slotters, because I am always running out of bag space.
Oh, 10 slot bag, that's nice.
Now it's time to explain the next part of the master plan. To craft a super sick smithing chest, I need 2 iridescent pearls. These are dropped most commonly from clamshells. The only clamshell I can reliably gather at this level that drops them is the thick-shelled clam. Luckily for me, these drop from the murlocs in the wetlands. You know where this is going, right? These murlocs also drop murloc fins, which I can use to cook the murloc fin soup, which provides a +6 stamina buff. So these murlocs would be perfect for me to grind, as I could stack up on a bunch of good food and gather the pearls that I needed. There was one problem though. The clamshells had a 33% chance to drop from the murlocs, which means on average, about every 3 kills I'll receive 1. Which is not bad. The clamshells only have a 3% chance to contain an iridescent pearl, and I needed 2 of them. So if we take 33% drop chance for the clam, and then we have a 3% chance per clam to get a pearl, that means that we need to kill a lot of murlocs. So according to ChatGPT's math, that means on average I'd have to kill over 200 murlocs, and that's with average luck. I am not a lucky character. These murlocs are also not fast for me to kill, so I'm going to be here for a while. I had a close encounter early on where I came very close to dying, but being the moron that I am, I didn't realise I was recording. I hit record at the very end and this is my reaction.
Holy shit, that was close. I didn't realise I wasn't even recording. Oh, I pulled 3 murlocs there. Not doing that again. One of them reset luckily, but I'd fucking used my potion and everything and I was on 10% health with no mana. Some fucking squeaky bum time.
I looted every chest I discovered, as they could potentially hold the iron shield spike recipe for blacksmithing, which would be a huge find. Once I had finished the quest here, I decided it would be best for me to continue questing before coming back to the murlocs, as I'd be a higher level potentially, and I'd have faster kill times, so it'd save me time in the long run. I gathered a bunch of crocodile skins and received a forest leather boots drop, which is a very nice pair of booties. I found some new higher tier healing potions and finished gathering the ore from the cave. I delivered the ore quest and I got some strength and stamina gloves that were cloth. I was almost 25 at this stage and I wanted to do the slime quest for that sweet bag reward. You didn't hear that voice break. I'm a man, I swear. I'm a big alpha man. While running through the wetlands, I hodged a crocodile right in the face in front of a warrior who was super impressed by my mad skills. See how manly that was? He then hit me with one of those Horatio Kane one-liners. If you know, you know. While delivering another quest to Treebeard, I dinged to level 25. It was time to attempt the slime quest. This could be a long grind, but I got a fairly decent look and I got it on the 10th kill. I killed a bunch of gnolls who I had to kite across the river each time as they sprinted off whenever they got low, and handing this in gave me a really cool reward called Phytoblade. It's a weapon that has a proc damage effect and you need herbalism to wield it. I haven't seen any other weapons like this, especially requiring herbalism. While running around, a bunch of different players buffed me with different spells. As I noticed I had a decent collection of buffs, I decided to go grind some Murlocs, especially while I have Thorns, as I absolutely love the Thorns plus Rhetor combo. I was opening the clams as I got them at this stage, and I got cooked by a small lustrous pearl. While doing a bit of research, it was said that the giant clams in the ocean can have these pearls as well at an 8% chance, so much higher than the 3% chance from the shells I was currently collecting. Although, after swimming and searching for these for about 5 minutes, I thought, feck this, and I gave up. It was way too tedious. For my talent points, I was going to put them in Improved Rhetor. It's a very minor upgrade now, but next level I get a new Retribution or a rank, and that will be a very nice damage boost. At one point there was a druid killing Murlocs for the quest here too. Here's a speed comparison of me versus an average druid. After 60 Murloc kills and no pearls, I decided that was enough for the day. I delivered the slime quest, collected my sweet 10 slot bag, and I called it for the day. I'll be back, Murlocs. I decided to mix things up a bit, and I started collecting a bunch of clams to open at once. How exciting. First up, we had 12 clams. We got yet another of the wrong pearls just to tease us. Oh, you fucking tease. But none of the ones we needed. Back to the Murlocs we go. I gathered up another 12 clams, and this time I got one of the pearls that I needed. Yes! That's one down. Okay, nice. One to go. Oh, I've got one here. No. And this is where I made my big mistake, ladies and gentlemen. One ran away when they got low, so I decided to heal up while only two were hitting me. One of the bastards gouged me, I think, and interrupted the heal. And it's time to say goodbye to... the Murlocs. Sit down, Murlocs. I had to use an emergency health pot as I dropped down to 5% health. This was the closest I'd ever come to dying. Cheeks were clenched. As I was level 26 now, I went to the Paladin Trainer and I learned a new rank of Seal of Righteousness and a new rank of Retribution Ore, as well as putting my talent point into Improved Rhetor again. My reflect damage had gone from 5 to 12 instantly, so that is a huge increase. Back to our best friends, the Murlocs, we went. On opening a chest here, there was a rare gun, Little Timmy's Pea Shooter. This would have been insane if I was a hunter, but as I'm self-found and a paladin, it will just have to go into a collection of rare items in my bank. It's going to be pretty cool though to see how many of these I get while leveling. It's going to be like my proud little trophy room. It was time for another clam opening fiesta with 18 collected this time. Surely one of these will contain the pearl. Nope, nothing. Collected up another 10 clams. Please, pearl. No, another absence of the pearl. I had a quick check to see how many kills deep I was on the Murlocs. I was already on 294 kills of the different Murloc NPCs combined. So I was almost 100 kills over average and still no sign. I had a very kind whisper from a player called Elderimo telling me that he enjoyed the last episode that was put up, so shout out to him. I hope you enjoyed this one too, buddy. And in the meantime, he also dinged level 60, so congrats to you, bud. After a whopping 24 clams, surely this was the last clam opening we were going to have. I got the wrong pearl again, and another one back to back. Seriously, 2 in a row?
Come on, man, please. I don't want to kill any more Murlocs. Give me that iridescent. Please, look, I've got 4 of the small ones, man. I'm pretty sure they're like the same drop rate. Please. Oh. No. Why'd you make me do this? Alright, let's check kill tracker. Okay, so far I've killed 240 Murlocs. I've killed 80 of the paddle jumpers. I have killed 27 of the tide hunters. And then there's a few like smaller amounts. But basically 240 and 80 is 320 and 27. So I've basically killed about 350 Murlocs at this stage. I had a lot of Murloc blood on my hands. Maybe I should go to the next Murlocs Anonymous meeting to apologise for all the trauma that I've caused. It's a bit of a grind. On the bright side, I'm almost 27, I guess. Level 27. Yay. Okay, the fucking Murlocs are now gone grey. I can't remember how long I've been here. This has been like a week in real life of just killing Murlocs. I work a full-time job, so obviously I haven't been able to play that much. But I'm basically killing like 2 to 3 hours of Murlocs a day when I can. Yeah. I mean, look, we're gonna keep going. We ain't giving up. We'll get there. Just gotta be patient. Alright, we've got 6 to open before I go off. Please. Let me be free. Another day, another beautiful evening of killing Murlocs. I feel I've now avenged every hardcore player that has ever died to Murlocs by this stage. 16 clams. Please let me be free from this Groundhog Day. I finally pulled it. Yes, 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 yes. 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 Thank God I'm free from the Murlocs. Oh, you beautiful pearl bastard, you. The total number of Murloc kills was 406, plus a few kills of some of the higher types, so it's probably closer to about 450 in total, but we were finally free of our Murloc hellhole. Now, all I needed was some tin and to get lucky with a moonstone. There is a cave in the northwest of Redridge that I wanted to go to. This cave had a lot of tin nodes, but it also had a lot of orcs, and these orcs are pretty damn strong. I cleared my way towards the cave, where fighting 2 mobs was nearly a death sentence, and I found my first node and a solid chest. The solid chest had amazing loot, which I was very happy about. It's single melon juice, you bastards. Upon walking into the cave, there was orcs everywhere. Champions and warlocks. The warlocks also had pets, so if I chain pull them, it could be very bad. I pulled 2 mobs at once by trying to mine the tin, and as I was fighting them, another mob spawned. Oh, this is fucking scary. All the mobs respawned outside in the camp, and I decided that this was too risky. If I stayed much longer, I was sure I was gonna die. Please reset, please reset. Oh my god, holy shit. Strong mobs in a tight packed area where there's not many escape routes and lots of fast respawns? No thank you. I decided to run around the mountains in Redridge, mining everything I came across while doing some quests at the same time. I found a solid chest that has a decent chance of having a lesser moonstone in it, and it had a moss agate. What a tease.
I also found a lovely little Murloc village by a lake in the sunken area.
Isn't this a lovely little village they have here? Just chilling by the lake. Oh, that is dense, man. That is a death sentence getting anywhere near those.
While doing my little loops, I finally got lucky and I got the Lesser Moonstone.
Yes! Yes, 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 yes! I actually got it! I actually got it! Yes! Oh my god. Now, I know for those watching, that probably doesn't seem that big a deal. My slash played is, what's that, 20 for 44 hours at level 27. I have spent a long time trying to get that. Oh my god, I can't believe I have it. That is so good. Alright, we are going to go and make it straight away. I was just like looking at where else I could go and like what different mobs I could do. Yes!
I was really excited to go and make the chest, but when I got back to Ironforge, I realized I didn't actually have the smithing level required for the chest. I did, however, make myself some silver bronze boots. Before I left, I also made myself a pair of patterned bronze bracers and silver bronze gauntlets. I needed a lot of bronze to level blacksmithing, so I gathered as much tin and copper from Redridge as I could, and any spare copper I needed I gathered from Dunmorg. Smelting this up got me to level 145, high enough to make the chest. I did however need to quickly grab another 20 bronze bars as I'd used up mine leveling. I smelted up the bronze I had gathered and that was the final requirement for the chest. It is now time to craft our insane upgrade. 14 strength higher than what we are using already. This chest is nuts.
Oh my god, look at it, made by Holyfisted. That is such a big upgrade. 14 strength versus 0 strength. 6 stamina versus 3 stamina. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. And now for the cherry on top, the armor kit. Oh, 32 extra armor from these two.
Being self-found has its challenges. Having to gather everything yourself and not being able to trade is challenging. But even more challenging than this is Blizzard's recipe design. All 3 shield spike recipes for blacksmithing are world drops, which means they are basically impossible to obtain. But if we could get one of these recipes, it would be incredible as a paladin because we have a lot of reflect and block damage and we could get a very interesting build going. For those who don't know, a shield spike is an item you attach to your shield, which deals damage every time you block. And I need as much damage as possible to finish this challenge before I die of old age. The goal is to obtain the unobtainable recipe by killing elites with a 0.01% chance to drop it. Well, that's depressing. The best chance to get the shield spike recipe seems to be in dungeons and in chests. So, prepare yourself for some dungeon farming. The first dungeon on my list was the Stockades in Stormwind. I gathered all the quests that I could find, but there was one which required me to do an elite pre-quest in the wetlands. So I headed over there and started looking for a group. Although after a lot of time spent looking, I still had no luck. It seems strange to me that the Stockades is like a level 25 dungeon, but the pre-quest is a level 31 elite quest. But hey, it is what it is. Those weird little inconsistencies are kind of part of what makes Classic such a unique experience. I gave in the Fen Creepers quest and got the really cool Fido Blade. This is best in slot for hippies. Up next was my time to try pick on some people my own level for once. There is a group of orcs in an encampment and I had to collect their banners. These were dual wheel mobs and I do love that reflect damage. That might be something I look into further in the future. Having killed 20 of these, I finally got the banners needed. Obviously not all of them were trusted enough to carry a banner. While running towards the next little quest hub, I discovered my first iron deposit and gladly mined it up. Iron will be crucial for the next few blacksmithing plans that I have. At the quest hub, they told me that they were digging for artifacts and were attacked by a horde of raptors. Ormer the dwarf here apparently saved their lives. What a hero. Many lives were lost to the raptors, however, so we were asked to avenge them and to collect some fragments. Apparently he had a plan for vengeance. Punching things? Sign me up. I collected all the fragments required and then started punching some raptors. While running around the wetlands finding raptors to punch, I dinged level 28. I handed in the Orc Banner quest and I was given a follow-up to destroy some catapults they had built and were going to use on Menethil Harbour. In order to do this, I was given a Dwarven Tinder profile. I'm not really sure how this is going to help, but maybe the Orc's weaknesses is bearded dwarf ladies? Delivering the raptor quest gave me another follow-up to kill even more raptors. This guy is bloodthirsty. I like it. I then handed in the Fragments quest, which gave me my first pair of green shoulders. These were caster shoulders, so they will be amazing for healing with 6 intellect and 4 spirit. Plus, they looked awesome. Big fan of these. I killed the next 20 raptors that the bloodthirsty dwarf wanted, and he then asked me to take out the big boss. I waited for the boss to appear for like 10 minutes and then he finally showed up. I beat him down as punishment for him and his cronies' crimes. The dwarf then told me that the raptors would think twice before attacking the dwarves again. So you're welcome, dwarf kind. The reward to this was a curiously tasty omelette recipe. New allies must be having feasts the whole time with all these recipes. I made my way over to where the catapults were located, used my national racial trait and exploded them. Chieftain Necrosh was the elite leader of the Orc clan and he was located nearby. There was a bounty on his head. I walked over, keeping an eye on general chat to see if anyone wanted to group up to fight him. A hunter called Shramp was keen, so we joined forces. We cleared the orcs out on the way to the camp and I got a nice green pair of bracers that I could use for healing. There we were, Holyfisted, Shramp and the loyal Oink Oink. Yes, that was his pet's name. We fought a good battle, killing the ads that spawned with the chieftain, and then also the ads that respawned during the fight. It was a long, hard fight, with Oink Oink tanking, and me healing Oink Oink to make sure our porky friend survived the encounter, but we came out the other side victorious. And we collected his head. I do seem to spend quite a lot of time collecting heads lately. Probably not the safest of hobbies, but hey, to each their own. Handing this in gave me this amazing looking samurai sword, which I couldn't use. Good vendor value though. Up next was our first dungeon of the episode. I did not have all the quests yet, as I still had to complete the elite pre-quests, but I knew that I'd have to do a fair few dungeons if I was to get the shield spike recipe, so I wasn't in too much of a rush to collect them. There is nothing too crazy about the stockades. Most of the bosses are fairly simple and have fairly simple mechanics. As long as we don't overpull, we should be fairly safe. In terms of loot, it's pretty terrible. Only one of the bosses drop blue items, and it's a rare boss, so most likely we won't even see him. Rugal Iron Knuckle is the name of the rare boss, and he drops jimmied handcuffs, which would be a nice grab for us, but I'm not going to put it on my list because it's just too RNG. Like, I need the mob to spawn for a start, which is a complete random chance, and then I also need him to drop the handcuffs, and then I also need to win the handcuffs. And plus, I already have plenty of handcuffs at home, so I'm okay. The other thing is, in dungeons on hardcore, you can only do them once a day, so I just end up spending forever trying to collect it, and it would be nice to get an episode out more than once a month. Now, what is the chance of obtaining the shield spike recipe from here? Well, I'm going to put it on screen now because saying it out loud is just going to depress me even more. I was in pretty much a full German group, so I did not know what was going on half the time, and they did not seem to appreciate my attempts to talk to them. Put on my finest dress and I would be healing for this dungeon. We had a warrior tank and 3 mages. This is AoE heaven. Surely with 3 mages, no one dies. Kargor the Dread was an orc in jail for some pretty serious stuff, let me tell you. I mean, I have no idea, I just completely made that up on the spot. We had to collect his head. Thank you. Considering I was still in some melee gear, the healing felt pretty mana efficient. We proceeded to work our way through the dungeon like a well-oiled German machine of efficiency. I did ask someone to mistletoe me for the 20 spirit buff, which would be really nice for mana regen, as it was Christmas at this time, but unfortunately there was no kiss to go with it. Because I was healing, I decided to pass on any of the melee gear that dropped. Even though I'm ret, it just seems a bit greedy to roll for both the healing and the ret gear, so I didn't. What's your guys' opinion on that? If you're like performing an off roll in a dungeon, do you roll on your main roll? Or do you only roll on what you're currently doing, such as healing or DPSing? For me, I tend to only roll on what I'm currently doing, even though when you're leveling, most people tend to off-heal or tank even though it's not their main spec. We discovered our first dungeon chest. I asked the group if there was a shield spike recipe, could they leave it in the chest for me seeing as I'm self-found. That is the one scary thing. If somebody loots the recipe and then wants to trade it to me because they didn't realize I was self-found, I think I would cry. Now, the chance is 0.4% that the recipe is inside the chest, so it's a long shot. But we live in hope and denial. We rolled for the chest and boom! 96. Sit down, meine Freundin. That chest is all mine. Recipe, please. No, just a bunch of crap, really. Oh well, next chest. We took down Dextrum Ward and we collected his hand for a quest. which was a very welcome change from the usual body part collecting we do. I did not make a mouse over macro for healing for way too many dungeon runs, so don't judge me, it is coming, okay? Macros take a slight bit of brain power, and all of mine went on repeatedly punching things for 40 hours, so I'm a little low. I won a nice belt and ding level 29 at the same time. It was beautiful, although I still had my usual problem of my bags were full of junk all the time. I was one convict short of completing the quest, but unfortunately there's no more in the dungeon. Wasn't too big of a deal as I'd have to come back to complete the other quests later, so that was our run finished and unfortunately no shield spike recipe. I handed in all the quests I had completed and I realised that a quest chain we started in Westfall and then the Dead Mines was still going on and I completed the next step of it. This would lead us to an amazing reward. The rest of the quests, they kind of gave me a little silver in experience, but that was all. There was a kidnapping of a high valued diplomat recently by the Defias, and the council wanted to keep it a secret from the public. There was an insider that must have been given information out. I then had to meet a gnome hidden in a bush who was very worried about the guards finding the two of us in the bushes together because of his reputation. Yeesh, man. Does our love mean nothing to you? I had to create a disguise and the main item I needed was 2 apples. I wonder what they're going to be used for. Being the super sneaky rogue paladin that I am, I stole the apples right from behind her back. You see nothing, Clara. You do have lovely apples, by the way. The follow-up to this quest is quite scary to solo on hardcore. I had some people offer to group, but I wanted to challenge myself, and I also had that rule of where I can't group for non-elite quests. Basically, we spy on a secret meeting between 2 people. They then notice, try to kill us, and we have to kill them before the guards come back. I did not know if the guards would attack me when they came back, as I was attacking some, like, Stormwind NPCs, but there's only one way to find out. My DPS is awful as I have no weapon, so I really hope they don't attack me if I don't make it in time. After a little bit of procrastination, I started the quest. And Tyrion's spybot is pretty damn beautiful, I gotta say. I seen a rogue sneak in and talk to our suspect, so I very sneakily watched from the side. There's no way that they could have seen me. I decided to kill the dude in a dress first, as I presumed he was a caster and would do more damage. These guys slap. I popped my fish liver oil and I eventually killed the dress wearing fella. Marzan was left and he was no pushover. I healed and I used the last of my mana, and then I realised the guards were coming back. So I tried to pull him away from them to give me a little bit more time to damage, but they aggroed anyways. They ran over to me and finished off Marzan. They then unaggroed and left me alone, which I was terrified they wouldn't when I seen them sprinting at me. There is a bit more yapping to different people, but it ended up giving me an incredible ring for paladins, Seal of Rin. This gave literally every stat, and paladins are one of the few classes that can make use of all of them. I would be keeping this for a long time, I imagine. Now that I was all blinged up, it was time to go to Duskwood to hand in the other Stockades quest. Now, I wasn't planning on recording this until I seen the very first line of this quest text. What the fuck, Blizzard? Why is somebody molesting the dead? While delivering Targar's head, I seen that people were recruiting for the elite quests in Redridge, so I joined up with them. I decided that I would heal as we had a bear druid, 2 warlocks and a mage. I asked to be kissed under the mistletoe again, but all I got was the buff. This druid was a beast and didn't take much damage. I really like druid tanks. I mean, especially at lower levels, they feel so much tankier than warriors. Makes my job as the healer even easier. We took Tharalzun down quickly and we made our way towards the castle for the rest of the quests. Upstairs in the castle, we found Gaffulzog along with his pet dragon and ads. They went down pretty easily and all that was left to do was to collect the midnight orbs. Handing the elite quests in got me to 4 bars away from level 30, and I was now up to 12 gold. I am a baller. While killing gnolls earlier, they dropped an item that started a quest where I had to travel to the Tower of Azor in Elwyn Forest. This is such a weird place. There is a load of old balding gnomes in dresses all over the tower. There is a wizard at the top of the tower who can use an eye to spy on people. Tower full of gnomes and you're spying on people, huh? You pervert. As I was almost level 30, I wanted to do Black Fathom Deeps before I got too high level and that I wouldn't get much experience. I made my way to Aberdeen, I grabbed all the pre-quests and the flight path before heading to Darnassus to do the same. I now had all the quests bar one which I would get inside the dungeon itself. I decided to head down to Ashenvale and to do the Furbolg quest outside Astronar to hopefully get enough experience to ding. I killed all the Furbolgs, completed the quest and ding level 30 from handing it in, at a speedrun world record pace of 50 hours and 39 minutes / played. What an absolute machine. There's a group for the Black Fathom Deeps that was looking for a healer for the last spot and I was very tempted. But it was Christmas Eve and I had 90 minutes before I had to leave. If I was late, I would have some serious girlfriend aggro and that stuff is taunt immune. did actually join the group, but then a member DC'd after we were waiting for ages, so I had to leave, which I think was probably a good decision in the end anyways. It was time to nip back to the paladin trainer. I trained a new rank of Holy Light, of Lay on Hands, and Seal of Light, which could come in handy in the future. It was now time for Black Fathom Deeps. BFD is a more challenging dungeon than Stockades in my opinion, and it has much better loot to match. There is 2 items here that I would really like to get my hands on. Algae Fists, which are a pair of blue mail gloves with 10 strength and 4 stamina. These would be hard to get as I'm healing, so realistically I'd need like a druid tank or no other mail wearers, or make sure that the other mail wearer did have those gloves already. So I think that one's going to be quite difficult to get. Secondly, for my healing set, I would really like the Moss Cinch. 11 intellect for a belt at this level is crazy. There is a few sketchy parts in this dungeon, and the 2 that jump immediately to mind is the Murloc room, as the Murlocs sprint away in fear when low and can pull a lot more, and also, you know, the fact they've seen me murder over 400 of them, I don't think they're going to be my biggest fan. And the second one is the Fires event, which is where there is 4 fires and each one you click summons a bunch of mobs. If someone clicks on multiple at once, you can be in a very bad spot, but hopefully that doesn't happen. It should be pretty safe unless we're pretty stupid. And the shield spike recipe drop here is fairly abysmal as well. There is a bunch of elites outside the dungeon, so we cleared our way through them and into the dungeon. The first boss that we discovered was Gamura, who is basically just a tank and spank with a lot of physical mitigation. He dropped the caster belt, which is okay, but nobody needed it. Just around the corner from him was Lady Savarus. She has a chain lightning ability, but that's about it. We took her down with me using Seal of Light Judgment to try and have the DPS heal themselves while damaging, which I think is actually a pretty cool mechanic. He dropped a nice pair of leather gloves, which the druid tank took. I swam into the wounded night elf that gave me the last quest for the dungeon, which was to collect a boss's head. Who'd have guessed it? More head collecting. We'd have a trophy room full of collected heads at this stage. We then realised that we'd gone past a manuscript quest that was in the water near the turtle boss, so we had to swim all the way back there. Look, it's an ally only quest, okay? I don't know where this stuff is. Now we ran all the way back to where we were previously and continued the dungeon. We had some big AoE pulls, which was cool, but it could be dangerous. The foreboding is real. I got myself a nice pair of green pants. If there was such a thing as leprechaun pants in WoW, these would be them. My eyes burn. We made it to the Murloc room that I mentioned earlier, you know, where I said they'll flee at low HP and they can pull other mobs. Now, normally, groups would pull the Murlocs back so that if they flee, they're still far away from pulling others. It's just a safer thing to do. So we, naturally, decided to just face tank it and run in. And well, that is where shit hit the fan. With some mad skills, and I'm pretty sure a lot of luck, we survived. We did, however, learn our lesson, and we pulled the last 2 Murlocs back. Next up was Gelihast, and he could potentially drop those sick gloves that were mentioned earlier. Unfortunately, he just dropped a fairly average green axe. I asked this group as well that if there is a blacksmithing recipe for the shield spike in the chest, could they please leave it in there? I'm desperate, okay? I'll do whatever I can to get this. I then seen the chest, and I rolled a big, fat 2. We killed Lorgus Jet, the mini-boss, for a sweet 2000 experience. The bosses give fat XP in Dungeons and Hardcore. There was another chest, which I again lost a roll for, and the rogue auto-looted it all. I don't have any faith that if the recipe's in a chest that someone's going to leave it for me, but I gotta try. We killed all the Twilight cultists, and we made our way to Lord Kelris, the man whose head I had to acquire. He does a sleep ability to people around him, and apart from that, he's not too scary. Like most classic bosses, they have maybe one mechanic each. which even if you ignore it most of the time, it doesn't matter until high levels. He dropped a fairly decent pair of pants that the Warlock took. Next was the fires event. We just done one fire at a time, so it was nice smooth sailing. We went through the last corridor and the big boss Akumai was there. This is the boss that can drop the sweet belt with 11 intellect, so I have my fingers crossed. He does an AoE poison and he has an enrage. He can slap pretty hard while enraged, but we have a bear. We took it down and the Strike of the Hydra dropped a really nice blue two-handed sword that schmacks. The warrior rolled a whopping 100 on this and it was rightfully his. Handing in the quest gave me nothing of note really, apart from my Uber Head delivery service, which rewarded me with a nice blue shield. The last dungeon on the list was Nomeron, the irradiated home city of the gnomes. There are a few key items that would be really nice to get from Nomer, aside from the recipe of course. Priority number 1 would be Thermoplug's central core. This shield is nuts. The shield slot for the vast majority of items is a solely defensive armor slot with no offensive capabilities. This shield is different. This shield has a 5% chance that every time you are hit can proc 35 to 65 damage and it can crit. This would give us a great damage boost, especially while tanking multiple mobs. Alongside with Retora, we could have some really nice reflect damage, and if we managed to get a shield spike recipe, we could have an incredible combo along with Druid's Thorns buff. They'd basically be killing themselves. Second item I'd prioritize is the Acidic Walkers. These would be a really nice upgrade for my healing set, giving a nice intellect bonus and my first little bit of spell power. Lastly is the Electromagnetic Gigaflux Reactor, which is an amazing helm piece for casters, but the drop rate is only 9%. This too gives a reflect damage buff for 10 minutes after being used with a 30-minute CD. I won't however go out of my way to obtain this as it's only 9% drop rate and I really do not like Nomeron as a dungeon. This is the drop chance for the shield spike recipe in Nomer. The Mechano tank has the highest drop rate we have seen so far at a whopping 0.12% drop chance. But there isn't many Mechano tanks per run. I think there's only a handful if I remember correctly. But who knows, maybe Lady Luck will shine upon us. The problem with getting the shield is that I am healing, and the tank should get priority on the shield. So I was a little bit sneaky, and I checked to see if there was any tanks that didn't need the shield, so that if it dropped, it was all mine, baby. This is the most I've ever wanted an item upgrade on this challenge so far. It would be so good. I found a group and we made our way to Nomeron. There was one big problem with this group, however. They were all gnomes. It felt like the dad taking the kids out for the day. We were like a small dysfunctional family going on a day trip to an irradiated city. Why does this sound like an episode of Rick and Morty? I gathered all the quests for Nomer and there was a lot, which was really cool as a horde player. Normally on the horde side you only have like 2 quests. We immediately ran into the age-old classic issue of our warlock having no soul stones to summon, so we cleared out a bunch of mobs to try and get some, but they were too low level. So while we were waiting, we killed a tech bot outside the dungeon for the quest, and this gave the warlock a soul shard to be able to summon our warrior, and we were ready to go. Well, by ready to go I mean ready to wait for the tech bot to respawn as our warrior needed the quest as well. I also gathered the white punch card and upgraded it. A process I would have to do several times to complete a quest. And this will be the first time I have ever completed this quest, so it's quite cool experiencing new things after playing a game for 20 years. We killed the tech bot once again for the warrior, and we made our way inside the dungeon. I was, once again, asking to be kissed under the mistletoe. While waiting for the explosive gnome to blow the rocks apart, I had a thought. I wish that you could be traded summon items as self-fed, or at least have an option to, as they get deleted anyways once you log out, so it wouldn't seem too strong. Not being able to get mage's water and having to spend money constantly on drinking my own water sucks balls. We defended the tunnels from the trogs and everyone managed not to stand in the cave while it blows up, which leads to an instant death. We killed Grubbus and his pet basilisk and he dropped a green BOE cloth chest, which is kind of weird. It's a nice upgrade though, and I'm now a proud dress-wearing dwarf. It reminds me of the WoW song Big Blue Dress by Cranius. That is a legendary old school WoW song. If you haven't heard of that, check it out. It's on YouTube, it is so good. We found the goblin that needed to be escorted to safety, and I once again asked my group to leave a shield spike recipe in the chest if they found it. I made a macro soon after this to save some time, but it didn't matter as boom, I rolled a 93. I've realised with rolling, most of the time I either roll below 10 or over 90. It's rare that I roll in the middle. We escorted the goblin back to the entrance and we made our way down to Viscidus, who could drop me those sweet cloth boots from earlier. We took down that infected water elemental and he dropped the boots. I lost the roll though with a 53. Yeah, thanks game. Now you just made me look like an idiot. I never roll in the middle.
Viscidus can drop one other really cool item that I love, but I can't use on the paladin unfortunately, which is the Hydrocane. It's basically a staff that when you equip it, it lets you breathe underwater indefinitely, which is pretty sick. I love items like that. I think it's so sick to have like utility items drop from bosses. The next boss to face our wrath was the Electrocutioner 6000. This thing got absolutely spanked and it dropped a really nice one-handed sword. Very fast though, so it's not great for rogues as it's main hand only, but nobody else needed it so the rogue took it. We continued clearing the lepers, collecting artifacts and mechanical guts for the quest. We eventually stumbled upon the Crowd Pummeler, the machine that gives all feral druids PTSD, and he dropped some shitty leather boots. Yay! We had one boss left to go, but the route to him was treacherous. We are on a platform where we have to fight many elites. However, underneath the platform is a lot of mobs also. So if you aggro the mobs there, they will run around and aggro basically the whole dungeon and you're dead. It just takes one person to misstep and the entire dungeon will be on top of us. I thought this would be our only problem here, but the tank decided to run over a bunch of landmines and almost one-shot themselves. If he didn't have world buffs, that might have killed him. 99% sure that he turtle-headed. Just before the last boss, one of the mobs dropped the grime encrusted ring, which starts a quest and gives very nice XP for the chain. There was one more group of mobs to go. So basically there's two packs side by side, and usually you pull one, hide it back behind the entrance with line of sight, and then you kill them from a safe distance. So I sat back drinking, waiting for the tank to pull, and the mad bastard charges in. I ran forward and just started to spam heal him before he died. The mage and Locke were also expecting him to pull back. This gnome communication is lacking. Maybe they did say something, I just couldn't hear it from all the way down there. I managed to just about keep the lunatic alive while going This was it. The last boss. The man, creature, or thing would hold a huge upgrade for me. The group was handpicked so nobody else needed it. If the shield dropped, it was all mine. I said shield please in the party chat, trying to encourage Blizzard to drop the shield for me, but the warrior misunderstood this as if I wanted him to use a shield, so he put a shield on and then told us that he had low weapon skill, so we went and let him bash a mob for a few minutes to level it up. It's okay, we're doing all of this in order to have good karma for the shield to drop. Mechgineer Thermoplug's main mechanic is bombs drop from the towers around the arena. They chase people and blow up when they touch them. They have very low HP though, so you can kill them easily while they're running at you. If you press the red button on the towers, it also stops more bombs from spawning. We pulled the boss, bombs spawned, and no one killed him. We didn't press the red button, and I couldn't go press it as the Warlock had aggro, so I had to spam heal him. Looking back though, I probably should have salved the DPS. Then it all clicked. The tank got aggro back. The Warlock started killing all the bombs, and our group had ascended past mere mortal limitations. We unplugged Mechgineer Thermoplug and he dropped the axe. That was sad. I spent a lot of time and effort finding a group that I could snipe the shield on, only for that little bugger not to drop it. We went back to the clean room to give in the grimy ring quest, which sent me onwards to Ironforge. The ring from this reward was okay, but you could upgrade it by bringing a silver bar, a moss agate and 30 silver to the jeweler. All of these were materials that you could get from mining, and lucky for me, I am a miner. With an E, not an O, alright, Epstein. I had managed to do every quest inside Nomeron, apart from one quest that was a follow-up from a previous one in the dungeon. Which is kind of weird, because it means you basically have to do 2 dungeon runs to complete them. Yet another dungeon was complete with no shield spike recipe. I'm starting to think that this is impossible, that it would just require insane luck and there's no way to grind it effectively without just spending hundreds of hours and hoping for the best. I went to the wetlands to complete those elite quests so that I could unlock the last one for the stockades. Finally found her. The amazing night elf girlfriend from my dreams in the earlier episodes. She might very well have been a man in real life. She is perfect to me. We killed all the dwarf elites and a little later on 2 more people joined us. We then had to mix things up by collecting an ear this time and not a head. I wonder how they can tell it's him though by his ear. He must have a pretty bad case of cauliflower ear. As we went to fight Balgorus, we had some misunderstandings. Balgorus is a very strong elite, with some more elites around him, and he had a pet. So we placed the frost trap back and the rogue ran in and sapped the ad, which then pulled a bunch of other mobs in the camp because he unstealths when he saps. Hunter then decided to shoot the sap mob and then sent his pet in and pulled yet more mobs from the camp. This was quite an impressive pull. I honestly don't think we could have pulled that many mobs if we tried. Shit hit the fan yet again. This was still the same night as the near death in BFD by the way, so I was slightly traumatized by the time I went to bed. I was already on 20% mana and there was still 5 elites left alive. This was not looking good. My incredible night elf girlfriend got low HP
with me being battered by a mob. He health potted up and came sprinting over to save me with a gouge. This was quite the sight. There was still 3 dwarves alive chasing 3 different people who were running around trying to kite. It was like something straight out of a Looney Tunes episode. Singe got really low HP and her potion wasn't cooldown. I managed to get a few heals off on her and she sprinted away to kite. It was at this point that I realised I did not have my shield equipped for some reason. I think it was because I was fishing earlier and didn't re-equip it. Somehow we managed to survive that chaos. There was another elite quest here called the Thandal Span, which is you loot something on the ground quickly and you hand it in. This dinged me to level 32. The dwarf then sent me back over the bridge, where I watched a suicidal dwarf perform some parkour. This dwarf, by the way, was some kind of magician and could float on thin air. He then jumped off the thin air and landed on the very edge of the bridge. Singe then tried to repeat the feat and fell off the bridge into the water below. There is a lot of rocks around here, so he must have shit. I mean, my lovely girlfriend, must have shat herself. After spending a while contemplating, I decided, nah, I'm not gonna die and end this series from falling off a bridge. I also noticed at this stage that how sick looking is this shield we got as a reward. The lion's head on a shield. I heartstone back to Ironforge and headed to the trainer once more. I learned Frost Aura rank 1, Blessing of Might rank 4, and Seal of the Crusader rank 4. This would be a huge upgrade to my damage. The Crusader Judge would increase holy damage taken from 50 to 80, and the Blessing of Might would increase attack power from 55 to 85. My new ability ranks, I was now hitting about 80 damage per punch, which was pretty awesome. I killed a bunch of cursed sailors and became an undead paladin. This is so cool. Look, I'm Horde. I killed a bunch of crocodiles for some hides and I got a nice green cape drop. I decided to do a marathon and run all the way to the waterfall at the south of the wetlands to gather a root, and then thought to myself, it's 1:45 AM. What the hell am I doing at this time running around grabbing vegetables in a video game? I did, however, come up with a quick to-do list for the next day as I am addicted. The to-do list was as follows. Do a Stockades run and complete the remaining 2 quests. There's also the potential of the bracers if I'm lucky. Do a BFD run and complete the remaining quests, with the potential of the gloves and the belt. Do a Nomeron run, complete that follow-up quest, and hopefully get the incredible shield as a drop. And lastly, pray that one of these dungeons will drop the shield spike recipe. It was the following day and I'd done another Stockades run. I'll try to keep the repeat dungeon runs short, as not to bore you. I managed to complete the 2 remaining quests that I had. There was no rare boss unfortunately, so no bracers. It was a quick smooth run and that was the Stockades officially complete for me. No, there was no shield spike recipe. I took a quick break from dungeons to poison a douchebag lord with a beer. Shoo me away as a servant again, huh? It was time for another BFD run. Hopefully a bit less trauma inducing in the Murloc room this time. Although this time I was with 2 guildies, Loach the Rogue and Ezra the Priest. They were an elite crack team of bearded power, and they were here to bring some dwarven guild luck. I was healing, we had a bear tank, and the 5th member was a mage. I love having a mage in every dungeon group. They are OP, man. Feels so much safer with all their slows and CC. Killed Gamura, and I got a 10 slot bag as a drop. Bag space is always at a premium. We killed Gelihast, and the gloves were all mine if they dropped. So they didn't, of course. We continued clearing towards Lord Kelris when we found a nice chest. I asked them again kindly if they could leave the shield spike recipe in the chest if it dropped. I had a macro now, so it's much easier. Loach opened the chest and there was a feat of the links inside them. They are insane level 19 twink leather boots. Although, I guess on hardcore servers you don't really have twinks. Congrats to him though on a sick pair of boots. I knew they would bring some luck to this run. We continued across the bridge and it was then that it happened. Just after asking the group to keep an eye out 30 seconds ago, the shield spike recipe actually dropped. I was in shock. I was thinking, please no one need this. Hopefully nobody's blacksmithing. I mean, who goes blacksmithing apart from my dumb ass? I was in that much of a shock that it dropped that I honestly didn't react for 10 seconds. Apart from begging whoever was listening to let me win the spike. Let's go! Yes, 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 yes. Holy shit. It dropped from a Twilight Reaver, and how insane is this? It isn't even listed on Wowhead as a source that can drop the recipe. Not a single person has a shield spike recipe drop recorded from a Twilight Reaver. Presuming that it has the same drop chance as the other Twilight mobs, it is a 0.01% drop chance. That is nuts. A 1 in 10,000 drop chance from an elite mob in a dungeon that I can only do once per day. I am blessed. What happened for the rest of the run? I don't care. We cleared up the dungeon smoothly and nothing notable dropped unfortunately, but I ain't complaining. I rushed back to Ironforge, I leveled my blacksmithing up to 150 with the materials that I had in the bank. and I learned a recipe. 6 iron ore and 8 core stones were the raw materials needed for each shield spike. The spike does 8 to 12 damage every time that you block. I still can't believe I actually got it. God, I love this game. It has me by the balls. Explain a little bit clearer the goal of the episode, shall we? We talked about this item briefly in the last episode, Thermoplug's Central Core. This beauty has a pretty rare ability among shields of being able to inflict damage. There is a 5% chance when hit by an enemy to inflict 35 to 65 nature damage. As it's nature damage, it will bypass armor and it can crit, which I didn't realize at the time. This is dropped by the last boss in Nomeron, Mechgineer Thermoplug. I had already completed this dungeon once and had no luck, but as you've seen before, I am a stubborn bastard, and I will be back. Up first, we went straight into a Nomeron. As dungeons are on a daily lockout, meaning you can only do them once per day in hardcore, my number one priority each day was to complete a Nomer and hopefully survive at 1 and get the shield too. We had a beast mode druid in this run and he fairly pumped, which is always cool as a druid main. Good job, bud. I had maybe handpicked this group so that if the shield dropped, it was mine. The warrior was two-handed tanking and didn't care about the shield, and I had a trusty mage as always. One in every group I make, of course. I'm pretty sure from what I can remember that most of these boys had world buffs as well. I completed the follow-up slime quest here by using my vial on the uses. After this, we took on Vicious Fallout, which can drop these sweet boots we mentioned previously. And he dropped them. I asked the mage if it's okay that I roll on the boots as well. They were a huge upgrade for me as I didn't have any caster boots at this stage, and I won it with a 69 roll. Just after this, a random mob dropped a green helm, which no one needed, so I grabbed it. This was my very first helmet. It was stamina slash spirit, so it's not amazing, but it's not bad either. We cleared most of the dungeon in record time. These boys absolutely slapped. The bosses and the mobs just melted. We made it to the very last boss, Mechgineer Thermoplug, my man, guy who is temporarily holding my shield. This was the second group I had handcrafted to guarantee I get the shield if it drops, and it didn't. A pretty sick ring drop though, Charge Gear of the Bear, which was 7 stamina and 6 strength, along with some resistances. This would have been really good for me, but as the warrior was going to pass the shield to me, I thought it'd only be fair if I passed the ring to him. Congrats, Mr. Ironrod. No, he's not any relation to me. I gave in the follow-up radioactive quest, and he said to me it's time to see what this thing can do. So I eagerly awaited what was about to happen, and nothing? No follow-up quest or Nomeron Mark II or anything? I decided that I should head to Duskwood now, as if I wait any longer, I'll lose out on the experience, and I quite like the look of the zone. Kind of gloomy, scary forest lands with Stitches roaming the woods. I also had another reason why I wanted to go here, Torch of the Holy Flame. This was mentioned to me in a comment on a previous video by Secret Squirrel, so thank you for the tip. Also, I'm sorry if I ruined your cover. This is an item that I can equip in my offhand, and it debuffs an enemy target from ranged, which will pull them for me. So if I could get this, it could come in very useful for pulling mobs more safely in certain dangerous situations. For this, I was given a quest to hand the Eye of Paleth into Stormwind, and apparently it had been soiled.
Oops.
My bad. Yeesh. You shit yourself once on a flight path and you never live it down. I then made my way to Duskwood. In Duskwood, there is one serious danger that has claimed the lives of many hardcore characters. Stitches. This is a big abomination that patrols the road towards the town and will try to attack the town, which is pretty cool as the villagers fight back. This is the route that he patrols from west to east. He is a level 35 elite. Considering I'm almost too high level for this zone already and this guy is still 5 levels higher than me, that's a pretty scary thought. I only had 2 quests appear on Questy for me, so I had to turn on the option to show low level quests. I needed to do some of these pre-quests to work towards the torch eventually. There's also a quest here called a Totem of Infliction, which gave a very interesting offhand. If I wasn't able to use shields, I guess this would be best in slot. The people at Duskwood were very demanding, so I had a lot of tasks to do for them. First off, I had to kill a bunch of warlock style worgen. I wandered into this super creepy place where it was all purple. I'd come back to this eerie location later. I gathered up a bunch of wolf meat to help feed the hungry villagers. Funny enough, in a dark tainted forest infested with the undead, you don't eat well, I guess. I gave in the Legend of Stalvin quest and I had to fight a very erotic sounding banshee. My volume was on way too loud for this, and I was getting funny looks from the missus. It was at this point that I looked up what questline I would have to complete in particular to obtain the torch, and holy fuck, It was 15 quests long. I mean, look at it. A lot of the quests in that chain are great for me at the moment, so I will be missing a lot of experience unfortunately, but this is an investment and it could be a useful permanent unlock for the account. I discovered Stitches walking towards the town for the first time, and it gave me a reminder of how easy it would be to run into him. And if I run into him, it is GG. I was sent to Sven's farm and I had to check a mound of dirt. I didn't really read it as I was too distracted with the guild chat at this stage. There was an extremely important conversation going on, discussing the best brand and the best flavour of crisps. Or chips for our American friends. Thoughts and opinions down below. It has to be Tato crisps for me. Nothing beats a good old Tato sandwich. T-A-Y-T-O that is. I'm not just saying potato weirdly. It's an Irish brand and it is absolutely banging. There all this intellectual and philosophical talk. I seen Stitches running again. Well, more like slowly meandering up the road, and he was about to maul a poor unfortunate group of watchers. I managed to give in a bunch of quests before Stitches arrived at the town, and I got one of the elite quests I needed as a follow-up. I also found another child labourer. You Alliance disgust me. Us honourable horde would never do such a thing like this. But I did need to vendor things, so I was complicit in supporting the business. Stitches had eventually ambled into Darkshire. I originally had just planned to watch this in cinematic mode and to see what happens, but then I seen Watcher Corrin was dying, and me and him go way back. He's got a wife and kids, man. I just can't stand by while he's murdered. Luckily, I could heal him. Unluckily, I healed him before putting my healer gear on, so I went in 3 heals and I couldn't drop combat. So I just healed once my mana ticked up. It was extremely close even with my heals. He just about survived and we took down Stitches. And I was the hero of Darkshire. It was time to celebrate. To the pub! Following up from the missing diplomat from episodes ago, I was told that there was a guy called Fist in town and that he liked to fight people. Well, it was time to establish my dominance. I am the #1 fister around here, and just to prove my status, I took off my shield for an honourable duel. And the little rat summoned some thugs, so I stuck my shield on and I started smacking shit. He called the thugs off, but they had the red mist descend and they kept attacking me, so I smacked the shit out of them too. I read the book of Morgan Lattimore and it was actually super sad. Basically, he went off to fight a war and he was a noble knight who protected the poor and innocent. He witnessed many tragedies and horrific events. The only thing keeping him sane was the thought of going home to his family. And when he got home, he couldn't find them. Everything was destroyed and he went searching all the farms and buildings, including his old farm which was in ruins. He went to the cemetery and finally found their gravestones. He then got overcome with emotions and rage, killed the innocent grave attendees in the cemetery when they tried to restrain him for attacking the gravestones. The guilt of this once he had calmed down was too much and he unalived himself. However, because of how he felt he let his family down and he killed those innocent people, he roams the land as an undead driven by hatred and vengeance. I was walking past the house when I heard Stalvin insult my ability to grow facial hair, which is the ultimate insult to a dwarf. So I told him, meet me behind the bike shed after school and I'll beat the shit out of you. What are you doing here? This isn't what it looks like. Me and Gunther were just talking business. It was now time to kill some skelly bobs and to collect their fingers. And just after this, I seen the most beautiful sight that I have ever seen. I have great news, everybody. Dave Gilmore is still alive. The man, the myth, the legend still lives. I knew he was unkillable. I hope you're keeping well, Dave. Keep it going, buddy. Stay safe. Next up, it was time for another Gnomer. I just missed it, but we had an interesting start to the dungeon where the hunter fell down the elevator lift and almost killed himself. I was healing and we had a feral druid tank, which meant I was the only class that could use a shield, so it was mine if it dropped yet again. Curated groups for the win. There was nothing too crazy about this run. Vicious Fallout dropped the acidic walkers once again, which seems to be the only item it dropped. No one needed, so the druid took for off spec. I'll just repeat my usual sentence I seem to say every episode of I love druid tanks. I think I'm just going to save this sentence and copy paste it into future videos. I'm going to try and subtly, or not so subtly, influence Classic's opinion of bears. Alright, you leave those bears alone. It was not long after this that I hit level 34, and a visit to the trainer will be in order soon. Speaking of bears, the manual crowd pummeler dropped for the druid, which is best in slot for druids for the entire game, so grats to him. Only another 1,000 charges left to farm. We made it to the last boss and I said a quick prayer to Orange Jesus. And no, not Orange Jesus. I just can't say Arr. It sounds like a pirate to me. Arr and Jesus. Is that better? This somehow seemed to work as Mechgineer Buttplug actually dropped the shield. And I rolled a big, fat 2. This is why I have to handpick groups, as I ain't winning shit naturally. A big shout out to Maliko, Tavo, Speed Leveler and Xalius for the good luck and the smooth run. I was recording my mic, but I think it was facing the wrong way as the quality is awful, even worse than usual. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Oh, yes! 5%. Beautiful! During this dungeon run, my guild was having a feast in Ironforge. It was almost over, but I quickly popped in to say hi. There was quite the party going on, and they wanted to trade me some drinks, which was very kind, but I am self-found. I did, however, buy myself a jug of the finest Badlands bourbon to celebrate getting my shield. These guys are awesome, by the way. I can't recommend them enough. If you're playing a dwarf and soulseeker, hit them up. They do events, dungeons and raids. After charging up my social batteries, I had 2 things that I needed to do. One was to go to the paladin trainer, where I learned a new rank Blessing of Wisdom, Flash of Light, and most importantly, Seal of Righteousness. I feel like I'm single-handedly paying this man's salary at this stage. And 2 was to craft myself a new shield spike and to put it on my fancy new shield. So I crafted up that bad boy and I stuck it on. I now have a chance of reflecting up to 77 damage every time I am hit, which could be a huge increase for kill speed. I completed a bunch of low-level quests I had in Duskwood, such as killing spiders, wolves, organ, and skeletons. I also started doing all the pre-quests required for the elites in Duskwood. This shield is insane, especially in multi-mob pulls, as it doesn't seem to have a cooldown on the proc, or if it does, it's very low. Add from the future here, this shield often ends up being about 5 to 10% of my damage on most mobs. It is nuts. And a little spoiler, but I may have figured out a way to tank as a paladin without a weapon. Feels a bit more Punchadin thematically than healing, and this shield was key to it. I handed in the Totem of Infliction quest, which would have given me a really cool offhand item if I didn't have the shield already. But overall, the shield is much better, with much higher armor, and although the damage is a little lower, the proc chance is way higher on the shield, so it does more damage overall. I killed a whole bunch of skellybobs and spiders to finish off all the grey quests, and I handed them all in. Super useful, right? Why am I completing grey quests? Good question. I then proceeded to punch a bunch of Worgen to death to finish up the Duskwood quest that I currently had. And I then saved the dwarf's life who was AFKing on the road as Stitches was coming in. I am a selfless hero, I know. And humble too. Handing these quests in gave me a follow-up that rewarded a 10-slot bag for killing some plague spreaders back in the mausoleum on the west side of Duskwood. Before this, however, I went to Stormwind to hand in a chain that leads to an elite quest, and he asked me to go to the wetlands to get a special weapon that can affect the elite. I'm not sure about this quest or if I'll actually be able to do this, as if I have to use a weapon, I won't be able to do it. Although maybe I could heal someone that does instead. I guess we'll find out soon. In the wetlands, I was then asked to gather some special ingots to make this weapon. I also continued the missing diplomat, which turns out that it was the king that was kidnapped, not some noble. Damn, did not see that plot twist coming. There was one ingot to the south, but the Murlocs had stolen the rest. So it is now time to do what I do best. Massacre Murlocs. After gathering the ingots, I was sent back to Stormwind to make the weapon. This was part 13 of the quest chain. This is a crazy long quest chain. Grimland crafted my weapon up for me, and I had to bring it back to Sven. It was almost time to take on Morbin Fell and to get my ranged pull item, which was very exciting. Now I just had one more elite quest to do all the pre-requests for. The first thing I had to do was to gather rot blossoms from skeletal horrors. Next, I handed in the last pre-quest for Morbin Fell, and I needed to get some ghoul ribs for the old man. The nice thing about this is that the 10-slot bag quest requires me to kill 20 of a certain type of ghoul, so I can knock out 2 birds with 1 stone here. I also found out something very interesting. I asked some guildies to test out a theory I had, and vengeance does work with fists, so that is something I will need to look into in the future. While handing in the ghoul quest, Stitches spawned right beside me and I shat myself. I think I know where this quest is going. Suspicious Mr. Abercrombie and Fitch. I grabbed his crate from the ogres and I found a chest there which gave me a moonstone. How I could have done with that earlier. There was also an invisible tin node that I couldn't find. I presume it's stuck in the wall somewhere, and sometimes you can mine it through the wall, but I couldn't this time. Handing this in dinged me to level 35 and I put 4 out of 5 points into Seal of Righteousness. I really need to do RFK soon. I'm already a very high level for it, and I want to do the Shimmering Flats as well, as I love that area for questing. I gave him the quest that rewards the 10-slot bag, and I was correct in what I had suspected. That Abercrombie dude is creating stitches, and we helped them. Oops.
Oops.
My bad. I had all 3 elite quests ready to go now, and in the general chat there was somebody looking for a group. So me, Lothar and Koryoku grouped up to do the 3 elites. Most groups that I've seen go with 5 people. But even with just the 3 of us, we destroyed the elites. Their DPS was really good and I barely had to heal. These were pretty chill. First I handed in Morbin Fell, which gave me the Torch of Holy Flame, which was one of our goals for the episode. This will let me pull mobs from range, which will be amazing in tricky situations, and will allow me to be a bit safer in the future. It also only has a 1-minute cooldown, which is really nice. So this is an item I will use for the rest of the game, albeit quite rarely, I imagine. I gave him the Morladim quest, and it turns out that his daughter is actually still alive. She is a watcher in Duskwood now. I tell her the news and she asked me to put her ring on the grave, so maybe then he will know that she's okay and they don't hold any ill will towards him. It is actually such a sad storyline that I never would have known if I wasn't paying attention to the text. I gave in the Bride of the Embalmer last and received a shield called the Crest of Darkshire. This will be very important in a future episode, so try and keep this in mind. But for that, we will have to wait. I also got an upgraded pair of healing shoulders from this. Putting the ring on the grave let me hear whispers on the wind of Morladim saying that the weight had been lifted off his shoulders as his daughter lives, and he gave me his sword as he no longer needs it and he can finally rest. It was quite a nice end to a beautiful quest chain, albeit long as fuck. It was now time to do some maintenance on my bags and my bank before going to Razorfang Crawl and to 1000 Needles. This place is a mess, my bags are full, my bank is full, and I have shit everywhere. I smelted and smithed up all of my ores, and that brought me up to 160 smithing. Only 10 levels away from the green iron helm, which would be a really nice upgrade. I wanted to use up all the tasty clam meat that I had from the huge Murloc grind, and to do that I had to unlock 225 max cooking. To do this, I headed to Ashenvale and headed southeast to a lady called Chandrina that sold me a book allowing me to increase my max level. I then bought 120 hot spices to cook up all of my clam meat. This should last me a while for +6 stamina food, as I still have about 30 of the Murloc soup left as well. Well, I wanted to cook up all my clam meat, but there's no damn fire here again. What is with the Alliance and the lack of fires? It's cold out here, man. Luckily for me though, when I went back to Astronar, there was a fire there, so I cooked them all up and that brought my cooking up to 204. Next up, it was time to clear all the silk cloth out of my bags. For this, I needed to buy the book that would let me to learn up to 225 first aid and silk bandages. This was located in Stormguard Keep in Arathi Highlands. There was a crack in the wall to the east and that let me in without fighting any of the elites. I then realised that I needed to learn silk bandage from a trainer as I hadn't talked to one since I was 150. The nearest one was Wetlands, so I went back there, I learned it and I made all my bandages, bringing me up to level 208 first aid. It was now time to set up for Razorfang Crawl and for Shimmering Flats. I ran through STV, I got the flight path in Booty Bay and I took the boat to Ratchet. I grabbed the Blue Leaf Tubers quest from Mebok. It was grey already and I really needed to start knocking out some appropriate dungeons. But I also like the idea of completing every dungeon quest as I level. It's quite a fun mini goal. From what I heard, the entrance to 1000 Needles can be a little scary, as there is horde guards that can aggro you and they can PvP flag you, so I really need to avoid that. It felt like home sweet home to be back in the Barrens again. What a zone. It was weird being there without the degenerate general chat though. Gotta try and say that 3 times fast. I saved a random troll's life here. Stay safe, my horde brother. There was a lot of ores on the way, which I gathered up to hopefully push me towards 170 smithing. As I was passing Duswallow and I didn't have the flight path, I took the short detour to grab it. It also happened to be where the next part of the missing diplomat quest was, and straight away I was attacked by a level 38 croc, so I'd have to be very careful crossing around here as they were quite high level. Getting the flight path now connected all of my Kalimdor flight paths, so this was great. I didn't have to kind of hop awkwardly through places. I gave in a bunch of quests and now I had another missing diplomat to follow up on. I then had to find a private that was working for the Defias and he fought me with 2 ads. It was actually quite scary. Luckily he stopped fighting at about half HP. I really thought I was in trouble here. And then, out of nowhere, Jaina Proudmore turns up and she gives me a sick ring and a gold 30 silver as a quest reward. Thank you, my lady. I made my way to the lift and luckily I didn't aggro any of the guards, and then I grabbed the book off of a dead dwarf's body that starts a pre-quest for RFK. That quest has some pretty sick rewards. Looking at the dungeon loot here, there's nothing too crazy for me really. It's now time for the dungeon Razorfen Crawl. Pretty much the first mob in the dungeon dropped the black velvet robes, which is a blue BOE chest piece, which I took as it was a really nice upgrade for my healing set. And I actually won the role for this over the 2 mages. Sorry lads, but I do look dashing in a black dress. I finally set up my healing macros for mouse over here. I hate healing without mouse over, so I don't know why I took so long to do it. While clearing towards the first boss, the mobs dropped Treshala's pendant, which was the first quest that I needed in the dungeon, completed. The first boss we discover is Deathspeaker Jargba. He can drop a nice set of robes that I could use for healing, but as I just got the blue robes, I'd pass them for the mages if they needed them. His only real tactics is that he can mind control a player, so we just have to make sure not to kill the mind control player. Pretty simple, right? I downloaded the loss of control announcer add-on just after this, as I wanted the group to be notified if I was CC'd or interrupted and they would not be getting heals for a short time. I just think it's a handy add-on to have as a tanker healer in particular. Up next we had Overlord Ramtusk, who drops an insane axe, which I can't use, and a really nice helmet, but I will pass that for the warrior if he wants it, as I will replace it with a blacksmithing one pretty shortly hopefully. He however had the helm already, so I won it, and I love the look of this helm. I'm starting to look like, you know, a proper beast. And Pallies are so good at killing totems with Crusader Seal, especially unarmed. This is what I was born for. The next relevant boss we discovered was the rare boss Blind Hunter. The hunter really wanted the bow off this boss, as he even said so at the start of the dungeon, and the only ability that the Blind Hunter has is an AoE silence like the other bats, so it should be pretty simple as long as I stand back. And did the bow drop? No. The neck dropped, and as I think nobody had a neck, all 5 of us needed on it. But alas, the mage won. Congrats to him. Was I close to winning? Nope. I rolled the lowest of all 5 by quite a margin. We were at the last boss and he had no real nice loot for me, and his mechanics were that he was this kind of weird paladin / shaman hybrid. He basically had chain lightning from chamois and bubble from paladins, which sounds like a pretty OP combo for PvP. I would definitely play that class. After this we jumped down and we started the escort quests. I collected all the tubers needed, and I also raised myself a formidable army of gophers. The world will burn. Once we finish having snacks, of course. Having completed the escort, it gave me a nice ring upgrade for my healing set. And that was all of the quests and the dungeon complete. Handing in the last boss quest, I decided to go with the caster shoulders as they were pretty insane, and the belt was such a minor upgrade for me for Ret that it didn't really seem worthwhile. Lastly, it was time to complete the Shimmering Flats quests. Look at this beauty. The map is so full. I love it. Those quests should get me to level 36, which would give me a new rank of Retrior, which is huge. Some of these mobs that I'm fighting are level 35, so they are pretty slow kills, but they're still easy kills, which is nice. I basically done loops around the outside of the flats so that I could mine anything I came across while questing. I also started stockpiling all of the mystery meat that dropped, as that will come in very useful soon. While killing turtles for the quest, I hit level 36. I decided to finish the quest though, before training. I collected all the turtle shells, I gathered all the rocket car parts, obtained all of the scorpion venom. Meanwhile, the basilisk my level took 19 punches to die. Fuck me. I collected all the vulture bones, and then tried to use my new ranged pull tech on the last basilisk that I needed, and it worked like a charm. It has like a mid-range pull, probably about like 20 yards I'd say, but it could definitely be super handy in the future. I killed up the last basilisk that I needed, and went to hand in all the quests, which gave me quite the dopamine hit. Afterwards, I headed to the Paladin trainer and I learned Fire Resistance Aura, which can come in huge, and a new rank of Retribution Aura, which will now reflect 18 damage every hit. As a Paladin, the undead are my natural enemies. It is my job to smite them down. I've heard of an order in a faraway land of Teristful Glades, a land that once belonged to the humans, but has fallen to the Forsaken, and this order has made it their mission to eradicate the Forsaken from the face of the earth. Or something like that. I haven't really read the lore, okay? And I'm not sure about you, but I am pretty sure that they would welcome a fearsome dwarf paladin to their ranks. So our mission for today is simple. It is to join the Scarlet Crusade and to obtain their uniform. That only I'm going to be wearing, but shh, don't ruin it, man. They haven't noticed, okay? To do this, we will be running the multiple wings of the dungeon, the Scarlet Monastery, a lot in this episode. Recently, we've also been healing in dungeons, but that doesn't feel very punchy to me, so I also want to see if there's a way that I can make tanking work with no weapons. I started this episode off by looking for a group for the Scarlet Monastery, the Graveyard, Library and Arms wings in particular. While I was waiting for this group to fill up, I ran around South Shore collecting quests. I also noticed that the moonwalking allies are back. It's always the German players moonwalking. What a whimsical nation of talented dancers. We have good news, everybody. The legendary Dave Gilmore has logged on once again while I was waiting. I'm glad to see that he's still going strong. I feel like I need to do a weekly check-in every episode on him. Does anybody happen to know this legend in game? The group for Scarlet Monastery had filled up and it was time for me to make my way to the dungeon. But there was a couple of problems. Number one, it was in a horde zone, so there would be horde guards roaming around who would turn me into the Forsaken fairly fast if I aggroed them. And two, I had never been here as Alliance, so I wasn't really sure what route to take. I decided to take the safe route and followed the old saying, if in doubt, follow your group and hope they know how to get to Scarlet Monastery safely. I believe it was Confucius who first said it. It was a long adventure and the night was full of terrifying gnomes, but we made it safely to the dungeon. As we will be doing this dungeon a lot, I thought it would make sense to break it down into days, as we can only do one run of Scarlet Monastery per day. Day 1. It was time to take on Scarlet Monastery for the very first time. On our list was Graveyard, Library and lastly Arms. As I was only level 36, I was too low level to tank Arms, as the last boss is 40, so for the near future at least I would be healing, as this way I could still potentially win some of the gear I needed while being a little lower level. Now, in the intro we mentioned the goal of joining the Scarlet Crusade and obtaining their gear. What exactly does that mean? Well, the Scarlet Monastery bosses drop some incredibly good male pieces of gear. They have some amazing stats and they all match each other in a red theme that the Scarlet Crusade uses. So my goal is to collect all of these pieces of gear and to look like a dwarven member of the Scarlet Crusade. This would give us some huge survivability and damage upgrades, while also achieving the most important thing in the game, looking fly for a dwarven guy. Yeah, I'm sorry. Now, what are these items? The Scarlet Monastery dungeon is broken down into 4 different subsections, so we'll list the gear by sections. Firstly is the Graveyard, which is the lowest level part of the dungeon. This has nothing I have to get, however it does have some nice optional drops, but they're all from rare bosses, so we will cover these if we're lucky enough to come across them. Secondly is the Library. The only useful loot that can drop here is some caster weapons, which I can't use anyways, so this again is a bit of a dud. And thirdly is the Armory, and this is where the good stuff drops. The Armory only has one boss called Herod, and he drops 4 incredible items, 3 of which we will be adding to our shopping list. Firstly is the Raging Berserker helmet. This is an incredible helmet that gives 13 strength, 8 stamina and 1% crit. This is the first item we have discovered that has percentage crit on it. This will increase the uptime on my vengeance in the future, which would be huge. Secondly is Herod's Shoulder. This is a sick looking single shoulder pad that gives 6 strength and a whopping 15 stamina. Imagine if there was 2 shoulder pads. 2 times 15 equals a lot of stamina. Lastly from Herod, but certainly not least, is Scarlet Leggings, which give an incredible 20 strength and 10 stamina. I will have to collect all 3 pieces from Herod before the end of the episode. The last wing of the dungeon is the Cathedral, and this is the highest level section. I won't be able to do this until I level up some more. There's 3 bosses here, but the boss we are interested in is Scarlet Commander Mograine, and he can drop us some incredible items as well. It's worth noting that he can also drop the Scarlet Leggings that Herod can. This is the only shared item on the list, which gives us 2 chances per run. He has 2 unique items that we also want. Firstly is the Gauntlets of Divinity, which is a beautiful pair of male gloves that give 7 stamina and 32 attack power, which is the equivalent of a beastly 16 strength for paladins on a pair of gloves. The last item that we'll add to the SM shopping list is the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander. This shield gives an incredible 1550 armor, along with 7 strength, 8 stamina and 7 spirit. This is basically double the armor and a whole bunch more stats than the current shield, although it doesn't have the damaging ability. This concludes our shopping list. We made our way into the Graveyard for the first time, and there is 2 permanent bosses here and 3 rare bosses that we'll cover if they pop up. Firstly is Interrogator Vicious, who is more of a mini boss than a boss if I'm being completely honest. His only ability is Immolate, and he unfortunately does not drop anything of worth for us. And secondly is Blood Mage Thalnos, who looks really cool, but his power doesn't really match his looks. He has a few abilities. His main ability is he spams Shadow Bolt. He has a Flame Spike ability that does a fire AoE spell and burns for damage over time. And he also has the Fire Nova spell, which is instant AoE fire damage. Just like Interrogator Vicious, he too doesn't really drop anything useful for us. How selfish of them. The run was very smooth and we took down both bosses easily and moved on towards the library. The warrior tank had double world buffs, Dark Moon Fair buffs, and food/Rumsey Rum buffs. He was a beast. I'm pretty sure if I didn't heal him, he would still be fine for most of the dungeon. We made our way into the library and started clearing through the mobs. I was rested at this point, so it was some juicy experience. A citrine dropped inside the dungeon, which I needed as it was the last material that I needed to craft my green iron helm, which would be a great placeholder until I received the Berserker helm. We arrived at the first boss, Houndmaster Loxy. He has 3 guard dogs, and the one ability he has is Bloodlust, which he can cast on himself or on the doggos. He does have one very interesting drop that could be used by us, which is the Dog Whistle. This is a trinket that has 3 charges, and when you use it, it summons one of his dogs to fight for you. So there could definitely be some niche uses for this. We took him and his doggos down quite quickly, as we had 2 mages, so their AoE was capped. He didn't drop the whistle unfortunately, but onwards we move. There is an interesting mob in this dungeon called the Scarlet Diviners. These little bastards can cast Mana Burn, and it's annoying as fuck as the healer, as they always seem to target me. A lot of groups ignore it and it's really annoying, but this beautiful group interrupted the mana burns and it was greatly appreciated. PSA, help your healers out by kicking that pain in the ass spell. There was a chest further along in the dungeon and I was ready to roll big and to win that treasure, baby. I'm a dwarf and it is my birthright. Although the game obviously didn't get the memo as I rolled a 5. Boom! Fuck's sake. At this stage of my character, I had auras for a lot of different situations. Armor, damage reflect, knockback resist, shadow, frost, fire resist. So I started putting it to use and I swapped between fire resistance and return damage for the dungeon run. And before we knew it, we were upon the last boss, Arcanist Doan. He has a few interesting abilities. Firstly, he has a bubble. What kind of mage paladin is he? Secondly, he has some CC in the forms of an AoE silence and a polymorph. He has a few AoE abilities in the form of arcane explosion and the big slapper, detonation. You do not want to be hit by this charge up attack or it's gonna hurt a lot. Every time he bubbles, he starts charging this up and you have to go and line of sight this, or he's going to incinerate your ass. He yet again, like most of the start of the dungeon, doesn't drop anything useful for us, but that will all be made up for soon. We took down the big boy and I grabbed the key from the chest behind him, which gives me access to the 2 high level parts of the dungeon. Next up was the armory, and there is some extremely scary mobs in here, mainly the Scarlet Myrmidons. These mobs enrage when they get low HP and get a huge damage and attack speed buff, so you really need to prioritize finishing these off while they're low. It was at this point I realized how much of a pain in the ass it is doing pallet buffs every 5 minutes non-stop for an hour. One very nice thing about running armory as alliance though is that you don't have to worry about shaman's totem pulling. If you pull the last boss and there's totems outside in the hall, there's some weird thing where it can pull extra mobs into the boss fight. Somehow, I'm not sure, although it has happened several times to me in non-hardcore before, and it can make it a very scary time and easily a wipe. Speaking of the boss fight, the only boss at this wing of the dungeon is called Herod. He is a big tanky level 40 boy and he has a couple of abilities to keep in mind. The first is he has the cleave ability, so he can hit multiple people at once. His main ability is every so often he does whirlwind, where he spins around in circles doing damage to everybody who stays in melee range. He's also immune to magic damage during this, so melee have to move out as not to take too much damage, and the range usually just wait. If somebody is outside of melee range and he takes aggro, he uses the ability Rushing Charge to zoom across the room to them, and that first hit absolutely slaps the shit out of you. So you need to manage your threat as ranged especially. And last but not least, he has an Enrage ability which he uses when he drops low on HP. The good news is he drops some incredible armor pieces for us. The 3 pieces of armor we really want, which we mentioned earlier. The better news is he dropped the helmet, which will be a huge upgrade. The bad news, however, is that I lost a roll, and that made me a Sag boy. On the bright side, that was our first clear of many for Graveyard Lib and Arms, and it was nice, safe and smooth. As I had received the citrine from the last dungeon run, I now had all the materials needed to craft the green iron helm. I just lacked the blacksmithing level of 170, so I leveled up my blacksmithing using the materials that I had available. I learned the recipe and I crafted the helm. This helm looks so much better than any red helm that somebody could potentially get. So I'm happy I lost a roll. Yeah, here I am again, punching murlocs to death and receiving thick shell clams. A little bit of a sense of deja vu about this. You know, while doing my favourite pastime, I also hit level 37. I killed the last of the Murlocs, and then as it was the next day, I found a group for Scarlet Monastery. It was now day 2 for Scarlet Monastery. I was healing yet again, as I was still a little on the low side for tanking. We had a tank who was wearing a cloth dress and a staff, and he was actually a bit of a beast though. It turns out that he was doing a monk challenge where he has to use robes and a staff, so that was pretty cool to see. Not long into the dungeon, I won a chest worth 1 gold vendor value. Drinks on me, boys. This guy was an absolute beast in a dress. He was slapping fools left, right and centre. We fought our way through the graveyard to Bludgeonmate Thalnos, took him down, and he dropped a pretty nice item for the mage. It was time to head into the library once again. Our dress-wearing hero was swinging, smacking his way through mobs like a man possessed. Dimo the monk tank and Holyfisted the unarmed healer. What a combination we had. Furious. We took out Doggo Lord Loxy, and he dropped the gloves. No dog whistle again this time. It was a pretty clean run though, all the way until the end where we took out Arcanist Doan and he dropped the staff, which was ironically really good for our staff wielding warrior tank. He was now the most intelligent warrior on the service with that extra intellect. Yeah, you know, not that that would be hard. I'm just joking, Browns, I love you really. I started having some lag spikes and it started to worry me a little bit. I had 3 to 4 lag spikes in a relatively short period, but luckily each time they were short-lived. And it was now time for the armory. The juicy dungeon wing for us, as this is the only place where we can really get some nice upgrades. There was a few slightly scary parts where the tank took quite a lot of damage, as he wasn't using a shield, but overall it was a nice strong group and we made our way to the big bad Herod. I needed 3 items from this gentleman, so it's a minimum of 3 days needed still to collect them. Please give me 1 item, Mr. Herod, so at least I can feel like I'm progressing through the collection. We slapped the big boy down. He does a lot of damage while enraged. And what did he drop? The helm. Again. Surely this time, Lady Luck will be on our side. This helm will be so good. I rolled a huge 90 and still lost. I was very calm when this happened though. No way! Fucking 90 and I lost. And just to rub salt into the wounds, the hunter got the Scarlet Tabard, which is a super rare drop, and I would love it for my armor set. Excuse me for a minute, I'm just gonna go cry in the corner, just for a little bit. On the bright side, I handed in a quest I had from Scarlet Monastery to collect a book, and this rewarded me my very first necklace on the character. I decided to do a little bit of questing in Hillsbrad Foothills after this, and while killing lines, a blue pair of cloth caster gloves dropped, and it's always really cool to get something that's so rare. I finished killing the lines for the quest. I'm sorry, Simba. And shortly after this, I shot myself as I almost ran into a rare elite dragon. Jesus, that's a mouthful. Wandering around the zone. What the fuck is this thing doing down here? That was a close call. After composing myself and cleaning up, I continued on and killed the syndicate members that I needed, and then cleared the camp to get the 2 letters located there that start the quests. I handed in all the quests, and the things to note that I received was a recipe for lion steak, of which unfortunately I hadn't been picking up the meat, god damn it, and that gives a +8 stamina food, so it was my new best in slot. And a nice little Crusader belt that was a decent upgrade for me. I really need to get a decent pair of shoulders soon though, as these are weighing me down, and no pun intended. I proceeded to gather some more Murloc heads with my doctorate in Murloc punching, and then I seen this suspicious looking guard staring at the wall. What you looking at, Willis? At this point, I wanted to try and tank a run. I'm not sure if I'd actually be able to tank, and especially at higher levels, so I thought it'd be pretty cool to try and tank Scarlet Monastery. To do this though, I wanted to have the optimal spec to give me the best chance of holding aggro and surviving, as I was missing a key gear slot in weapons. So I respec prot, and this was my build. I made some minor mistakes here, which I would figure out later, but you know, for now it'll do. One thing to note is that precision works with unarmed. From what I have seen, any of the talents that say with melee weapons work with unarmed. I think it basically just means melee attacks. The other important parts of this build is consecration for AoE threat, as most of our threat will come from holy damage, and improve Righteous Fury to basically increase our threat generation by 50%, which will be huge. It was now day 3 for Scarlet Monastery. I set up a group, and I done it in such a way that if the gear that I needed dropped, it was all mine, as the warrior only wanted Ravager, which was the 2-handed weapon. This was a really clean group. We easily cleared library up to Arcanist Doan, and he dropped the Hypnotic Blade, which ironically is the best in slot healer weapon for me currently, which I can't use, Dodge. We didn't bother doing the graveyard this run as the XP isn't very good, and nobody needed any loot. So up next was the armory, the big boy wing of the dungeon. While clearing towards our new BFF Herod and killing his minions, I hit level 38 and had some new abilities to train once we finished, if we finished. We made our way to Herod and this was it. I needed 3 out of 4 possible pieces that he can drop, and if they drop, they're mine. 75% chance to finally tick 1 piece off the gear list. We took him down with pinpoint accuracy and he dropped the axe, of course. The 1 piece that I didn't need. The 25% chance to get fucked. Oh well, the warrior needed this and we had a gentleman's agreement, so congrats to him. He rolled a whopping 100. That man wanted that axe badly. Congrats, Zelgius. Hope you're still going strong, buddy. I forgot to mention this a little earlier, but the reason why I'm healing this one is because I had the opportunity to do a cathedral run for the first time. This was the last and highest wing of the dungeon. There's a mini boss near the end, which we don't really care about, but what we do care about is the last boss, which is basically a duo of bosses, a lady and a man, High Inquisitor Whitemane and Scarlet Commander Mograine. The mobs in this wing of the dungeon are basically the same as the others, with the added Scarlet Wizards. These guys do Arcane Explosion if there's several people in melee, and it hurts. Luckily for us, we had a range composition, so we didn't have to worry about this too much. Anyways, back to the last boss / bosses. The fight starts off in the cathedral with Scarlet Commander Mograine. By the way, if you aggro him while any of the mobs in the cathedral are still alive, they will all aggro, so make sure to clear both sides and the back rooms out first. Mograine has a few abilities, mainly Crusader Strike, which applies a debuff that increases holy damage, so this can ramp up. Once you kill Mograine, his wifey Whitemane runs out to fight us. Once you get her down to 50%, she will then cast Deep Sleep, which puts everybody into a sleep for 10 seconds. She will resurrect Mograine and heal herself. You now have to fight both bosses at the same time, and the usual strategy is to focus down Whitemane and kill her first, as she casts Smite, which if hitting the target with Crusader debuffs can start to really hurt. Also, Mograine has bubble in this part of the fight, so if you focus him, you'll have to stop and wait anyways. Once his bubble runs out though, you kill him too, and the fight is finished. And the exciting part about this is the loot that they drop. Mograine can also drop the Scarlet Leggings you mentioned earlier. He can also drop the Gauntlets of Divinity and Aegis to the Scarlet Command, which is an incredibly tanky shield. Whitemane can drop 2 really nice items, but they are more caster orientated. Whitemane's Chapeau, which is an incredible looking and incredibly statted, is that a word? Helm. This would be amazing to get for my healing set. And last but certainly not least, the Triune Amulet, which would be nice for both healing and tanking. We took the Scarlet Crusade's power couple down, and Whitemane dropped the Triune Amulet and Mograine dropped Gauntlets of Divinity. Either of these would be huge to win. It would be so nice to start ticking off some gear from our shopping list. I lost the roll on both items though. Scarlet Monastery Look is not quite with me just yet. Day 3 over and still no loot. It was looking like this might take a while, but you know, Stubborn is my middle name. Iron, Stubborn, Bad. It was a new day, day 4 to be precise, and it was time to go back to Scarlet Monastery for a change. There was a big mistake this time, however. As you can see from the start of this clip, I accidentally ran into a Death Guard, which is a skull level Horde Guard. This could have gone very badly. I could have easily died here as I have no bubble. I managed to escape, but I wasn't safe just yet. When you aggro a Horde Guard, you get flagged for PvP, which means if there's a high level horde nearby that's seen me get flagged, they could very easily end my life. I was panicking at this stage. I'm not afraid to admit it. I was in the middle of a horde zone on the way to probably the busiest dungeon in the game, and I'm PvP flagged on a hardcore server. Luckily, the PvP flag lasts for just 5 minutes, and you can see this above my portrait on the top left hand side. I let my party know that I was going to hide for 5 minutes to try and survive, and luckily, because I played a lot of Horde, I knew where all the quest areas were and where it tends to be a bit quieter. The lake to the north is always pretty quiet, as there's only one delivery quest that is a pain, and it gives feck all XP. So I decided I would hide in the lake, and I tried to stay underwater so that my name tag was hidden. I managed to survive the 5 minutes without anybody finding me. Man, I was so paranoid that a rogue was going to open on me at any second. That was a stressful 5 minutes. Now that my heart rate had calmed down, it was time to start day 4 in Scarlet Monastery. And this was an exciting day, as it was going to be our first day tanking. I had never played Paladin Classic, and I'll be honest with you, I went in quite blind. The group arrived and the hunter was PvP flagged. He was twinked out though, and seemed to be taunting the horde to attack him. Balls of steel this lad had. I tried not to buff or heal him for now, as if you heal or buff a PvP flag person, it flags you for PvP too. The route today was going to be library into arms, and it was time for me to try and figure out this whole tanking thing. I buffed myself with Kings and Righteous Fury, and my plan was to gather the mobs, consecrate, and use Seal of Righteous and Judge to hold a threat. The problem with Paladin is if mobs move out of your consecrate, you're kinda fucked as you can't get your threat back. And this hunter couldn't keep it in his pants and he would multi-shot the second I was running in, so I was constantly spamming spells to try and pull aggro back and I was always running Near the start of library, Bloodspiller dropped, which is a blue two-handed axe. You know, which is worth some vendor gold, I think. Unfortunately, I didn't win it, but my aggro seemed pretty good on the AoE pulls with Consecrate. I have to say, I do love Prop Pala. I had one in TBC for gold farming, and it was really fun. There's something about Consecrate tanking that just, you know, it ticks my boxes. I was, however, using about half a mana bar every single pack to tank, so there was a lot of drinking. You leave those stereotypes out of this. And waiting for my mana to tick up. I'd have to try and figure out how I could improve this. It was also my first time tanking, so I was just learning as I went. The mana burns were even more annoying as a tank than a healer, as I had even less mana. I just want my blue bar not to be empty, man. While clearing the dungeon, I got a message from a gentleman called Xander to say that he was really enjoying the series. Thank you for that, man. I really appreciate that. I'm glad that some people are enjoying my nonsense. We had a good chat and he's a super nice dude, so I hope you're still safe, man. We made our way to Arcanist Dawn and he dropped the staff, which the mage won, and was delighted about. That was a huge upgrade, so grats to him. And next up was the armory. I was having the same problems with mana here, if not even worse, as the mobs were higher level, so I had to spend more mana to hold threat. It was at this point that the hunter started giving the rogue some shit about his performance. Soon after this, he then ran out of ammo for his gun. Kind of ironic now. What do you guys think is more common, hunters running out of ammo or warlocks running out of soul shards? There's got to be a close battle, right? Coming up to Herod, I had a moan and gill chat about how bad mana was, and an absolute chad called Beauregard gave me some tips that would absolutely change the game for tanking. I love this man. We will see these tips in action next run. What he told me was that mana generated from Seal of Wisdom and Judgment of Wisdom generates AoE threat, and I later found out that this is classified as Holy Threat, so it gets multiplied by Righteous Fury and improved Righteous Fury. I was literally right at the door to Herod when the group morale started falling apart. The mage said that the rogue was dealing. I don't think he meant drugs. I think he meant as in he was pumping damage as the rogue was top. But then the rogue took this as an insult and started saying like, fuck you play roles with AoE, man. And then at this stage, the priest stepped in and asked people to, you know, be calm, it's a chill game, let's just have fun. Good old healers, eh? The priest Bauernkropfen, I apologize Germans, I definitely butchered that, was a gentleman throughout the run. So shout out to him for keeping calm. I tried to help out the priest with asking for us to chill. You know, I'm pretty sure we're all 30 plus that play this game, right? I mean, apart from me, of course. Mentally, I'm about 12. The rogue then told us that if he wanted, he could take threat and vanish to kill us all. I just wanted to be out of this dungeon, to be honest, at this point, man. Can we, like, not just all be nice to each other and have fun playing a game that we all love and grew up with? We stopped our bickering long enough to fight Herod. I managed to hold threat surprisingly well on him, considering he was single target, and the problem with Herod is I like to judge Crusader to increase holy damage taken on bosses. But when Herod spins, he goes immune to magic damage, so the debuff drops and I have to reapply it, which means I can't judge for holy damage, which gives a really good threat. So as a prop paladin, he is quite an awkward boss. We took him down, and he dropped the helmet yet again. This was the third time he dropped it, and surely this time I win it, right? I am the only mail wearer. But then I realised that the hunter hadn't chosen his role on it yet, and hunters get mail at level 40. Even though it's a strength helmet, so it's not nearly as good for hunters as me, I knew he was wanting to roll on it because he waited so long, and then I asked him, please don't take the helm, and to be fair to him, he agreed it and he let me have it, so I appreciate that. I heartstoned out and I left that party. To be honest, I was glad that was over and done with and that we got out in one piece. We had gotten our first piece of gear on our list as well, so that was awesome. At least progress was on the way. Day 4 was over and we had 1 down, 4 to go. Did a bit of questing for a change, so I headed over to Stranglethorn Vietnam. I've always played PvP servers in Classic, so it was the first time here that I wasn't able to be attacked by the opposite faction, and you know, Stranglethorn Vietnam didn't earn the name for nothing. It was quite nice being here and not being ganked by level 60s non-stop. It was so chill. I was asked to kill the Curzon warriors and medicine men, and then afterwards it was time to start the iconic Nesingwary questline of just butchering all of the local wildlife. This started off with me killing 10 tigers and then 10 panthers. Next up I had to kill some higher level panthers, some of the local raptors that had escaped Jurassic Park, and last but not least some higher level tigers. While handing in the Curzon quest I had completed earlier, I hit level 39. 1 more level until I unlocked the mount, which would be huge. My poor little stout legs take forever to run around the world. I could really do with a noble steed. Day 5. It was time to head back to our home in the Scarlet Monastery. This time I was armed with the knowledge I had learned from Bayrogar and used Seal of Wisdom, which should improve both my mana regeneration massively and my threat. And this was honestly completely game changing. I had gone from drinking every second pack to about every 5 or 6 packs, and sometimes I just never had to drink. I had a druid healer in this group, and I love having a druid with me while tanking, as they give me the thorns buff, and now I have both retribution aura and thorns, so every time a mob hits me, I was doing a lot of reflect damage. Add this to my shield that I obtained last episode and the shield spike from the episode before, we were actually very good at holding aggro, which was the one thing that I was worried about. I was able to pull 4 to 5 mobs at a time easily and to hold aggro, and this would only get better as I improved and learned. Plus, I was pumping DPS. This is actually so much fun. We cleared our way through library and nothing too exciting happened, so it was on to the armory. Hopefully with a bit of luck we'll be able to get the shoulders or legs. Also, as you might be able to tell, this group was hand-picked to not need my gear. I know, I'm sorry. I can't do it as DPS with no weapon, so it's the only way, okay? Being able to hold aggro from generating mana is honestly insane. I cannot explain how much better this is. While in armory, a pair of flint rock shoulders dropped, which were a nutty pair of blue leather shoulders. These have strength, agi and stam, and they are perfect for melee. I didn't win them, however. We were back to say hello to Big H once again and see if he has any presents for us. He dropped Ravager, the little shite. No loot for me. And this time though, I decided to tank Kath. I was level 39, so it should be doable. We cleared to the cathedral, killed all the mobs inside, and took on the power couple. They were orange level to me, so they could resist a lot of my spells, which is the only thing that worried me. We had good DPS though, so we should take them down before it's a problem. And I was right, to be honest, about the threat thing, as the pet ripped threat and ended up tanking Mograine. Although he did die fast, and then when the lady came out, we knocked her quickly down to 50% too. She res Mograine, and then we murdered the pair of them. This is my first cathedral run successfully tanked with no weapons, so I was pretty happy with that. Whitemane dropped the Triune Amulet, and Mograine dropped the incredible Aegis of the Scarlet Commander. This has a whopping 1550 armor, which is double my current shield. It also has Strength, Stam, and Spirit, whereas my current shield had no base stat. I'd be using this shield for tanking from now on, and I'd use the Central Core shield for questing or mobs that don't do much damage. It was so nice to have both. With this new shield on, I now had 47.5% physical damage reduction, which is nuts. I was only taking about half the damage from mobs. There was one more thing I had to do before the shield was usable. Yep, that's right. Add my beloved iron shield spike to it. It was time to head back to the jungle. I continued on Nesingwary's quest by killing some elder tigers and some lashtail raptors. After handing these in, I was asked to kill the boss of the tigers, Sindal, and after a little bit of searching, I found him at the base of a hill, and I slowly whittled them down. Next up, I collected some troll ears from my personal collection of body parts. Don't question it, okay? I then ventured to the Venture Cove. Get it? I had to collect some tumble crystals from the goblins around. On top of the oil platform was a boss called 4-Man Kozzle, who had a key that I needed to acquire. He very kindly donated his key to me, and I went down to loot a chest using said key. This contained the regulator blueprints that I needed for a quest. While in the area, I finished collecting the tumble crystals. And while I was wandering around, I found a pretty sick looking artisan blacksmith who I don't think I've ever found before. I'm guessing this gentleman is for some sort of blacksmithing quest or recipe, so potentially he'll come in useful for us in the future. I spent ages looking for stealthed panthers, and I finally found 10 of them that I could kill. This quest was a pain in the arse, as I spent ages running up and down looking for them. It was back to the Curzon compound, and this time I needed to enter a cave to kill some mobs. You know, remember Hardcore 101, don't do caves. This place was especially scary as there was stealthed mobs inside the cave, which I didn't know about until I got there. Luckily, this didn't cost me my life, but it was close. I killed all the Curzons that I needed, I looted a chest that I needed for a quest, and then I hot-tailed my way out of there. I started grinding basilisks for singing crystal shards, and eventually I managed to collect 10 after killing over 30 of these basilisks. While grinding these, my guild took on Cthulhu for the first time. As we're a dwarf-only guild, we're partnered with 2 other guilds, and this alliance took down Cthulhu for the first time. There's only 2 deaths on them as well, which is quite impressive, and luckily none of them were our stout dwarven friends. Congrats to the gang, it's a pretty amazing achievement. I went about handing in all these quests and I dinged to level 40, which is a huge level for multiple reasons. Firstly, I can now unlock a mount and move 60% faster. No more short-legged running across continents for me. And secondly, I unlock plate armor, which will give me a lot more tankiness and survivability. I also learned a new rank consecration, which would be great for holding aggro. So these are some big upgrades. As I had learned a lot about tanking in a short time frame, I decided to respec as my talents could have been done better. One thing that I learned is that mana is a huge problem, and as you do your threat through spells and not melees, strength's not really that important. It helps with block value, which can be nice, but that's about it. So I changed my first 5 talent points into extra intellect instead. This would also be quite handy when I'm healing. I still had one quest left to complete for the Scarlet Monastery, and I had to do some pre-quests to unlock this. Firstly, I got the quest Brother Anton from Stormwind, and this sent me to Desolus, so it was a long run south from Ashenvale. Brother Anton then asked us to kill 30 undead Ravagers in Desolus, which of course is the furthest point away in the zone. I realised I'd been using the wrong rank Seal of Righteous since whenever I learned that, and rank 5 does 36 per hit, and I was using rank 4 which does 30 per hit. What a wally. It was now day 6. Time for Scarlet Monastery yet again. I will get that outfit. I'll keep it brief as this video is already going to drag on. So Herod dropped the helm again, which I already had, and Triume Amulet dropped, but I lost the roll yet again. Day 7. So day 7 was a fun day. We done an insane run. We had a mage who had like 150 spell power and was proper twinked out. Look at some of these juicy pulls. This was quite the spicy but insanely fast run. I did get low several times on this though and was pretty scared. Trying to hold aggro against a twinked out mage that had so much spell power was near impossible. He would regularly do over 600 DPS. I had to bop him multiple times to keep him alive, and on the way to Herod in the armory I hit level 41, and this level is huge for tanking. Why 41? That's a very random level. Well, I now unlock Blessing of Sanctuary, which is amazing for tanking. It reduces damage taken per hit, and if you block, you do holy damage to the attacker, which is amazing for threat. And when we got to Herod, what did he drop? Yet again, the helm. And then the pair in the cathedral dropped the caster helm and the shield again. So this run was honestly insane. It definitely got the blood flowing for me and gave me some confidence for doing bigger tanking pulls. Day 9, and I would very much like to leave Scarlet Monastery at some stage. Lucky for me, however, this was going to be a go-to run. I was comfortable pulling big packs at this stage and I was really enjoying tanking. So all the runs were quite quick, and it was easy to get groups as a tank. We fought Herod yet again. I'm sure he's sick of the sight of me by now. We killed him and he dropped the shoulders, which I won, as yet again I had handpicked the group.
Oh, Pog!
I just needed the legs from either Herod or Mograine now, and I would be free from my crusade. As when I killed the duo for the 9th time, Mograine actually dropped the legs and I won them. Let's fucking go! I had officially completed my shopping list. To make things even better, Whitemane dropped the helm and nobody else needed it. So I grabbed that helm for healing. It has incredible stats for. This was an absolutely goated run. I had finally completed my Scarlet Crusade cosplay. It is a shame, however, that I never got lucky with the tabard. It is what it is. It is what it is. Day 10. I was now free from the prison. So what did I do the next day? Well, I went back to tank Scarlet Monastery to try out my new gear, of course. I done this with a guilty friend called Teledun. It was a really nice clean run, and I felt super tanky with the Sanctuary Blessing and all my new gear. I was thoroughly enjoying tanking at this stage. I was hoping to snag a lucky Triune Amulet, as it was the 10th day doing Scarlet Monastery now. Unfortunately, the helm dropped, and I decided that I would officially retire from Scarlet Monastery. It had been an absolute pleasure, and I love this dungeon. I mean, so much so I spent nearly 2 weeks of my life in that damn dungeon. We'd also finished this episode at level 42. Most people consider 40 the halfway point, so we were now over halfway through the challenge. Is it possible to punch your way to 60 in hardcore WoW? Well, for the first half we can officially answer yes. There's been some crazy twists and turns along the way, but it's been an absolute blast. Here's to the next half. I've also bought myself a new mic and audio interface, so I'm hoping that there's a noticeable difference to the audio quality in this video. Let me know if you can hear a difference or if I just wasted a whole bunch of money. Currently, we have figured out a way to have 6 different damage sources from auto attacking and not using abilities. Today's goal is to make that 7, but today also might be the last we see of Holyfisted, as it was one of those days where nearly everything went wrong. The source of damage we are are aiming for today is Dragon Breath Chili, which is a food when eaten that gives a chance on hit to breathe fire and damage enemies. How sick is that? Each of these pieces of food lasts for 10 minutes, and I want to create 50. That will last us for over 8 hours of gameplay. Now this isn't quite as simple as doing a little bit of fishing and cooking. We have some work to do. Firstly, we actually do need to do a bit of cooking and get our level up to 200 to be able to even learn the recipe in the first place. Secondly, we have to get the recipe. And thirdly, the hardest part, is to gather all the materials needed, and that is going to be quite the adventure. I think we shall start today off with a new dungeon, Razorfen Downs to be exact. I made my way over to the dungeon in the Barrens and had collected all of the quests by this stage. The main thing I wanted from here was the carapace of Tutankhash. This was an incredibly good plate chest piece from the first boss, which gave strength, agility and stamina. This would be a huge upgrade for me on my current blacksmithing chest. Although, I did kill 450 murlocs for this, so you know, I'm quite fond of it. I was healing this run, however, and the druid was tanking. We cleared our way to the first boss, you know, the big spooder that could drop my chest. Although, as I was healing, I would have to pass it to the warrior if he wanted it this run. Here we rang the bell a few times to summon his little spiderlings, and then on the third gong, he came to attack. He doesn't do anything too crazy. He does a web which roots people and a curse that reduces attack speed. He was a fairly easy fight, and luckily the mage and druid could both decurse. I dinged level 42 from killing him. This clip was meant to be part of the last video, but it was already very long, so that's why if you notice at the end of the video we're level 42, and now we're just dinging level 42. So a little bit all over the place, but there's a reason for it. Next up was the escort quest. This escort quest can be a pain if people don't know how to accept it. So you accept the quest and immediately hand it back in, but you don't accept the follow-up quest until everybody in your party has handed in the first quest, otherwise they can't get the escort. It is a pain in the ass, and I don't know why they done it like that. It just always happens that parties mess up and some people don't get the escort. Anyway, it is what it is. You get quite a nice blue ring from this, which gives a good chunk of stamina. We escorted the gentleman to where he will channel a cast for 5 minutes and you have to defend him. At the end of the 5 minutes, a boss spawns. The only ability he has that is of note is he does an AoE short duration disease, which silences. So casters just need to take a step back. Not me, of course. I stood there and punched the shit out of him. Too much DPS to give up, you see. He dropped the mage wand, who already had it, so that was some nice fender loot. I handed in the quest to the fire, and I got 4,000 XP and a nice ring. The boss after this is pretty sick. Look at this dude, just raving with his homies. I feel bad, man. Poor lad is having the time of his life. He's not bothering anybody, and we just run up, you know, enter into his house, interrupt his rave and murder him. I'm such a horrible person. The less said about this, the better. I'm so sorry, Mordresh. We just had 2 bosses left now, and up next was Pudge. He is a very simple tank and spank. He has an AoE poison aura that does damage, and he has an enrage. He is quite a tanky boy, but we took him down without too much problems, and he dropped some sick shoulders. Look at these bad boys. They have fat with a PH stats. We cleared up and around in circles, and not too long after our slightly stanky friend was our last boss, Amnanar the Coalbringer. Amnanar has a few abilities that we have to be careful of. Firstly, he does a Frost Nova spell, which is an AoE root. Secondly, his main ability is he just pumps Frost Bolts out, and then every so often he will summon 3 Frost Spectre adds. These can be scary if not handled correctly. The strategy we went with was just to nuke the boss down as our DPS was good, and if you kill the boss, the adds despawn. They'd done a lot of damage, but we all survived and we took Frosty Nuts down. He dropped a nice dagger and Death Chill armor, which is a male chest caster piece. There is not many of these around. As I was the only one that could make use of it, I collected it with no competition. This would be very nice for my healing set, and would actually have potential uses for tanking too. I realized after the fight that I should have used Frost Aura. Oh well, I'll know for next time, and nobody died, so it's all good. It was time to head back and train at the Paladin. One new ability that would be a huge unlock at this level is Cleanse. This allows me to now remove magic effects as well as poison and disease. Palas are OP. I also learned Flash of Light rank 4, Seal of Righteousness rank 6, Blessing of Might rank 5, and Seal of Crusader rank 5, so I should have a very nice damage increase. With Devotion Aura, I am now up to 4,000 armor, which gives 50.1% reduction. It is the first time that I've been over 50%. I then done another run of Scarlet Monastery, as I just can't help myself. I'm an addict, okay? I dream about it every night, going to sleep. I wake up thinking about it. When I'm in another dungeon, I'm just thinking of her. Sorry about that. We've been through a lot together, okay? I was with a good guildmate of mine, Teleduan, who was a pumper Shadow Priest dwarf. You'll love to see it. The hope was that I would get Triune Amulet. I done some fat pulls that were a lot of fun. God, I love prot tanking. Eat that consecration. Long story short, we cleared all of SM, and unfortunately, White Mane dropped the chapeau again. I thought we had something special. After this, it was time for some good old questing. I headed to the pirate camp just north of Booty Bay. I cleared out the pirates and handed in the quest. Luckily it was an instant pop-up and not a cast time, so I just looted it and legged it. I wanted to work on the Nezingwary quest as I've always enjoyed that quest chain, so I started killing some raptors. At this stage I was hitting around 100 per auto with Blessing of Might and the Judge debuff. We are pumping. Handing this quest in to my dear old friend Hemet dinged me to level 43. I ran around the Troll Ruins to the very north to collect 4 of the tablets. It took me a while, but I managed to grab all the tablets. It was time to kill some of the big boy animal elites. I had the most epic battle ever versus Vagterra. Vagterra. Buckle up. I'm not sure you are ready for this high octane gameplay. I decided to solo these elites because, you know, mama didn't raise no bitch. My strategy was pretty simple. I would judge wisdom on the mob, and use Seal of Wisdom to keep my mana up as high as possible. I was using Retribution Aura for the reflect damage and also Blessing of Sanctuary for the damage reduction and my Gnomer Shield for damage. I then slowly punched them to death while healing and they were basically killing themselves. How exhilarating. After taking out Vagterra, next on my list was Tethys. He was a level 43 super tanky raptor and he hit a lot harder than Vagterra. This could be problematic. I used the same strategy and the fight lasted so long that my buffs had started to run out. Yeah, I spent 5 minutes slowly punching one raptor to death in a 20-year-old video game. Well, what am I doing with my life? I handed in the 2 elite quests and I had a follow-up. The last quest of the series, Big Game Hunter. For this quest, I had to kill the final boss of Strangletorm Vietnam, which was Bangladesh. He also comes with 2 ads, so I don't think this quest is soloable. Not for me anyway. You know, maybe mama did raise a bitch. I found a rogue who was also looking for the quest and invited him to the group. We buffed up and got ready to fight. I also had the dog whistle from Scarlet Monastery, which I could use here. We started the fight and absolutely clapped his cheeks. I tanked the boss while the rogue popped Blade Flurry and done rogue things, and poor Bangladesh got smoked. As you may have noticed, I also forgot to use my dog whistle. My goddamn goldfish memory. With the excitement of killing the elite mobs over, it was time to go kill some lowly trolls. No offense, troll mains. I killed the skull splitters until I had received 18 of their tusks. I handed in the Big Game Hunter quest, which gave a big old chunk of XP. I believe that's the scientific term. I also gave in the quest to the camp up north and down in Booty Bay. Once I handed all of these in, I was on more than 50 gold, and that meant something pretty significant. As I was over level 40, and I had more than 50 gold, I could now train dual spec, which would allow me to have 2 talent specs I could swap between at any time outside of combat. This would be so good for dungeoning and questing. I could quest as Retribution, as it's got a faster kill time, and then tank dungeons as protection, which is much safer and has better AoE threat, so I had the best of both worlds. There was one thing I was excited about. As you may remember, in an earlier episode I asked my guild if Vengeance could proc from unarmed attacks even though it says weapon swings. Vengeance is a talent that when you crit with an attack or spell, it gives you a 15% damage boost for physical and holy. This would be a huge damage increase for me, as there's very little ways for me to increase my damage. And this does work just like my guildie said earlier. You know, I trusted him 100%, and it is so nice. As excited as I was for this, it was just after this that everything would turn to shit. Now, what happened next is nuts. Basically, my debit card expired at the end of 2025. This clip was taken in January, so I'm a little bit behind as you can tell. I was mid-fight when my sub ran out and it kicked me out of the game because my card had expired. I then had to not only renew my sub quickly before I died, but also add my new card to my Battle.net account. All while I knew I was being attacked and probably killed. After like 3 minutes of trying to do this as quickly as possible and panicking, I managed to log back in and I was on about 20% HP. I lay on hands myself as I wasn't sure how much HP I would be on, so I just said to myself as soon as I get in, I'm lay on handsing. Holy shit, though. If I died like this, I would have been so sad. After this, I genuinely took a few days off. My heart couldn't take it. I wanted something a bit more chill when I came back, so I decided to do the triage quest and get my first aid up to 300 max. Once I had recovered, it was time for another dungeon. No, it wasn't Scarlet Monastery for once. I'm officially 3 days clean as of today. No more joining cults for me. I went back to RFD in the hopes of getting the chest, and this time I was tanking too. I done the good old reliable group selection with no plate wearers, so if the Spooter dropped the chest plate, it was all mine, which of course meant it didn't drop. I ruined Mordrish's rave once again, and he dropped a really nice caster belt. Where was this last time, Morty Poo? Huh? Fatboy Not So Slim almost ran into us while we were fighting a pack of mobs, but the rogue had a clutch distract. I do like me some good rogue play. Respect to you, sir. That gave us enough time to finish off the pack and then start the fight. The healer was on below half mana at the start, so that was a little bit scary. I struggled a bit to get threat as I was pretty low on mana, and the little, or not so little bastard, ran out of my consecrate. But all was well in the end, and he dropped the amazing shoulders again. We took on Amnanar again, and this time I remembered to use Frost Resistance Aura, and she died pretty fast as we had really nice DPS. The whole dungeon was cleared in 30 minutes, which was pretty sick. Are liches a he or she? The next day, I was looking for groups to raise a friend downs again, while killing some pirates. I cleared the camp out so that I could grab the quest item, and then accepted an invite to the group. This then layered me onto a fresh layer with all of the mobs still alive, so I had to lay on hands and run away. Man, I am dancing with death. These pirates will be the end of me. While making my way towards RFD, I headed through Booty Bay and the Zandalar buff drop. This buff is awesome, as it gives 15% alt stats and 10% movement speed. I also had a druid for this dungeon run, so I had thorns as well. Ret Aura, thorns and bless in the sanctuary. I had so much reflect damage. I loved it. I was using the caster male chest from Amnanar, as it has 20 spirit and some intellect. And as I front load my spells, it could be really nice for prot as I regenerate more mana. This was a smooth run. I was able to constantly pull packs and not having to stop much. And we were at the first boss in no time. What a gamer group. I was actually bumping damage too. Have I ever mentioned I love prot pala tanking? No? Okay, good. I hit level 44 just before the Spooter boss, and as you may have noticed, I have a specially curated group again. What a coincidence. We smacked the Spooter and he dropped the chest. It was beautiful. It was everything I'd ever dreamed of. It also had some red strips on it, so it even matched my Scarlet outfit, and that was the most important thing. We crashed the house party once again. You know, respect this guy. No matter how many times the Popo come and crash his party, he keeps rocking it out. We killed the big chubbers, and he didn't drop the shoulders this time. Poor Druid and Rogue. The guys say hi, by the way. Say hi back! Now that they were famous though, I had to warn them about the paparazzi that would probably be lurking outside their windows. You know, it's just how it is. We smacked Lich Boy down, or Lich Girl down, and he dropped the male chest and the robe again. But I was happy. I was now done with RFD. Another dungeon ticked off the list. I went back to the Paladin trainer and I learned Seal of Light rank 2 and Blessing of Wisdom rank 4. I ran out of money while training, however, and I had to vendor some stuff. I sold my blacksmithing chest, which was quite a sad moment. You have served me well, shining silver breastplate, and I'll be forever thankful. I went back to the trainer and I learned Frost Resistance Aura rank 2. This would have been really handy for the Lich. It was time for a little bit more questing, and I wandered over to the Badlands. I did realise, unfortunately, that I wouldn't be able to get the nifty stopwatch trinket, as I am self-found, which does suck. This trinket gives you a sprint, and it would have been super useful to have, along with my Blessing of Freedom, but, you know, oh well, we'll make do. While in the Badlands, I found my first mithril ore. We were moving up in the mining world. I punched some stones to death. Damn, my knuckles must be tough by now. I got a couple of elemental earths too, which are usually worth a decent bit of gold. I remember farming these back in OG Classic. The follow-up then sent me to punch even more stones to death, but these were a bit stronger. More like rocks than stones. And the follow-up to this yet again sent me to kill some even stronger stones. More like boulders. Yeah, like boulders. On the way there, I killed a bunch of buzzards and I got the wings needed for the quest. They also gave me mystery meat, which was needed for the flame breath chili. Luckily, as I briefly mentioned in episode 6, I had started saving all the mystery meat for a while now, as I knew I would need them. I then finished gathering up the last of the rock elemental items, and this then unlocked the quest to hand in a pair of bracers from blacksmithing, which I had crafted earlier and I kept in my bank, so I'll have to grab them soon. I was really struggling with bag space at this time. What's new? Story of my life. So I'd done a little blacksmithing trip and I crafted up all my materials. I also made some golden keys, which could be used to open some lower level lock chests and lockboxes, which could come in super handy. This little smithing session brought me up to 182 smithing. I then vendored all the old mats I wouldn't need, and I put my healing set in the bank to free up space for the great grind of 2026. Before this, however, it was time to go back to Stranglethorn, Vietnam. I gathered a bunch of Acarus reed from some dead Naga bodies. I don't know how they got there. Thank you, don't mind me. I collected the blood sale charts I needed previously, where the layer respawn nearly got me killed. Gathered all 15 snuff and headed back to hand in all the pirate quests to Booty Bay. I obtained some singing blue crystals and collected some Zanzal's mixture. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where it happened. This was the scene. I got a quest to kill the captains on the pirate boat. So I thought, okay, no big deal. I'll head over there and do the quest. Unfortunately, I wasn't recording the start of this fight, but as you can see here, I am not in a good place. Basically, I aggroed 3 mobs on the boat. I swam fucking miles away, and they still didn't reset. I don't know if it was my retri aura looking back that stopped them resetting, or it was just bugged or whatever, but these fuckers followed me to Narnia. I was panicking, so I used my lay on hands, as you can see that it's on cooldown here. I'd also already used my blessing of protection, so that is on cooldown too. And I had used my potion. So this was really not good. Not only that, but I'd lost my orientation while panicking, and I thought I was swimming back to the mainland, but I accidentally swam onto the island with the fucking stealthed jaguars, who were level 50, 6 levels higher than me. I accidentally aggroed one, and then I tried to hodge it, and it resisted. My repentance was on cooldown. I had officially exhausted every single ability I had. This was it. This was the end of Holyfisted. I tried to run, but I got dazed and the mobs were beating me down. I was brutally beat down to 1% HP. They even missed a few attacks on 1% HP. And I was ready to die. When the most insane thing that has ever happened to me in the 20 years I've been playing WoW happened. Bear in mind, I'm on Jaguar Island, which is in the middle of buttfuck nowhere and nobody goes here. When this absolute fucking hero, excuse my French, but this story merits it, sprints out of nowhere. I hadn't even noticed there was another player around. He sprints up behind me and he drops a target dummy. Look at my health. A stiff breeze would knock me over. I got hit for a 61 just as he dropped it, and if this crit, I was dead. If any of the attacks that missed earlier hit, I was dead too. I think there was like 4 attacks that missed. The mobs then aggroed onto the target dummy and ran away from me, and this hero sprinted along with me to keep me safe. I was still terrified I was going to run into a stealthed panther, so I stopped and healed quickly and then continued running. I then told him that I loved him, and it was true. I don't think I've ever felt this much love for somebody I've just met. I'm gonna name my firstborn child after this man, whether it's a girl or a boy. Now, I know this must look scripted. Like, if I'd seen this in a YouTube video, I'd think it's scripted too. But I swear on my and everybody I know's life that it was not scripted. This was the craziest thing that had ever happened. It is something I will never forget, and Case is an absolute legend. I haven't seen him online since. I'm not a religious man, but goddamn, this man was a guardian angel. I just noticed while editing this that he had the Zandalar buff too, which gives movement speed. If he didn't have that world buff, he may not have been able to get close enough. What are the chances? I know, man. It seems too good to be true. It's so crazy. My heart was beating out of my chest after this. He then asked me if we wanted to do the quest together, and I thought, yes. I'll be honest, if I had a wife, and he asked me if he could marry her then, or something else, I would have said yes. Case means cheese in German, right? So you never know when you need a hero called cheese in your life. Anyways, after this, we carefully worked our way through the ships and killed the 3 captains. And that was now 3 times I could have died this episode. I need to lock in, man. We parted ways, but I'll never forget you, Mr. Cheese. Now, I know I said I was done with RFD, but I'm a filthy liar. There was still one item that I would really like to get, the Ice Metal Barboot. It is a plate helm which would give me a lot more armor for tanking. It was pretty much business as normal with me consecrating the bejays instead of every mob in the dungeon, and we made it to Lichy Lich, took him down, and no dice, no helmet. I made my way back to the Badlands to hand in the blacksmithing bracers that I had made, which was needed for a quest, and then collected the 7 scrap metal from the ogres, and I was finally ready to start one part of this grind. Well, I thought so, but I grouped up with a priest to fight the ogre and the ads for the Mark of the Earth quest, as I seen a rare elite around there earlier. It had been roaming around for a few days at this stage, and it had like 9,000 HP. While we were fighting the ogres, we also aggroed the rare. This priest then also aggroed a wolf, and we were now both on like 10% mana. I told him to run and reset, and we would try the elite after. It was a close call, but we managed to reset him. We drank back up to full mana, and then took him on. This guy slapped, he was not messing about. It took a while, and we were both on fumes, but we managed to take him down, and it was well worth it, as he dropped a pair of plate, stamina, and strength boots, which I gladly took. Okay, this time, we're actually ready to start the grind, I swear. Dragon Breath Chili requires 2 ingredients. One that we mentioned earlier, the mystery meat, and 2, a small flame sack. The mystery meat we had already started collecting some, but that was the easier of the 2 to get. The small flame sacks, however, were going to be the more difficult part. The reason why is they don't have a great drop chance. The mobs I decided to grind for this was the Scalding Whelps, located here in the Badlands, and they had a 16% drop chance, which means I should get one on average about every 6.25 kills. Which also means, on average, I would have to kill about 313 whelps to collect the 50 flame sacks I wanted. So I'm going to be here for a while. These are just flying murlocs in disguise. Did you get it? The skies, the disguise, I'll let myself out. At the start of this grind, I was 8 bars into the level, and after 150 kills, yeah, bit of a time jump, I am now 17 bars in, so at least I'm getting nice XP. By now, I should have about 24 flame sacks on average, but I only have 19, so I am below drop chance. What a surprise. But we're not too far off, so we can't complain. After a good few hours, I ding level 46 from killing the whelps. I was so much in my own little world at this stage, I completely missed the level up. My bad. I had killed 193 whelps at this stage and was on 23 flame sacks. So my luck is getting worse, not better. But we're here getting XP, and there is mithril nodes that spawn around here, so I'm leveling mining at the same time, and it's very useful for my account. As I hit level 46, it was time to go back to the man whose mortgage I pay. I learned Holy Light rank 7 and Retribution Aura rank 4. Every new rank of Retribution Aura is a great unlock, as it does a significant portion of my damage. This went from 18 to 24 reflect damage a hit, so that was a nice 33% damage increase. As I was in Ironforge, I trained mining up to 300, the final tier, and I smelted up all of my bars. Now, this is a little bit of a time skip, as you can probably tell from the experience bar. I went back to the whelps and I started doing my best impersonation of my Rocky training montage. I work full time, so I was basically working and then spending my evenings killing whelps over and over again in a 20-year-old game. What a life I lead. Very exciting. I finally had gathered the 50 small flame sacks needed, and how many kills did it take? 469. Yep, this was now officially my longest murder spree, even more than the murlocs. See, murlocs, it's nothing personal. I was only 3 bars off level 47 by the time I'd finished this, so that was another huge plus. I'd gotten some fat XP from this grind. Now that I had the hardest part of our Dragon Breath Chili creation done, it was time to do the easiest part, so I went to Dustwallow Marsh and I bought the cooking recipe. And it was time to collect the last ingredient needed, the mystery meat. I had already 13 of these just from questing, so I needed another 37. There is lots of different mobs that can drop these, but a lot of them are quite high level. I decided on the Scorpions, Basilisks and Hyenas and Tanarus, as they would give me pretty decent XP as well, and there was also loads of them scattered around, so finding mobs shouldn't be a problem. The drop chance for these is roughly 39 to 42% depending on the mob, so this should be a much easier grind than the flame sacks. I tend to do the longest or the worst one first, and then the easier ones after. And while grinding these, I hit level 47 and I put my talent point into precision for the extra 1% hit. I continued killing the scorpids, vultures and hyenas, and I gathered up the 50 mystery meat that I needed. It was time to make our way back to Stormwind. to buy 50 hot spices, which were the last ingredient, and then cook up a storm. This food will make us breathe fire both out of our mouths and arse from the sounds of it. I channeled my inner Gordon Ramsay and I capped at 225 cooking. The recipe was still orange, so if I'd done the quest to get 300 cooking, I could have gotten a lot more levels, but I'll be doing fishing and cooking in the future, so I'm not too worried. Now, what are we going to be using this dragon breath chili on? Well, that's a very good question. Our hero Holyfisted has braved all kinds of trials and tribulations, adventures, elite quests, and dungeons. But there is one thing that every hero needs that he does not have yet, and that is a loyal companion. So today's goal is to obtain ourselves a trustworthy sidekick. To obtain our new friend, we would need to complete 3 different escort quests, which would then allow us to claim the pet. To start these escort quests, however, you have to obtain a drop, which can drop from any mob in their respective zones. I thought that it would make the most sense to just complete the quest in those 3 zones, and if I hadn't gotten it by then, I would grind for it. The 3 zones are Tanarus, Feralus, and the Hinterlands. I decided we would start off our adventures in Tanarus. I collected up a whole bunch of quests, and then started by taking down 10 Wastewander Thieves and 10 Wastewander Bandits. While killing these, I also got the water pouches I needed for a separate quest. Next up on the list was Caliph Scorpid Sting, and he has 2 invisible rogue adds. I swapped to my protection spec and used Blessing of Sanctuary to reduce their damage. This blessing is OP against dual wielders, as they do less damage but hit way more often, so I was nearly halving their damage on every attack. I was so tanky I didn't have to heal at all, minus using a health pot for the entire fight. I took him and his merry men down, and once again done my favourite pastime of collecting his head. There was some concern about the local water quality, so I collected a sample, which also summoned 2 massive ass cockroaches, so I liked it. I made my way to Gadgetzin, and it turns out that everybody was battling over control of water in the area, as it's quite a valuable resource in the desert, which kinda makes sense to be fair. The Wastewander are trying to control it, and also poison it for some reason, and the bugs are trying to control the western water wells, and the Wastewanderers the east. If you're also obsessed with water, you guys should really move to Ireland. We never have any shortage of it over here. It was time to go back and kill some higher ranking Wastewanderers this time. Some of these are dual wielding mobs called assassins, and they almost kill themselves. This was a fairly average kill, and I did 24% of the damage via Retribution Aura, 4.4% from the shield, and 2.8% from the shield proc. So 32% of the damage was done from them hitting me, which is awesome. I love dual wield mobs. Caster mobs, however, especially these warlocks with pets, they suck. I continued killing these well-poisoning wanderers. I finished off the assassins, then the rogues, and lastly the pain-in-the-ass warlocks. After this, I spent some time looping the desert to collect 30 Gazridian ornaments and handed it in for a nice staff that vendored for 2 gold 50. It was now time to head down to one of my favourite questing spots in all of Classic WoW, the pirate area in Tanarus. What an incredible spot. It's a beautiful open area with the sea off to the side. It's dense with quests, and the mobs are pretty much all melee. The mobs also drop some of the finest volatile rum in all of the lands, so I try to stock up on that when I can. A dwarf needs his fuel. I had to kill a whopping 40 pirates for this quest, so I took out the freebooters first, and while killing the pirates I hit friendly reputation with Gadgetzin so that they would be nice and green instead of yellow from now on. I killed the last of the pirates I needed and swapped to protection, as there was a lot of places with multiple mobs, and they were all melee, so protection would work better. There was a boss here called Andre Firebeard, and there was a bunch of pirates behind him, which I wasn't sure if they would aggro or not. I sent it anyways, and he pulls along with 2 mobs. I managed to AoE the 3 of them down quite easily. Paladin is OP, man. I collected Stoley's shipment from upstairs in one of the buildings, finished off the swashbucklers needed, and lastly the dock workers got punched to death as well. Although I had killed all the types of pirates, I still needed some of their lovely hats. So I didn't discriminate, and I just murdered everybody until I had all the hats. While killing these, they drop chests that can drop map pieces, and if you get the top, middle and bottom map part, you can combine it to create an item that starts a quest. I handed in all the quests I completed and received the South Sea head bucket, which gives strength, stamina and defense on it, so this is the first piece of defense gear I received, and this would help me greatly with survivability if I was tanking. Afterwards, I went down to Ogreville and started murdering them. I killed 20 ogres, 10 brutes and 10 enforcers. Afterwards, I was taking on the boss ogre and had him half HP when I got invited by 2 mages. I accepted their invite as I didn't want them to miss out on the quest, and I was easily soloing it previously. I feel like the non-grouping rule is a little bit obsolete now anyways. I don't know, what's your guys' opinions on this? I feel like the idea behind the restriction was that I couldn't group and just get carried by people, but you've seen me punch a lot of things to death, so hopefully you trust me now that I'm not going to abuse it. I went to the paladin trainer and trained Seal of Wisdom rank 2. I still had some more quests in Tanarus to take care of, so firstly I squashed some bugs and I collected 5 insect parts like some psychotic child. Earlier I mentioned about the pirates dropping chests which can have map pieces. Well, I managed to complete the map and it started a quest. This quest was going to be difficult however, as it summons 5 ads. A guildmate and a friend of mine called Commandeer needed this quest, and as luck had it, he also needed the chicken escort and the turtle escort. So we grouped up for about an hour. We started off escorting my future loyal companion to the sea, and that was one of the 3 quests completed for Clucky the chicken. Next up we went down to the weird little tree beards to try and find the turtle escort. We decided to kill the trees while waiting, and I collected the dew-laden gland. It didn't take too many kills, which was nice, as it can take a while here. Afterwards we finished off the rest of the tree beards needed. I spent a while looking for the turtle, but after like 20 minutes I just gave up and I ran north. You know, time is money, friend. I headed back to Gadgetson and handed all of the quests in. This brought me up to about 50% through the level, and it was now time to knock out the last of the pre-quests needed for Zul'Farrak, so that we can start running that beautiful dungeon soon. I had 2 new zones that I would have to visit to gather all of the dungeon quests. The first would be Feralus. While in these zones, I decided to do a bunch of quests, as the higher level I am to do dungeons, the better and the safer. Plus, we might get some gear upgrades, who knows. I tried some quests to free the darters and it was pretty weird. I freed the darters and killed all of the Tauren fighting for them and failed the quest. So I just left and ignored it. There was a flight path at the very west of the zone that I wanted to collect, so I started making my way over there and I completed the Vale Screechers quest on the way, and this was one of the pre-quests for Zul'Farrak. So I just had one pre-quest left to do, which was in the hinterlands. Or one quest chain in the hinterlands. I reached Feathermoon Stronghold and grabbed the flight path and a metric shit ton of quests. I wouldn't do these quests just yet however, as I wanted to have all the pre-quests done for Zul'Farrak so I could join a group if I seen a good opportunity. I then made my way to the hinterlands to do the last chain for the Zul'Farrak quests. I grabbed the flight path in Airy Peak, which was this cool looking dwarf castle in the mountain. One of their famous griffins went missing and I had to go look for it in the troll villages. This cage seemed way too small for griffins, but yep, I can confirm it's not here. And while I was here, the trolls very kindly donated me some necklaces out of their own goodwill. Just after this, I realized I never searched the 3rd cage. Whoops. So I had to head back there to the other troll village and have a gander in the cage. The follow-up sent me to check the cages beside some elite mobs. These elite mobs also dropped a mallet, which I can turn into an item to complete a Zul'Farrak quest. These mobs were super tanky, so I flew back to Ironforge to grab my healing gear in case it was needed for the next while, and then returned. We took on the 2 elites and got the mallet drop. I would have to use this at the top of an altar surrounded by huge amounts of elite mobs to complete the mallet, but that was a problem for the future. Behind the altar was a chest. We cleared up to it and I rolled a whopping 4. What a shit roll. But then the warrior rolled a 3 and I won. I think that's the first time I've ever won with a 4 roll. There was some blacksmithing materials in the chest as well, so that was nice. The follow-up to the Griffin quest sent me to the Blasted Lands, which I have yet to go to on this character. The journey would be quite dangerous as I would have to travel through Deadwind Pass, which didn't get its name from nothing. But more importantly, the Swamp of Sorrows, where horde guards patrol and can PvP flag me. And as we have already seen, I am not the best at avoiding horde guards, so we would need a little bit of lady luck for this trip. There is a flight path in Blasted Lands however, so once I get there for the first time, it should be okay for future trips. As soon as I got into the swamp, I almost ran straight into a guard, and apart from doing the exact same thing 2 minutes later, it was a pretty safe trip and we made it in one piece. I grabbed the flight path and then handed the quest in to the Dwarf Warlock. He told me he would do it if in return I retrieved him Necrum's medallion from Zul'Farrak, which seems a fair trade as I was going there anyways. I made my way back to Gadgetson and handed in the Noggenfogger quest, which I had grabbed earlier in the hinterlands. This elixir is incredible. It has 3 effects. It can turn you into a skeleton for 10 minutes, give you slow fall for 2 minutes, or make you small for 10 minutes. And you can have all 3 effects at once. I spent 1 gold on this just to make myself a tiny dwarf for 10 minutes. Worth. Just as I was handing in the last pre-quest for Zul'Farrak, the big bad Dave Gilmore logged on. He's still alive and he's still going strong. He's level 23 now. We love you, Dave! I was now officially ready to do a Zul'Farrak run. Now, originally I had wanted to tank Zul'Farrak and potentially higher dungeons in the future, but I was starting to have some problems with groups. I was removed from a group earlier in the day when they seen that I had no main hand weapon. And then, a second time later that day, even when I went as a healer, a rogue left because I was missing tons of stats from my one-handed weapon as a healer. I'm missing about 6 intellect and some stamina potentially, so it's really minor, but maybe if people don't understand as well, they might think it's a big nerf for a healer. Plus, we are getting to the level where people have put a lot of time and effort into their characters, so I don't blame them for being extra safe. I'm starting to understand that one of the most difficult parts of this challenge is going to be the people in hardcore allowing me to join their group. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. It does, however, look like I'll be healing from now on in dungeons. Tanking in Scarlet Monastery was so fun, and I'm really glad that I done it. I'm going to miss it. Sad times. Now, any of you Holy Paladin mains might notice something about the buffs I have assigned. Or maybe it's just for hardcore for extra precaution, but I didn't figure this out for a while. But we'll come back to that in the future. The first boss we came upon in Zul'Farrak was Antusul. His abilities are he summons some basilisks and drops healing and rooting totems. We had really good DPS in this group, especially with the 2 hunters, and he got pumped fast. He dropped a pair of plate gloves that the tank needed, so I passed on it. Up next was Witch Doctor Zumra. This guy can summon some zombie ads, but as you can see here, he got absolutely pumped as well. He dropped a really nice pair of caster gloves, however, with lots of stamina, intellect and spirit. I needed on these, and for once I had a decent roll. I rolled a 72, and the mage must have inherited my rolling RNG as they rolled a whopping 1. Just after this boss, while clearing mobs, I dinged to level 49. A star ruby dropped and I needed it and won it, as I would need this for some blacksmithing plans I have for the future. After this was the pyramid boss, where you save some humans from trolls, and then the trolls send waves of mobs at you. You clear these and you wait for the lazy shits to walk down the stairs, and once they are down, you fight Necrom Gutchewer and Shadow Priest says he has a heal over time spell and an AoE fear. Unfortunately, he doesn't drop anything too useful for us, but we did get the necklace needed for a quest. And after this, the humans that you save get all offended, and they turn against you, and you have to kill the very people you just saved. These are kind of like a dungeon party as well, which is pretty cool. The warrior tank, priest healer, and then warlock and rogue DPS. The warrior also drops a quest item when you kill him, which is the divine omatic rod. Just beside the pyramid is a room where the unofficial last boss is. Well, it has the best loot and the highest level. It's just that the dungeon's in a circle shape and you can go either way. There is Chief Uckers and his right hand man Ruslu. The chief can cleave and enrage, so he can get to the stage where he hits really hard. Although, as our group are pumpers, he got destroyed. He dropped the plate shoulders, and luckily for me the warrior already had them, so I got them. These were awesome and a nice upgrade over Herod's shoulder, especially the armor value. We cleared into the last section of the dungeon, which we would need to finish. Hydromancer Velrotha was here, and she had a Shadowbolt volley spell and a heal. She's more like a mini boss than an actual boss, although she does give nice XP, which is great. She also drops both the tiara and the tablets, which I needed for separate quests. God, I love this dungeon. There is so many quests. Lastly, we summon the big old Gazrilla using the mallet on the gong. There is 2 options here usually, as he does a big knock-up which can really hurt. You either stand under the arch so that if you get launched you hit the arch and drop down, or you stand in the water. I decided to stay under the arch as sometimes the heals can get line of sighted if I'm in the water. We took him down and he dropped us his scale, which was yet another quest complete. I went around giving the quests in and I got a sick looking caster helmet. Look at this bad boy. I can use this for fishing too. Next I handed in Gazrilla, which gives us our very first trinket on the character, which is amazing. It is also one of the most useful. It is a 3% movement speed buff when mounted, so it makes travelling around the world even quicker. Or it would, but it doesn't stack with Pursuit of Justice, so that's kind of sad. After handing all the quests in, I was 7 bars into the level, about 1/3 of the way to level 50. And this is super exciting, as we are almost on the home stretch. It was time to go back to Feralus and to start working towards collecting the chicken escort item there. The egg randomly drops off any mob in the zone, so I might as well quest while I'm here. Firstly, I scouted the Naga runes. Then the lady asked me to talk to a dude who was literally 2 feet away from her. You lazy shite. I then had to go back and kill a whole bunch of the Naga for their scales. While killing these, they also drop big mouth clams, which drop zesty clam meat, which is used in the 300 cooking quests that I would need in the future. So I held on to these. And while opening these, I got another iridescent pearl, which is just teasing me at this point. I spent so long grinding for you, and now when I don't need you, you drop. I then had to kill the boss Naga, and I decided to use my first ever Dragon Breath Chili from the last episode. It seems the proc chance on this is quite rare, but it looks cool as fuck when it procs. This cave with the boss in was dense and scary. Cleared my way in, I smacked the boss man to death, and I made my way out again safely. I got a whole bunch of mithril ore in here, which was awesome. Yeah, I'll leave. I handed the quest in and the follow-up when I got back, and it gave me some nice vendor crap. I don't have a clip of this, but soon after, while fighting a mob, my Dragon Breath Chili crit for 93, which is kinda nuts for a food item. I didn't realise this could crit. I headed back to the mainland and started killing water elementals and giants. Further to the south was a wrecked boat that I had to search for. There was no sign of a person here, but there was a shiny knife left in the boat. I was asked to bring this back to Mr. Serious Night Elf Man at Feathermoon Stronghold. Afterwards, I finished killing the giants. I also killed about 10 water elementals, which took ages, and it's annoying, as they do frost damage with their auto attacks, so they hurt and I have to heal a lot. After killing 10 of these, I only got 1 core, and I needed 10. So I couldn't be bothered, and I decided I'd come back another time for this. I also thought I noticed something. I felt like my Dragon Breath Chili buff kept running out, which feels weird because there was definitely time left on it. And I need to double check the footage, but I think when I run into the water, it might get rid of the food buff. And yeah, I was right. As soon as you go into the water, you lose your chili buff, which is kinda sad. I wasted about 5 of the curries doing this. I puckered up and I went back to kill the water elementals, and I stuck with it this time. My stubbornness will prevail. After this, it was time to head to Ironforge, aka the Big Smoke, and started using up all the materials I had from mining, as I was struggling for bag space big time. I had a shed load of mithril, but I couldn't use it yet as I wasn't high enough blacksmithing level. I turned a bunch of my iron into steel and managed to get up to 197 blacksmithing. I needed 12 more iron bars before I could get to level 200 and start crafting up a bunch of my solid stones and mithril to start saving some bag space. I kept an eye out for a Zulfaric group while all this was going on, as I still had a few quests left to complete. And one item that would be very nice to collect for my healing set, which was the Jinxed Hoodoo Kilt. And who doesn't like wearing a skirt? Am I right, Scottish people? On the way down from Ironforge, I got lucky and I got a Dragon Slayer buff. I made my way through Booty Bay and headed into Zulfaric, potentially for the last time, which is a shame. I love doing this dungeon so much, so only doing it like twice is a little sad, but there's nothing really too amazing in there for me, and I don't want to just grind dungeons pointlessly, as it doesn't really feel like in the spirit of the challenge. I had joined another group earlier as a tank, but when they seen I'd no weapon, it fell apart again. I think from this level on, it might be very difficult to tank dungeons, as people are starting to get really strict on groups, so it looks like it is indeed healing in my future. In this run, I had a paladin, which was cool. It was my first time in a long time seeing one that's not me, so, you know, they might actually be competent. This time the group killed all the scarabs, so I collected their shells, and I finished collecting the troll temper just before the humans. While waiting for them to start their event, I busted out some moves. Have you ever seen such a graceful dwarf? Unfortunately, no skirt dropped, but he did drop a polearm that is worth 3 gold 30 silver, which I won. Here comes the money! Just before fighting the last boss, I dinged level 50. Only 10 more levels to go. It was actually so exciting seeing the number 5 at the start of my level. I never thought I'd get this far without a weapon or a bubble, or even close to it, as I had never played Alliance before. The last boss dropped the Chief's Enforcer, which unfortunately I didn't win, as that also vendors for around 3 gold 50. I could have been a baller. What's crazy though is while clearing towards the Hydromancer, Cassandra's Grace dropped from a random mob. Cassandra's Grace is basically a super low drop rate helm, which can drop from pretty much any mob around this level range, which is pre-bis for pretty much every healer. Apart from paladins probably, as it has plus 44 healing power, which is nuts, especially for this level. Getting this as self-found was awesome. You know, maybe it's a sign to accept the fact that I'm going to be a healer. The guys want to do a Mara quest run, and who am I to say no? As I ding level 50, I headed back and I trained a few spells. But more importantly, I respect the holy, seeing as nobody wants me as a tank anymore. I should have stronger heals now and much better mana efficiency. The main thing is every time I crit, I get the mana cost of the spell back, which is incredible. I made my way towards Desolus, and just as I left Booty Bay, I seen the notification that the Zulgur world buff was dropping. I was so close, but yet so far. Oh well, only natural buffs. Once I got to Nigel's Point, I started collecting all the quests. The item I was most excited for from the quest is the Mark of the Chosen. To get this, I would have to kill 5 cans and collect their crystals. This is an item which has a 2% chance every time I'm hit to increase all my base stats by 25 for a short time. This would be so good for questing as Ret, as it should proc a lot and give me more damage, HP and regen. The thing I wanted most, however, and I did not know this yet, but this item was going to haunt me, is the shield from Tinkerer. It's basically pre-bis for Holy Paladins. Well, shield-wise anyways, and as it's hardcore, I want to be using a shield all the time instead of an offhand. This has intellect and MP5, which is very difficult to find on shields, so this is my dream item. It has a 33% drop chance and only paladins on the alliance side would want it, so it should be easy to get, right? We entered Maradon and filled up my vial in the orange pool. Then we started killing the different prophets needed for the trinket quest. Some of these were inside, some of these were outside. There is also 2 different entrances to Maradon, which bring you to very different sides. We decided to start at the purple entrance, and this will dictate the order of the bosses we do. Just before we went in, we killed the Spirit of Gelk, and that gave us our 3rd crystal, and all the ones from outside were complete. We now had 3 out of 5 crystals for the trinket quest, we just had the 4th and 5th can left which were inside the dungeon. Straight away, a really nice blue BOE leather belt dropped, which had strength, stamina, and agility. The rogue didn't need this, however, as they were stacked apparently. Although, I didn't win the role, but I can't complain, I just got Cassandra's Grace. While running through, we found the 4th can, and we killed him for his gem. 1 more to go. The first boss was called Lord Viletongue. He has 2 mobs in stealth beside him, and apart from that, he can do an AoE stun, has a blink, and can multi-shot. Blink and multi-shot is such a cool combo, I want that in a class. I collected all 25 carpings I needed just as we found the last can. We killed him and grabbed the last crystal. Then combined all 5 and we made the Amulet of Union, completing the quest and freeing up some bag space. Razorlash was next. He, or she, or it, is a lasher plant. It has cleave and a bleed, so it's a fairly easy fight. There was, however, so much trash to clear to get to this boss. Quest runs in Maradon take forever. It dropped a pair of leather pants that had 11 stamina and 15 int, which were really good for me. So I grabbed them. We used a potion on the vines and we killed 8 of the scions to complete a quest. We cleared to Noxian next to drop the Celebrian Rod, which was needed to make the Scepter, which means we can TP to the later part of the dungeon, as we have been in here over an hour and we still got a lot more to do. Noxian does a poison volley and he actually slaps. Every so often he splits into lots of little spawns and you have to kill all of these to reform him. I had to heal like a madman, but we made it through. And up next was Celebris. He's a fairly basic fight as well, where he summons some Treants to help him, and that's really the only thing you have to worry about. With 2 mages as well, these adds would be no problem at all. We killed him, which freed a spirit. By talking to him afterwards, this would allow us to make the Scepter. This Scepter would now take us to a shortcut which would allow us to do princess runs and just get the good juicy loot from the last bosses, saving a lot of time in the future. So this is great to have and we will keep it forever. After Celebris was Rockslide, who is a huge rock giant. His abilities are that he has an AoE 10-second stun, nuts right, just like Mr. Smite, but in this time he summons lots of little elementals, so he doesn't really do any damage himself as is channeled. We cleave down his little buddies and him. He dropped an amazing one-handed mace that does a lot of damage, and when you auto, it has a chance to restore 50 mana. It also has a fast speed. It would have been perfect, but I just had to look on with great sadness as I passed. It also looks cool. Congrats to the paladin that won it. She was a great tank too, so fully deserved. Up next was going to be the little green fellow who was going to become my best friend, the man who could drop my pre-bis shield, which is pre-raid best in slot for those who don't play much WoW. I basically would need this before I raided, so it was important I got it. The goblin throws bombs, has a flamethrower, and can fear animals including pets and animal form druids. I really needed this shield, so of course the little fellow didn't drop it and he dropped the sword instead.
You little fucker, why you do that, man?
We didn't have much left in the dungeon thankfully, as we'd been in here for nearly 2 hours at this stage. I asked the group if they wanted to do Princess, who was the last boss, and drop some amazing loot. She is way stronger than all the other bosses, however, and they didn't want to take her on. They said they had to go soon, which was fair. This meant that there was just one boss left. Rotgrip, the huge alligator, who was swimming around the lake. The easiest way to get to this fella is to take a huge leap of faith into the water, Assassin's Creed style, from just before Princess. Rot Grip hurts a lot if the tank isn't geared, as he does a stacking bleed debuff. Even with super good gear, the paladin was taking some huge damage. But we took him out. He dropped a pair of caster shoulders, which weren't great, and that was Maradon finally done. God damn, that was a long ass dungeon. Handing in the quest gave me some nice upgrades, including Woodseed Hoop, which is a really nice ring for both healing and tanking, Relentless Chain, which is a nice chest which has stamina, int and attack power, and most importantly, Mark of the Chosen. I went to the hinterlands as I wanted to get the chicken escort quest for that zone. I decided I'd try and complete all the quests in the zone and hope I get it passively, similar to Ferrolas, but hopefully with a bit more luck. I punched 20 slimes to death. Ugh. Then I grabbed 12 bottles of port. This is much better. Nom nom. I went to collect the Sunken Temple quest in Shadra Alor, and inside was a true silver node that gave me 245 mining. Why is this important? Well, now I can mine small thorium veins, and thorium is the final tier of material needed for blacksmithing, which was great. I would need a shed load of this stuff. I found a group for the elite quests, and while waiting for the rogue to get here, I decided that I'd provide some entertainment with my smooth ass moves. Look at this. Michael who? We had to clear our way up through a whole bunch of elite mobs, and at the top there's a few quests we had to do which would lead onto some Sunken Temple quests. I found my first thorium node on the way up just after getting the mining level for it. Soon after this, the Mithril Spurs recipe dropped, and this was actually huge. This would allow me to level blacksmithing for so many less resources than I would have had to otherwise. This is going to save me so much time in the future. I was so lucky with this. This is the best recipe for a difficult level range by far, so I was super happy to win this. Once we made it to the top, we freed the griffin, and I jumped down and I bot myself, which removes the fall damage. I did shit myself slightly though, just a little bit of a turtle head. And then I realized just after I jumped that I hadn't crafted the mallet at the top that I wanted to do. Goddamn goldfish pad. Handing in the quest we completed, however, gave me a juicy 7,500 XP. This group then wanted to do a quick Zul'Farrak and then a Maradon Princess run. And they were pumpers, so I thought it would be quick. We did have a bit of a disaster trying to do Zul'Farrak, however, as when we ran into the dungeon, we had 3 people zone into one instance of Zul'Farrak and 2 into a different one. I don't know if they were locked to it, but they didn't think so, and we tried loads of different ways, but couldn't get it to work. They seemed to have gotten a different ID, and we were both locked as separate ones, so we couldn't do the dungeon together. We just gave up after a while, and we went to do Princess instead. The scepter that we had gotten earlier teleported us far inside the Maradon dungeon, which was great, so we didn't have to spend 2 hours in there. We killed Landslide, and that dinged me to level 51, just 9 levels left. He also dropped the mace again, and I won it with a greed roll, just to really rub salt into the wounds. Don't worry though, I stayed strong, and I vendored it later. Up next was the last boss of the dungeon. Hey, look, it's your mother. I'm just joking, I'm sure she's lovely. Princess can be quite a scary fight. For one, she is super tanky. She hits really hard and she has an AoE fear. She does a Dust Cloud ability where she farts repeatedly, which knocks away players and does damage. Melee have to move out of this as it really stacks up. She also yeets boulders randomly at people. She does quite a lot of damage to the tank, especially as he had to use Death Wish, which also helps him hold threat, as after the fart cloud, she drops threat, so it can be tough to tank. We took down Yo Mama, and she dropped the bracers, which I won, which was very nice, as I had intellect, stamina, and attack power. It's always great to have a little bit of extra mana as my ret spec. We performed our Leap of Fate, and we took down Rot Grip the Crocodile. I think if you're in a group that had low DPS, this guy could become a real problem, as he hits hard and his bleed debuff stacks, so the damage is going to ramp up. And up last was our favourite little green friend. Give me the shield, you little man. You know you want to. Nope. Turns out he didn't. The guys from Mara run also want to do a Sunken Temple run, so I thought, you know what, why not as well? Although looking back, we were quite low level for this dungeon. There are class quests for Sunken Temple which reward really nice items, but I had forgotten about them at this stage. This was a pretty impromptu dungeon run. We worked our way up to the balcony first, and we murdered all the mini bosses on the balcony. These don't really do anything too exciting, they're basically just glorified mobs. After killing all the mini bosses, we can activate the statues in a certain order, which will summon the next boss. We made our way to the north of the ring and jumped down. The hunter thankfully dismissing his pet, or that could have ended badly. Atalalarion was the next boss. Say that 3 times fast. He has an AoE stun and a knockback, but he is a fairly easy fight, so we had no problems here. He did drop items with random stats, and I got lucky as he happened to drop racers with stamina and intellect, which is perfect for me. With the balcony section complete, it was time to head upstairs and play with the green dragons, although they play quite rough. The damage really increases here and the packs start to slap. There is one especially dangerous mob called the Nightmare Wormkin. These mobs can put a player to sleep for 20 seconds, and as I don't have bubble, if I get put to sleep I have no way to remove it, and that could mean the death of my party members, so I made sure to mark each one with a skull and to try and stay back. At one stage however, I did get put to sleep and the tank was below half HP. This was bad. Luckily, the tank and the mage were on it. The tank noticed and moved away from the mobs, while the mage rooted them with Frost Nova. The tank then kited them until my debuff ran out. Whew, that was close. We summoned the avatar of Hakar, completed the event and killed him pretty easily. I won't go into details, it was honestly more boring than difficult. He did, however, drop a very nice cape, which had 4 stamina, 4 int and 15 spirit, so I took it. Unfortunately, spirit isn't the best on paladins, but it could be really nice for if I'm not casting for a certain period. We cleared the zombies out to the next duo boss, which was Jamalin and Ogum. The most scary part of this fight is Jamalin can mind control a player in your party and they will start fighting you. If he mind controls the super buff tank warrior, that could be scary. Luckily, the party had really good DPS, so we blasted him before he could cast it. There was 4 mini boss dragons left now that all had shared loot. The only noticeable ability that they had was a knockback, and as there was a huge hole in the floor in the middle of the room, if they knocked you back into that, then it was instant death. So we just brought them away from the middle of the room and it was no problem. We had reached the last boss, and this boy is a complete bastard. His name is Aranicus, and he is a scary, scary boss. Of all the bosses I've done so far, he is by far and away the scariest. For a start, he's level 55. So a lot of our party were quite underleveled, so would have drastically reduced damage against him. His normal attacks hit like an absolute truck, and his ability is what makes him absolutely terrifying. He basically banishes the tank for 10 seconds and drops his threat. While the tank is banished, he then goes around slapping the next highest aggro. He also can do a 5-second AoE stun, just to add a cherry on top, while having the trash ability where he can randomly auto 3 times. Not scary at all, huh? And as he hits like a truck on tanks, on DPS, he absolutely melts them. It's also quite common that when the tank comes out of the banish, he gets banished again pretty soon afterwards. What I learned after, almost at the cost of my life, is that most groups bring an off-tank to Sunken Temple just for this boss, who will tank the boss while the main tank is banished. We didn't have this, so as you can imagine, it wasn't quite so smooth. The tank explained the tactics and told me to just bubble if I got aggro, of which I don't have, of course. So I decided to bless myself with salvation, which reduces my threat, instead of the usual mana regeneration one. And I'm pretty sure this decision was key. The tank was very calm in the party chat. He didn't panic at all. Don't worry, man, I got this. But we finally managed to take him down. Holy shit, that was stressful, as you can probably tell from my reaction. Oh, fuck me. I am never doing Sunken Temple again. Jesus Christ. He's level 55 as well. They wanted to go to BRD next, but I couldn't take any more excitement for tonight and I went to bed. I went down to Booty Bay as I had some quests to hand in and I could train my blacksmithing up to 300 maximum there. I managed to get up to 225 blacksmithing by crafting up all the items I had. You know, not too far off where I should be. Handing in the Sunken Temple quest dinged me to level 52 and it was time to return to the Paladin trainer. Here I learned Fire Resistance Aura rank 2, Devotion Aura rank 6, Shadow Res Aura rank 3, Blessing Might rank 6, Seal the Crusader rank 6. So I'd have a really nice DPS bonus from both of these. And most excitingly, Greater Blessing and Might, which means I can do it and it's a 15-minute buff instead of 5 minutes. Thank the Lord baby Jesus. It was back to Fairless for now, as I was level 52 and I was getting quite a high level and I might outlevel it soon. And I wanted Clucky the Chicken. I would do the same plan as Hinterlands in terms of complete all the quests and hope that it drops. And if not, well, it's time for a grind. First, I thought it was time to try my luck again with freeing the fairy dragons. I was better prepared and I had better gear this time, so hopefully it would be easier. I pre-cleared the area out this time to give me as much of a chance as possible and then quickly ran to start the quest. I ran around like a headless chicken, and I managed to complete it. His friend then asked me to kill a bunch of Tauren. Why couldn't you have asked me to do this before? While killing these, I finally got a necklace that has some intellect on it. It only took me until level 52. I finally finished killing the Tauren, but I still had no luck on the chicken egg. Next up was some Yetis. I had some hides to collect. After these were some ogres. I butchered a bunch of these and still no dice on the egg. I followed this up by killing some higher level Yetis. These could also drop a perfect hide which would start a quest, so I spent a while grinding these as I could get both the chicken and the hide. I got the hide but no chalking. There was a giant nearby that said his night elf friend went missing, and could I find her? I found her, and this damn girl gets distracted so easily. So much so that she brings a bell with her so I could ring it to get her attention. What in the fuck, lady? I done some research on Wowhead, and now that I have most of the quests done in the area, it was time to focus on the grind. Apparently, the best drop chance for the egg seems to be from the Gorduni ogres, who also happen to be low level. So I'll kill them faster too. I made my way up to the Gorduni outpost, and I wasn't leaving until I had the chicken egg. A lot of the mobs were level 41, which don't give me XP, but Clucky would be worth it. While searching for Clucky, I received a sick blue belt BOE, the same one that dropped in Maradon earlier, and it is so nice. I got a blue BOE before the damn chicken egg. Sad times, or good times, depending on how you look at it. At this stage, I was now punching for 150 per hit, and as only last episode I was hitting for 100, this was a huge increase. I had a look at the breakdown of my damage, and you can see the shield damage reflect, Dragon Breath Chili, and the shield spike add up to over 6% of my damage. So I think it was worth going out my way to get them. Honestly, any damage increase is worth it for me. If you add in Retribution Aura, 18% of my total damage done is from them hitting me. I am a wall. At this stage, I'd probably killed over 400 mobs in Feralus, and I still had no chicken egg. I'd killed 200 ogres alone, so I decided to do what every great strategist does and complain in guild chat. And it worked. It instantly dropped the mob after I complained.
No way. Literally as I said it.
Thank you, Blizzard. I will never doubt you ever again. Well, maybe. I handed in the egg and I escorted it to the coast. There was some long fights, but we made it. 2 out of 3 of the escorts were complete now. We just had hinterlands to go until I had Clucky by my side. Luckily, this brought me near Fetterman's stronghold where I had some quests to hand in. Also, I took the boat as it was there. What kind of fucking backwards pathing does it take? It's quicker to swim as the boat does an entire loop of the island for some reason. Man, the captain must be getting paid by the mileage. Now, I just had 1 egg left to get my hands on. It was time to head back to the hinterlands. I decided to grind this out in Skull Rock on the slimes there as they had a pretty decent drop chance. And luckily, I got it really early. I prepared myself for a long grind, but I got it on the 10th kill and I handed it in. I was looking to get a group for this escort as it's the most challenging one of the 3, but after spending ages looking for a group, I just gave up and I decided I'd try and solo it. YOLO, as the kids say. I mean, they probably don't, that's probably old even now. Goddamn, I'm old. There's basically 2 parts of the escort quest that are difficult, which is where a pack of mobs spawn. The first pack that spawned, I decided to try and face tank it. It was 3 marauding owl beasts, and they weren't too bad until they enraged, and then they really started to hurt. To make matters worse, I also aggroed a stealthed wolf somehow, and I had to use lay on hands to survive the encounter, and it was scary. Now I was faced with the fact that I had no emergency save button, so this was a little scary as well, as there was still 1 big pack to fight. I had an idea though. The previous Moonkins spawned a bit far away, so they didn't immediately aggro onto the chicken. So I thought, what if I can aggro the mobs and run away? Would it be possible to let the chicken walk past, and then I reset the mobs? The one issue with this is if I get too far away from Clucky, I'll fail the escort quest. So I grabbed the aggro and I started running in circles around them, trying not to get hit so he wouldn't aggro, and luckily this worked, so I didn't have to fight them. He made his way down to the shore, and that was the last escort quest complete. It was time to head down to Booty Bay and hand in these quests. As I completed all the quests, I got rewarded by being allowed to keep Clucky, my new best friend and trusty sidekick. Look at this beautiful little man. I remembered I haven't done this in the last few episodes, so here are my skill levels. As you can see, I have blacksmithing at 225, mining at 255, cooking at 225, which is max for now as I need to complete a quest to unlock 300, first aid at 240, and fishing at 150. Most importantly, however, you can see my mace and two-handed mace skill is 1. My defense is 258 and unarmed is 259. So I've only punched things to death, and we are now level 52, which is incredibly exciting. As 50 to 60 for me, I consider it the home stretch, and we can start thinking of gearing up for some high level dungeons and some raids. But first, as we were currently level 52, we weren't quite high enough level to do Blackrock depths. We would have to do some questing. I would also like to level my mining and blacksmithing alongside this, so I decided on Searing Gorge, as I like the quest there and I could mine a lot. Just after entering the zone, I found a man stuck in the toilet. What a shitty situation. He asked me to kill some of the local geologists. While killing these, I noticed that there was an escort, the quest that is, not the profession, nearby. It said that he wanted to go to Ironforge, and I was thinking there's no way I would have to escort this fucker the whole way back to Ironforge from here, surely. It's like 3 zones away. Thankfully I didn't, and it was just to the northeast of the zone, where he got sniped and dropped a letter. The letter was to his brother, saying that his final wish was for him to rescue his team, who were being controlled by some dark iron boogeyman. It was time to go back to the man on the shitter and handing in the quest, bringing me to level 53. The follow-up quest was offering a really cool reward. It was a mail belt that had a 1% chance on being hit to do 75 to 125 damage to the attacker. This would be huge. Another item slot giving reflect damage is always welcome, and the chance is low, but that is a lot of damage. I made my way to grab the flight path in Searing Gorge, and then grabbed all the quests from that hub. I murdered golems to obtain some of the golem oil, and as I was asked to kill 20 of them, after this it was time to collect some hearts of flame, and then to kill 20 of these fiery looking spooters. I love the quests in Searing Gorge. There is a whole bunch of kill quests that are always super satisfying to complete. While searching for some mining nodes, there was an infernal elemental guarding some mithril, so I took it down and it dropped an elemental fire, which can be used to craft some greater fire protection pots, and these will come in very useful as the first raid has a huge amount of fire damage, if I ever get there. Obviously, because I am self-found and not an alchemist, I won't be able to make it myself at the moment, but once I hit level 60, the plan was to remove the self-found restriction, as it's impossible to have both enchants and alchemy. Well, in terms of if I'm self-found, I also need herbalism to supply the alchemy. It's a shame you can't have 3 professions as self-found, and then at least you could have consumes and enchants. That would be pretty cool. Next on the list of creatures to be murdered was the Dark Iron Dwarves. I also needed to collect thorium daggers from these gentlemen. I finished off killing the slavers and taskmasters, and that was to be my questing finished for a little bit. I found myself a group for Marathon, and boy was this eventful. As you can see in the bottom left, a blue BOE dropped, which was a level 39 two-handed sword, which isn't useful for either of the 2 warriors as they were pimped out with way better weapons, so they were needing this for gold. And the druid did as well. Nothing was said of this for a minute, and we killed Landslide, who dropped the mace once again, but then the warrior called Aslan X then asked the druid why he needed on the item when he himself needed it even though he wouldn't use it. The warrior said he was just curious. So the druid answered honestly and said for gold, to which the warrior Aslan X then kicked him from the group and started calling him a bitch, like some kind of bipolar disorder. The druid was completely in the right to roll on it in my opinion, as no one needed it, so it was just for gold. So why should the warriors only get to roll on it for gold? And it only gets better, or well worse. In the meantime, the warrior was talking shit about how great he is and how everyone else sucks, blah 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 blah. We made our way to Princess, and we didn't notice it, but as we went to pull Princess, he stuck it on Master Looter. We take her down and no loot pops up, which I thought that was strange. I then realised what had happened. I looked through the chat and seen what he had done. He then ninja'd the Blackstone ring for his friend Nalumi without letting the hunter roll on it. And the other item that dropped was the caster necklace with intellect. He asked for people to roll and I was like, okay, that's weird. I'm the only caster, so I rolled. And then he gave himself the caster necklace. Great. What a little prick. I don't usually like to talk bad about people, but I felt I had to include this. So, just a heads up, if you're on Soulseeker EU, the hardcore server, avoid grouping with Aslan X. His friend Nalumi didn't say anything, so I don't blame them, they're just guilty by association, I guess. Also, the group obviously fell apart after this, and I didn't even get to kill the goblin for a chance at my shield, so that was another day's reset wasted. I mean, he probably would have stolen the shield anyway, so it is what it is, we move on. Not long after this, I seen a group looking for a healer. There was a huge amount of upgrades available in BRD for me, and it was the start of dungeons having healing and spell power, which would be really nice, as it would improve the power of my heals. I have put on screen here a list of items I would love to collect. A bunch of items I would like are from the arena in BRD, which summons one of 5 random bosses, so I'm not sure how possible it'll be to get some of these items, as it will require pure RNG, but we shall see. I had also collected a couple of quests for here, including one of my new favourite quests where I had to collect fanny packs from Dark Iron Dwarves. What a great quest. Now Blackrock Depths is massive and has a metric shit ton of bosses, so we wouldn't be doing all of them, as one, we were too low level for the last bosses, and two, I would prefer not to die of old age in here. You can do the bosses in loads of different orders, but I'll just explain the way we went for now. We started clearing through the dungeon, and the very first boss we came across was High Interrogator Gerstan. The only ability of hers that we have to worry about is Psychic Scream, which sends people running in fear, mainly because there are packs of mobs all around, so you just pull her back up the tunnel where you came from, and it's a pretty simple fight. She dropped a pair of male caster boots that had some spell power and hit on it, and I took them as they were a nice upgrade over the ones I had currently. We continued smacking mobs until we were beside the arena. Inside the arena is where I can get a lot of potential upgrades, but like I mentioned earlier, it is completely random which boss spawns, so it's time to roll the dice. The boss chosen this time was Anub Shia, who only drops physical damage items, so immediately I knew there was going to be no upgrade for me. She also dropped the worst item, which is a fairly bad cape. Back into the tunnels, we went until we found Lord Rocker patrolling. This was an important boss for me as he can drop some super nice healing shoulders that also have MP5, and every bit of mana regen I can get is amazing. I'm a thirsty dwarf, and I prefer drinking ale, not water. Once he patrolled back around, we killed him, and he dropped the shield. Unfortunately, there was no luck on the shoulders, and in the room just beside him was Houndmaster Grebbar. He funnily enough has a couple of hounds helping him, and he can cast Bloodlust on them. He's basically just a leveled up version of the Beastmaster dude from Scarlet Monastery. He did however drop Spritecaster Cape, which is the cape I really wanted from here. There was me and the mage that needed it, and boom, I rolled a 96. Let's go, gimme that bad boy. It also looks sick too. So that was one item off the list. Up next was Pyromancer Lorgrain. He has a bunch of fire spells, but he feels more like a mini boss than a boss. He goes down pretty easily. He dropped a wand that no one needed, and I won it with greed, so, you know, that was another couple of gold for the blackjack table later. The nice thing about killing this guy is the statue here is used to receive the key, which provides access to the rest of the dungeon. So we ran around killing dwarves and collecting fanny packs as you do, until we found Warder Stilgus and his loyal hound Vera. Warder Stilgus is basically a frost mage, so I used Frost Aura to try and mitigate his damage, and Varrock the dog here can drop a really nice male belt that has some spell power on it, so that would be a really nice pickup. But it is only a 7% drop chance, so that would be pretty difficult to get. Through the hallways and into the tunnels again was a legion of constructs. These had some Ironforged dwarves around them who weren't elite, so it wasn't too dangerous to place. But down the bottom of this tunnel was Phineas Darkfire, who is a Dark Iron paladin, just like me. He's a pretty comfortable fight, and when we killed him, he dropped Ironfell, which is the item that we need to bring back to the statue that I mentioned earlier to obtain the key. He also dropped a very nice pair of male shoulders that had a lot of intellect and some healing power. Another upgrade in the bags. Well, I guess on my character. Not in the bags, but that doesn't have the same ring to it. We just had one more boss to kill before heading back, and he was literally 50 meters away from us, and that was the big bad fire elemental Lord Incendius. What a great name. He causes a lot of fire damage, funnily enough, and his main threatening ability is he has a knockback, so you want to pull him back towards the entrance of the room, so he doesn't knock you into the lava for a fairly warm swim. Using Fire Aura also mitigates a lot of the damage here. Palette Auras are so good. It's nice being able to adapt to the different types of damage. It's a really nice utility. It was now that we headed back and handed in the mace to the statue to receive the key, which is pretty cool as you can actually see the statue then hold the hammer once the quest is done. While handing this in, I not only got the key, but another level. 54 now. Only 6 more to go. Me and Clucky had been in here for a while, but we still had some more fighting to do, and Clucky never tires of pecking some foes. Up next was Baelgar the Giant, but to even reach him was going to be difficult. There was packs of Dark Iron Dwarves scattered all around the hallway, and they rotate and march, so it could be quite easy to pull a second pack, and that would be the end of our merry band of adventurers. We took it slowly, clearing out all the packs neatly one by one, and not taking any risks, and then the big boy was up. He has a very scary ability. He summons small lads at a location. It is a 4-second cast, and if you don't move out of the area, you will get hit for 1500 damage. That is some massive damage. We started the fight, and the first spawn the tank didn't move out of, so he got hit for 1500 damage. The second cast hit both the tank and the rogue got nearly one shot. I was doing my best as a healer to try and keep them alive, but they were taking some huge damage. Just as the boss got low, he done one last spawn, and they both got hit by this again, and the rogue nearly got one shot yet again, but luckily we all managed to survive. Holy, that was a scary fight. The rogue nearly got one shot twice, and the tank took huge damage from the spawns. Even Even after all those near-death experiences, with balls of steel, we decided to continue even further. Along the path was General Angerforge. The only thing we have to worry about from him is he summons a whole bunch of adds once he gets on low HP. So to counter this, the strategy is that we pull him the whole way to the far corner of the room beforehand, so that we have time to nuke him down before the adds get to us. He dropped the Force of Will trinket, and as the tank didn't need it, I grabbed it. They give me a little bit of extra tankiness, which is always nice to have in hardcore. We then had the pleasure of murdering some gnomes on the way to the next boss, who was Golem Lord Argmak, and he can drop a really nice trinket that would be one of the biggest upgrades I can get, as none of my trinkets actually give me any healing benefits at the moment. He has 2 golems, you know, being a golem lord and all that. When you pull him, he runs away, and you have to nuke the golems down before he gets back, and then you have to fight him. He has chain lightning and a shock spell, so he can hurt. He ran away, and when he came back, he made a beeline for me. He hit me twice and then shocked me and almost comboed me to death. As I didn't have bubble, I bought myself, and I just noticed here on the recording that he was casting chain lightning. The chain lightning didn't bounce, even though the players must have been so close to bounce range, and if that chain lightning had bounced, it would have hit me and killed me. Jesus, I had no idea how close to death I was again. I really need to stop flirting with death. It's a bad habit of mine. He continued to do so much damage, but I managed to get everybody healed up and we killed him. On the bright side, he dropped some really nice leather caster pants that had 20 intellect and 22 healing power, so these were a big upgrade for me. At least there was a reward for almost dying. No trinket though, sadly, but can't complain when we get an upgrade. Undeterred, we pushed onwards. Well, a little bit deterred, but heyo, what you gonna do? Up next was the pub, and in here we had some bar fights we wanted to start. You know, nothing like a good old bar fight. We went to a side room and we performed some horrific acts that I was ashamed to be a part of, but it had to be done. We broke a bunch of kegs. What a waste. I am so sorry that you all had to witness that. It brings a tear to my eye. Black Brett and his cronies came in, we cleaved them down, got a quest complete, and he dropped a really cool helm that gives 2% crit to the physical damage dealers. The hunter won it, so grats to him. We weren't satisfied with just one bar fight, so our tank ran in and quickly insulted Ribley's mother, to which him and his bodyguards came rushing in to scrap. We battered him, and he dropped an ammo pouch, which was meh. Now that we had our good old-fashioned bar fights, we were content and ready to go home. Especially Clucky. He can be bloodthirsty at times. The guys in this group were super nice and friendly, really nice bunch of people, and I had a very enjoyable first experience in Blackrock Depths. After Mara, I was a little bit down on people, but you know, these guys restored my faith. We then all told each other how great we all were, and jerked each other off just a little bit before calling it quits. Multiplayer games can really bring out the best and worst in people. It was time to visit my dealer again, my ability dealer that is. I trained a new rank Blessing of Wisdom and Holy Light. I also finally got Greater Blessing of Wisdom, which now gives me a 15-minute buff instead of 5. This is some big upgrades for my healing. Between my gear and abilities, we're really making some inroads towards being ready for some max level content. It was now the next day, and that meant it was time for Blackrock Depths again. I'd be spending quite a lot of time over here for the next week or two. We had the rogue from yesterday in our group again, so I'm sure that was going to be a good luck charm. As I've already gone through the previous run of bosses, I'll keep this one a little bit more brief. This time in the arena, Eviscerator spawned, and he dropped some really nice leather shoulders. It had strength, stamina, and intellect along with some healing power. I decided to take these as I prefer the stamina over spirit the previous shoulders had, and you know, ideally I want stamina on every piece in hardcore. It's just a little bit safer. Speaking of shoulders, however, we had no luck again on Lord Rocker. Having made it to Phineas Darkfire, I was quite hopeful as he could drop both a really nice helm and legs for me, so he dropped neither of course, just the same shoulders as yesterday. Once we got the Golem Lord, I got excited once again, dreaming of that beautiful trinket that did not drop. We did decide to go further with this group as we were a little bit higher level. We killed Phalanx, the big golem that blocks the exit of the pub, which we just happened to start bar fights in all the time. Phalanx has Thunderclap and Fireball Volley, so he has the potential to do some decent AoE damage, but it wasn't too bad a fight in the end. Ambassador Flamelash was the next boss to feel our wrath. He basically summons adds to him, and he becomes stronger the longer the fight goes on, so you just want to nuke him as quickly as possible. I was really hoping he would drop the trinket as well, but just like Golem Lord, they like to keep their trinkets stashed away safely. The plan was to stop there, but we wanted one more boss. The one more syndrome had kicked in, and this happened to be the chest of the 7, where 7 different dwarves spawn, one after another, and all have different abilities. They're basically different classes such as mage, warlock, rogue, warrior, etc. Once you've killed all 7 of these, you can loot the chest, which contains 2 items. This chest can drop the previous healing weapon, although it didn't happen on this run. And after this, it was time to try Mara yet again for my shield from the goblin. I was beginning to lose count of how many times I killed my little green friend by now. This run was a bit of a mess. So, Maradon, as some of you will know, is fucking miles away for the Alliance. So it takes ages to get there, and we had no warlock. Eventually everyone arrives here after about 30 minutes, and as we all go in, the tank says it won't let him in. And basically he didn't realise that you could only do dungeons once per day. So now we had no tank after already spending ages waiting. The mage then tells us he has a warrior on a different account he can bring and begins to make his way. He doesn't have the scepter however, so he's going to have to run through the dungeon. Apart from the fact he then pulled aggro and he had the Petri flask out, which cost him 60 gold. We then cleared back to the entrance to pick up his warrior. The mage went on follow for the rest of the run. We cleared back towards Princess, who didn't drop the neck this time unfortunately, or the ring for the guys. And it was goblin time again, but yet again he would not hand over his shield. These guys were nice though, so it was a bit of a mess, but there wasn't much we could do about it, and at least we had a good time. The next day was time for yet another marathon run. Long story short, the goblin didn't drop the shield yet again. I was starting to take it personally at this stage, as it's meant to be a 1 in 3 chance, but on the bright side, we did get the necklace from Princess, so we just had the shield left to go for marathon. I wanted to use up my mining materials in my bags to free up some space, so I crafted them all up and I got my blacksmithing to 239. Now that Maradon was done, it was time for my other daily dungeon, Blackrock Depths again. This one was a very beneficial one loot wise. We got quite lucky. We started off, we got some nice gloves from the arena event. You know, that was another slot that now had healing power. Lord Rocker obliged in dropping his shoulders this time, which are nearly pre-bis for me, so that was great. And my favourite sport of pub fighting rewarded me with some super nice healing boots, which I didn't even know were a thing until they dropped. So there's a nice upgrade to add to the list. And last but certainly not least, we got super lucky and Varric dropped his belt, which only has a 7% chance, and we're gaining even more healing power. Golem Lord unfortunately wouldn't donate his trinket to the cause. Having been stuck in dungeons for the last few days, I finally had a little bit more time and I wanted to change of scenery, so it was back to questing. I killed 20 dinosaurs, sorry to you Jurassic Park enthusiasts. After this I killed my fellow dwarves until I received both a lookout spyglass and a smithing toyer. At this point in time my auto attacks were hitting for around 68 and my seal of righteousness for 62, so it had almost caught up. Maritime again. Now remember last episode I said the Holy Paladin mains might have noticed something about my buffs. Well, I got a tip from my guild about using Blessing a Light on the tank instead of Kings or Might. This increases their healing received by a lot. It allows me to downrank my heals so that I could spam Flash of Light rank 1 infinitely and it would heal for around 250, so this was great. Maybe this is only used in hardcore, I'm not sure about classic era, but I use this all the time on tanks now. It makes me so much more mana efficient and it's safer for them. And no, the little green bastard did not drop my shield. I'm starting to dislike him slightly, but I will be back tomorrow for my daily goblin bashing. I found a group for Blackrock Depths and it was time for some more upgrades. Turns out it was actually a group for Sunken Temple and I'm just a Mong, and I thought it was for Blackrock Depths for some reason. Don't judge me, okay? It was Paddy's Day at this time and I was already a few drinks deep, but I decided to stay even though I hate Sunken Temple, as I felt bad that they spent a long time looking for a healer. I was also rewarded with reaching level 56 on the first boss. Only 4 more to go. It was a nice clean run of Sunken Temple overall, and there was no scary Aranicus moments, which is always very welcome. Now, I have a favour to ask you all. What moments or highlights do you think were the most memorable during the series? It would be cool to do a montage of the best moments, and I want to know your opinions. What moments stood out to you as some of your favourite? I managed to assemble the Avengers to complete some quests in Syrian Gorge. I was helped out by some guildies Commandeer and Lomond, so shout out to these gentlemen, really appreciate it. While in this group we completed a lot of the elite quests in the area. We collected the symbol of Ragnaros, we killed the elite dwarves and collected the paper they were guarding, and we followed this up by completing the tower quests that were guarded by elite dwarves, and collected an artifact afterwards. This artifact allowed us to summon the being that was controlling the dwarven mines that the escort quest earlier asked us to rescue, and it turned out it was the guy from the escort quest. He faked his own death and asked his brother to send people into a trap. His brother was pretty upset when he found out. Understandable. And with these quests complete, I was now halfway to 57. You remember earlier in the episode, I said there was a sick belt that would have a damage reflect passive on it? You know, the one that the guy stuck on the shitter gives as a reward? Yeah, well, I forgot all about it, so here I am doing it now. Okay, well, some of it, I know. I just wanted to do a few quests before heading to Kalimdor in case the Sunken Temple group popped up so I could get my beautiful ring. I grabbed the flight path in Western Plaguelands and started cracking some skeletons. They dropped Scourge Stones, which I brought to a paladin man, who then asked me to collect some feathers from Sunken Temple, and he would give me a choice of some very nice items in return. After this, you think I would go back to that quest, right? Well, about that. Oh, look at that. I'm in Maradon yet again. Whoops, how did that happen? Another day in Maradon, another day this little prick doesn't drop me the goddamn shield. I found a group for Sunken Temple, and this was my opportunity to finish that quest so I would never have to come back to this cursed place ever again. While clearing some trash, some nice BOE items dropped, and I actually won both. A limited invulnerability potion recipe and a unicorn band. So I kept this, and I'll sell them once I reach 60. I gathered all the feathers needed for the quest, and I fought Aranicus yet again. As always, this boss was chaos and a bastard, but we managed to take him down with no casualties along the way, and I was very glad I would never have to come back to this place ever again. I handed in the paladin quest, I got a sick ring, and I dinked to level 57. We were only 3 levels away now. I could start to feel the victory, but that is a dangerous way to feel in hardcore. In the earlier episode, where I was nearly mauled to death by a panther, and was saved by the love of my life Case, who unfortunately I have not seen online since that moment. Hope you're safe out there, buddy. A viewer commented saying that there was Cortello's riddle on the boats, which I completely forgot about. And this is a quest chain that leads to a 14 slot bag. I was a much higher level now, and it should be safe, so I made my way back to the scene of the crime. I grabbed the item and it sent me to Swamp of Sorrows, in particular under a bridge. Thankfully, there's no trolls around. I mean, my nana always told me that trolls lived under the bridges. Luckily, that must only be real life and not in WoW. I had to go to Dustswallow Marsh next, and while there, I learned some bandage recipes and turned all my cloth into bandages. This got me to level 295 and unlocked heavy runecloth bandages along the way, which heal for a whopping 2000 HP each. There was also another item I needed for that belt quest in Dustswallow, so I grabbed that while I was here too. I definitely didn't forget about that quest again. The last quest in the chain to get the bag was in the hinterlands, but before I went there, I made my way to Tannerus and gave in the quest to receive that sick belt. And damn, do I love this thing. I realised I was maxed at 150 fishing at this point, and to learn up to 225 you have to go to a vendor in Booty Bay and to buy a book. I flew up to the hinterlands, handed in the quest and received a 14 slot bag. This thing was absolutely beautiful. God, I love bag space. Thank you for the reminder, my man. Being a stubborn, not so young man, I ventured into Maradon once again. I was not giving up until that shield was on my back. Please drop it, you little bastard. Come on, surely. This is like the 12th day. Oh, I think the goblin finally realised this, and he gave up our war of attrition and finally dropped the shield. Can't remember in total, but I think I've done well over 10 Maradon runs to get this thing. But it is beautiful and it is pre-bis, so it is 100% worthwhile. Now that we finally had the shield in our hands, I could finally relax. Sunken Temple and Maradon were complete, and I would never have to go back there again. On this character at least. We had earned some huge upgrades this episode from all the dungeons we had ran. We ended up with over 100 healing power, discovered about using Blessing of Light, which gives us the equivalent of 300 power as well, so we were so much more powerful than before. Along with the extra healing power, I had also increased my mana and health pools greatly. I'd almost 5,000 mana unbuffed now, which is amazing. I wasn't needing nearly as many drinks as before, and as I can't get that mage water, that is very much appreciated, as they ain't the cheapest things in the world. Our professions currently stood at 251 blacksmithing, 288 mining, 225 cooking, 295 first aid, and 150 fishing. We have been slacking on fishing, so that is something we'll have to improve, as we can make ourselves some nice MP5 food, which will be very useful. My mace skill is still at level 1 as you can see, and my unarmed a whopping 283. That is a lot of punches thrown. I have punched thousands of mobs to death at this stage. And you can see I also still haven't trained Bubble. Holyfisted was now geared to the teeth. He had a fierce, loyal companion and could smell the finish line to the challenge. Just 3 more levels to go. It was either that or maybe it was the smell of toast. Wait, does that mean he's having a stroke? The end was in sight, but it was not time for him to get overconfident now, as there would still be challenges and trials ahead. For a long time this challenge was simple. I had one rule. No weapons. Well, I ended up with one rule, but shh, don't ruin the story. Just fists, faith, and a whole lot of stubbornness. And somehow, so far, it worked. I didn't just survive Azeroth as a Punchadin, I grew stronger because of it. I could see the finish line, just 3 levels away. But before the final push to level 60, I wanted to finish something important. Not just strength, not just levels, but completion. I went back to my training to achieve mastery in my professions, gathering, crafting, and refining all of my skills to become a true master. Because if I was going to reach level 60 as a true Punchadin, I didn't want to arrive unfinished. I wanted to arrive complete. And here we are, at the beginning of our final steps to level 60. After everything we've been through, this is the final push. The plan for today is simple. It is to reach 300 in every secondary profession and in mining, and to reach the highest level possible of 60. This whole challenge started off with one question: can you punch your way to level 60? Well, today we find out. One of the hurdles in my way was cooking. To unlock the ability to level to 300, you have to complete a quest from Dirge Quickcleave in Gadgetson. He requires some special ingredients, and in return grants you the ability to master cooking. The ingredients he needs are 20 Alterac Swiss, 10 zesty clam meat, and 12 giant eggs. I already had the clam meat from a previous episode, so it was time to work on the other ingredients. Alterac Swiss you can buy from vendors, so I started off with the only ingredient I needed to grind, which was giant eggs. Having looked through the different mobs that can drop them, I decided to go with the Elkins and Hinterlands as they had the highest drop rates. While killing these, I gathered all the mining nodes I discovered, as even though I wasn't aiming to hit 300 blacksmithing today, I still wanted to push it as far as I could. After butchering a whole horde of Elkins, I finally had the 12 eggs needed. And the final ingredient was the Alterac Swiss cheese, which I bought from Stormwind, and this was much easier than massacring Elkins. With all the ingredients collected, I made my way down to Dirge and handed in a quest. He taught me how to become an artisan chef and gave me 20 clamlet surprise for my troubles, which were a very nice 12 stamina food. Last episode, we finally got our hands on the elusive Gizlock shield, and I thought it was only right to treat it with the respect that it was due, and to add a shield spike to it. So I went mining for the materials, and then I added it on while I was in Gadgetson. Considering that one of the big goals for the episode was to max my secondary professions, I had been neglecting fishing for a long time. In fact, I think I got 150 fishing in like episode 2 or 3, and I haven't touched it since then. So it was time to dust off the old fishing rod and to get back to the ocean, or in this case, lake. When it comes to leveling fishing, you can level it anywhere, you just catch different fish based on where you are. So it made sense to me that I would catch some food that would be useful in the future. As mana is usually a problem of mine, I decided to go around catching greater sagefish, as I could cook these up into sagefish delight that gave me a 6 MP5 buff that would last for 15 minutes. There was a lake between Silverpine Forest and Alterac Mountains that had a lot of pools of greater sagefish spawn, so that's where I decided to go. The added bonus to this is there was also some wreckages where I managed to fish up some Rumsy Rum Black Label, which was a drink that gives a 15 stamina buff that would be really nice in the future. Fishing takes a whole bunch of time to level up, so I decided I would split it up into some smaller grind sessions. So for this first one, I fished up 100 of these sagefish, and I decided that would do me for now. Then I went in to start cooking them up. Not only did these give a very nice buff, but I was also still getting cooking levels from them, so that was just a win-win. When I finished cooking all of them up, I had reached 250 cooking, so I only had 50 more to go. Having fished and cooked for the last few hours, my fists were getting restless, so I decided to go back questing. I went to the Blasted Lands, and there were some quests here where I would have to collect all the different animal parts. The belt we obtained from last episode is so nice when it procs. It can crit or proc back to back as well, which is awesome. While killing the mobs, an uncommon Draenei dropped, which you can hand in for a random item. Although, look at how rude this little prick is. The quests here reward you with items that you can eat for even more buffs. These tend to be used by raiders who are min-maxing, so it can be quite busy here trying to find mobs to kill. The first time you complete these, they give you XP. Or, well, I hope they do, because I've just spent the last 2 hours of my life punching these things to death. On the bright side, running around here had netted me a lot of mining materials. I was only 4 mining levels off the maximum possible, at a sweet level 296. I finally finished collecting all the animal body parts for my serial killer collection, and it was time to hand the quests in. I even got some roids from doing these quests. I am definitely going to punch harder now. With those quests finished, that was pretty much all the quests in the Blasted Lands finished, and I decided that I would continue onwards in the Western Plaguelands. There are some cauldron quests here that are big quest chains and reward some pretty amazing experience from what I remember. I also get some really nice unlocks at level 58, so the sooner I can reach that, the better. Having made my way to the first cauldron, there was a house nearby that had a dead lady inside that wanted me to loot a package and to bring it to Stormwind. Sure, I guess. It's a strange request for a dead person, but who am I to judge? Even in debt, people have bills to pay, huh? Get it? In debt? Please don't unsubscribe. Each cauldron has a cauldron lord, who holds a key used to unlock the cauldrons, I guess? I made short work of the cauldron lord, grabbed his key, and filled the vial. On the way back to the quest giver, I stopped by my homie Chromie, and she is some kind of Time Lord, and asked me to kill some temporal maggots. This whole undead town area is scary. Especially the searing ghouls, they do so much damage. I nearly got comboed by this one fella and had to heal several times throughout the fight. I made my way around the town safely after this and lit the 4 towers of Gondor and handed in the quests. The follow-up cauldron quest sent me to a farm to the east. While there, I noticed I had a bunch of rune clot left over, and crafting all these into bandages allowed me to hit 300 first aid. That was 1 skill down and 4 more to go. It was so nice having our first profession at 300, even if it was the easiest one, as it felt like we were really in the home straight. Also, having a whole bunch of 2000 HP healing bandages is nothing to scoff at. I cleared my way to the Cauldron Lord once more, I took him down and used his key on the cauldron to fill up the vial. Damn, the XP from these is so nice. A short ways to the west were the silos that I had to use Chromie the Homie's Temporal Displacer and kill the slugs that it summoned. These can be pretty dangerous as it can keep chain summoning slugs when they die, but I got quite lucky with the extra summons and it was pretty smooth sailing. Killing mobs at this stage, however, was incredibly slow as they were pretty much the same level as me, so bearing in mind my low damage, missing, being parried and dodged, this was quite the slog. Although, not long after this, I got a drop of a green mace that vendors for 4 gold and 15 silver. Damn! Not satisfied with me doing her job for her, Chromie then asked me to grab 5 watches from the local ruins. Now is not the time, Chromie. Okay, I really need to stop with the dad jokes. It was time for the 3rd farm with a cauldron in the quest chain. The Cauldron Lord had a drain life ability, which did make me a little bit nervous, as I could only interrupt one, and if he heals it's going to take me forever to kill him. If he drained life regularly, I would not be able to actually kill him. But luckily enough, I stunned his first drain life, and I managed to kill him before he'd done the second one due to pure luck. I mean, immense skill. There was now just one more farm to go, and there was a gentleman looking for a group, so we teamed up and took down the Cauldron Lord. After killing the Cauldron Lord, I also helped him with a quest which said it was an elite quest, but you just had to loot a shield here, which looks pretty easy for an elite quest. Handing in the last Cauldron quest gave me a follow-up to talk to the commander. He proclaimed me a hero of the Alliance, and he gave me a 10,000 bonus XP, and almost 5 gold worth of vendor items. Damn, I love this quest line, it is such fat XP. I was only 3 bars off level 58 now. I had one last thing I wanted to do in the Western Plaguelands before I left, and that was to collect the skeletal fragments, which lead on eventually to the key for the Scholomance dungeon. Now that the Western Plaguelands are pretty much finished, at least the quests I wanted to do were finished, it was time to choose the next zone. I had been putting off Ungoro because there's devil sores roaming around, which are massive ass elite T-Rexes, and they roam the entire zone and can mess you up, but I decided I was high enough level now, and to suck it up princess, and do it. Ironically, as soon as I got to Ungoro, I was killing a raptor when I got jumped from behind from a devil sore. So I stunned them and managed to run away, but these things sneak up on you so much considering how big they are. They are very stealthy. This zone does give me the heebie-jeebies in hardcore though, but onwards we go. There was a nice quest chain to lure and kill a boss raptor. The very first thing we had to do was collect a carcass from a dead Treshodon. Then we ran over some eggs to piss off some of the mother raptors who come to attack us, and we collect their pheromones. After this, we run to a rock to the east, lay the carcass down and cover it in pheromones. Who couldn't resist that, huh? Food and ladies. The boss raptor wasn't too difficult, so I just punched him slowly to death. I ran back to hand the quest in to the Tauren, and he bowed to me and told me only the greatest of his ancestors could have accomplished something so incredible. I know, I'm pretty amazing. He then bestowed me with level 58, so we had just 2 more levels to go. We are almost there. I found my first rich thorium node here, but unfortunately only got 2 taps, and no arcane crystals, which was sad. I ventured to the volcano in the middle of the zone, as I had to smelt the key mold for Scholomance here, and after this there were some gorillas to the east that needed a good slap. Not too long after finding my first rich thorium node, I hit level 300 mining. We could now comfortably mine anything in the game and not have a chance at failing. I was a true dwarf who had mastered mining. With this, we now only had cooking and fishing left to max. We were really making good inroads into mastering professions. It was time to start gathering resources from the local wildlife. Blood petals were first, 15 of them, pulled straight from the hostile plant life. From there it was on to the local dinosaurs, well, the smaller ones anyway, taking scales and bones as I ran across the zone. This really was like some kind of Azerothian Jurassic Park. I love it. While running around the zone, I found a solitary boat which contained some supplies. These supplies were addressed to a young man in the north of the zone. As I pushed further south, I managed to pick up a solid upgrade, a green helmet that would last me until the end of the challenge. The grind didn't stop there, however. More scavenging followed, web scales, and some food supplies. Exploration was the next thing on the list, exploring all 3 pylons and their strange symbols, followed by killing some of the local flying dinosaurs. An eccentric goblin at the edge of the lake gave me a special device and asked me to find the hottest spot on the nearby volcano, as he was curious as to what the source of the hot springs were. While exploring the volcano for the hottest parts, there was a weakened goblin dying of thirst. that needed to be escorted back to the safety of Marshall's Refuge. I was then hit by a sight of beauty. Look at this quest log. 12 quests complete, ready, stacked and waiting to be handed in. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful? Handing all these in was going to give me a big spike of experience to propel me towards my final goal. I got a quarter of a level from these alone. Just like that, the finish line felt just a little bit closer. By the time I was done, Ungoro had given me everything it usually gives. Danger, excitement, and just a little bit of deja vu about Jurassic Park. As I hit the heights of level 58 in Ungoro, it was time to go and train at the Paladin Trainer. This would be the final time I train here before reaching max level, which was both exciting and a little bit sad at the same time. Our journey was moving towards the end. Here I trained a couple of new spells and upgraded a couple of others. I learned Exorcism, Hammer of Wrath and Holy Wrath, some nice powerful spells that would increase my damage, especially against low health or undead creatures, and upgraded some of my other core abilities, such as Flash Heal rank 6, Seal of Wisdom rank 3, and Seal of Righteousness rank 8. Having eradicated half the population of Ungoro, it was time for something a little less dangerous and stressful. It was time to grab a drink and go fishing. This time Stranglethorn Vietnam was on the menu, as there was also a lot of sagefish pools here, and I wanted to compare the two zones. I really liked the river here in Northern Stranglethorn, as there was a lot of school spawns. Once I hit level 200, I had my fill of fishing and it was time to move on. Fishing is a slow grind, so I didn't want to burn out doing it all in one go. With one zone finished, it was time to start another. And this time it would be Eastern Plaguelands, as we had already done its western counterpart. Just inside this zone is the Tyrian questline, which rewards some amazing items at the end. For me, it would be a pre-bis healing ring that is incredible. It starts off at 3 quests where I would have to kill around 70 creatures such as demon hounds, overgrown slugs, and some bloodthirsty bats. 70 is a lot of creatures to kill, especially when the kill speed is so slow for me at this level, so I'm going to be here for a while. Over the next few hours, plague bats, carrion grubs, and eventually the plague hounds all fell to my fists. Handing in these quests to Tyrion then dinged me to level 59. We just had one more level to go. This was a huge level for multiple reasons. Firstly, because it means I am now in the final stretch of the challenge. And secondly, because that talent point now means I can unlock Consecration as Retribution, which will give me a big damage bonus, especially on AoE packs. The follow-up to this quest was a very dangerous quest, which I did not realise at the time. It's been a while since I've been here. You have to search a grave, which spawns 4 mobs. There is a way you can jump back and forwards over the nearby fence to get them to run back and forwards, and I could AoE them then with Consecrate. But I kept messing it up multiple times and getting dazed, and the mobs got spread, which meant I couldn't do the jump over strategy. As usual, I was an idiot and wasn't recording, which I didn't realise until right at the end, but everything was on cooldown. Health Potion, Blessing of Protection, Hammer of Justice, even Lay on Hands. I was so lucky that these 4 mobs reset as I was running away, or I could have died. And if I died at 59, I would have been so sad, especially if I made a balls of recording it. After having my heart set racing, I wanted to do something more calm, so yet again it was back to fishing and cooking. I had a bunch of wolf meat from the Plague Hounds earlier that I cooked up. I was now level 263, and I wanted to make the final push towards 300. For this, I decided I would cook some Nightfin soup. This food is best in slot for healers, so it will be incredibly useful for any dungeons I do, and it is obtainable from fishing. The recipe was available from a vendor in Gadgetson, so I made my way there and learned it. There was one interesting thing about Nightfin fish. You can only catch them, as the name suggests, at night time. They work at a strange catch chance where from 6 PM till midnight server time you have an okay chance to catch them, but from midnight to 6 AM you have the best chance to catch them, and from 6 AM until 6 PM you couldn't catch them at all. So it was time to do some late night fishing over the next while. My current cap for fishing was 225. To increase that cap to 300 you had to do a fishing quest which you started in Ironforge, who sends you to the legendary fisherman Nat Pagel in Dustwallow Marsh. He tells you of some rare fish that exist around Azeroth, and if you catch them, he will teach you a thing or two about fishing. These fish were found in several different zones. The first fish, a Southera striker, is found in Desolus, which our senior knuckle sandwich dispatcher caught first time. The second fish was a Feralus ahi that funnily enough was found in Feralus. This took our stubborn smacker a few more than one try. He must be losing his touch. The third fish was a Misty Reed Mahi Mahi, what a great name, and this was found in the Sampaswaros. It took our primitive puncher only one attempt this time. He's back, baby. And the fourth and final fish was a Savage Coast blue sailfin. That's a mouthful to say. And they are found in Stranglethorn, Vietnam. This also only took one attempt for a bootylicious boxer. What a fisherman. At least we know if punching things to death doesn't work out, he'd make a great angler. Having travelled all around the world chasing rare fish, and succeeding in catching them, Nat Pagel agreed that we were pretty damn amazing at this whole fishing thing, and raised our cap to 300. Being a worldwide angler comes with its perks and its disadvantages. The perks being he has seen the world and fished in some of the most beautiful areas in the known world, and the disadvantages being that he smells of fish and his bags are full. To combat this, we discovered a bunch of recipes and cooked up all of that wonderfully smelly raw fish that has been sat in our bags for hours if not days. Delicious. Doing this rewarded us not only by freeing up some bag space, but also by reaching 300 cooking. We were now officially a master chef. Eat that, Gordon. 3 out of 4 profession goals were finished. Mining mastered, first aid finished, cooking finally conquered, only one remained. Fishing, the slowest and most stubborn of them all, but unfortunately for it, it had met its stubborn match. The finish line was no longer some distant idea. I could see it. One level, one profession, one final push. In the spirit of keeping fishing in smaller sections as to not burn out, I fished until level 250, and then I developed a plan. When killing Princess in Maradon for the very first time, a long time ago now, I completed a quest. That quest, however, had to be handed in at Moonglade, a small zone to the north of Kalimdor. There was a slight problem with getting there, however. The only way I can enter is through a small narrow tunnel in Felwood, and inside it there are a lot of furbolgs who are not very happy with me at the moment. There is, however, a way that you can make them neutral or even friendly with you, and for this I would have to complete a set of trials and tribulations for them inside the Felwood zone, and eventually they would stop being hostile towards me. This would then allow me the double benefit of entering Moonglade and Winterspring, which was the zone to the east, which is also accessible by the same tunnel system. The very first part of this journey would be to kill some furbolg. Bear with me, I know. These are the rival faction of furbolgs, so we had to go around and kill a bunch of gardeners. Okay, yeah, that didn't really get much better, did it? While killing these gardeners, there was some great guild chat happening. A rogue called Shankblue said he loved the classic community, and a stoic dwarven warrior named Beauregard gave the greatest description of a friendly atmosphere I have ever heard. To which the rogue didn't think TBC was quite the same. Anyways, it gave me a good giggle. Back to the story. Having killed every aspiring gardener in the south, my next mission was to go north to a different village and to murder the same tribe of furbolgs as before. I'm starting to think I'm stuck in the middle of a gang war. Oh well, if they let me use their tunnel, who am I to have morals or to judge? While on my mission of gang violence, I came up with a cunning plan. A fitting way to reach the final level. For this, however, I would need some leeway as it would involve getting experience, so I kept to only doing the furbolg quests and no others for now, so I didn't obtain too much experience. When I made it up to the village, it was time to kill Den Watchers, Shamans, and the Avengers. The furbolg Avengers, that is. Don't worry, the world is still safe from aliens. While fighting these, I was still using my Gnomron shield, and it hit me that it was probably the single best item I had obtained in this whole challenge. I got it at like level 30, and I'm still using it 29 levels later. What an incredible item. Having handed the quests in, I presumed I was now an ally, and could proceed through the tunnel. But upon entering, I was still attacked. How could they, after everything I've done for them? But then, after checking, I realised I was 75 rep away from them not being hostile. So I got to grinding some rep by killing their cousins again outside. What a family dynamic, eh? And after killing some more, I had enough feathers to hand in, and that got me to unfriendly. That, although it doesn't sound great, at least they aren't openly hostile to me. With the passage now safe, Moonglade was on the horizon, and finally handing in that quest that had been in my log for the last 12 weeks. Now that it was safe, it was also time to head to Winterspring to the east. Just through the tunnel was a furbolg who wanted me to kill their colder Arctic cousins. These guys really have some family issues. Not only this, but there was a dwarf to the south I had to hand some quests into, who also wanted me to kill the same cousins. What had they done that the whole zone was gunning for them? This also freed some bag space up, which has been the bane of my life on this character. Inventory management is the real challenge here. These guys could drop Winterfell Firewater, which I needed for one of my future plans. While killing these, one of them dropped an empty firewater flask, which started a quest to hand it in to the dwarf. She was just jealous that it was empty. Classic alcoholic dwarves. Not me, of course. I'm an athlete. Having punched Den Watchers, Pathfinders, and lastly the Totemics to death, I had not received a single firewater from these. I don't know if it was just unlucky, or you have to complete one of those kill quests before it drops, or something like that. On the way down to my little dwarven friend was a pack of 3 furbolgs running down the road. I thought that maybe if I proved my balls of steel, they would drop me a firewater. It was a long, difficult fight, and no, apparently showing them you've balls of steel doesn't work. To the east of the zone, there was final types of furbolgs that were needed for the quest. In the middle of that village is a level 62 elite demon, who I definitely did not want to pick a fight with. Luckily for me, there was a gnome mage killing these, so we grouped up. While me and my gnome were killing these, I finally got my Winterfell firewater drop, so that was another objective ticked off the list. Just afterwards, the mage dinged level 60, so a huge congrats to him. I finished off the quest on my own, and I decided that that was enough experience for now. Having travelled the world to 2 new exciting zones, I noticed that I now had every single flight path -2. Ashara and Silithus. So me being the well-adventured dwarf that I was, it was time for one last trip to gather some flight paths. I had come a long way from Coleridge Valley. Ashara was quite near to me currently, and Silithus was all the way down to the south of the continent. So that was a good long trip. I flew down to Jurassic Park for one last time and made my way west through the mountains. I now had every flight path in the game unlocked. What a gamer. Am I right? Even though I wasn't going to max my blacksmithing to 300 just yet, I still wanted to give it a little love, as I'd given all the other professions some love so far. As Tannerus was just to the east of me and I needed a huge amount of mithril, I spent the next few hours gathering materials. I decided that my goal would be 265 blacksmithing, as that would be the start of being able to craft thorium items. The problem with trying to get it to 300 isn't the thorium, it's that you need recipes that are random drop and lots of gems, which are also very rare, so it would be an incredibly time consuming and tedious process. Which, if I could get a good benefit from it, I would consider doing it, but there's not really any benefit for me for doing so. Blacksmithing has not been the greatest of professions, especially considering how many resources it takes. Although I did get a shield spike and a chest out of it, so, you know, at least it gave content for one episode. After exploring many bug caves and laps of Tannerus, I finally had enough materials to craft up and reach 265 blacksmithing, which interestingly also unlocked the ability to buy recipes from this dwarf in Gadgetson for thorium bars. I decided to buy the belt and shoulders recipe, as this was also part of a future plan. So many plans, man, and so little time to do them all. With blacksmithing now ticked off, we'd one final profession to complete before we moved on to the end of our goal. It was time for a little bit of fishing. Fine day for fishing, innit? I spent a long time fishing during some long, cold, lonely nights, and I finally reached 300 fishing. That was now all 4 of the professions needed, and I also had over 100 nightfin soup and greater sagefish to give me mana buffs for a long time to come, so this was 100% worthwhile. I was now ready to do the last part of my plan. I had been talking to my friend Beauregard and come up with some ideas. The guild was going to organise a feast for when I hit level 60, and I thought a pretty appropriate way to ding would be in Ironforge, and especially with our King Magni. There was a quest chain involved in saving the princess from BRD, and this quest would have to be handed in to King Magni. So my aim was to prepare this quest so it was ready to hand in, and to get extremely close to 60 without dinging, so that when I handed it in, I would hit level 60. Now, it was time for me and Clucky to enter the Blackrock Depths for one final time. We were almost there, almost at the end. Right at the start of the dungeon, we had a traumatizing moment where Clucky had to witness his bigger cousin perishing in front of his eyes. After this tragic event, we continued working our way through the dungeon, killing bosses until prison. Karen Mighthammer told us the story of how he was ambushed by 100 Dark Iron dwarves. They killed the guards protecting them and kidnapped the princess. He asked me to tell Magni of what had happened, and I realised I wouldn't need to complete the whole quest chain, I could just keep this part to hand in. That was perfect. As I was prepped now, all that was left to do was to get the last 8 bars of experience, so we continued on through the dungeon. There could be some nice upgrades ahead as well. After completing the arena and the nearby bosses, the hunter and warrior wanted to go hand in a quest so they could get the follow-up. As we had a warlock, we said, yeah, no worries, go Hearthstone, we'll hand the quest in. Go Hearthstone, hand the quest in, and we'll summon you back. But the warlock got a bit confused, thought we were finished, and hearted out as well. So then we had to wait for them all to come back. But this was okay. It gave me time to bask in what could be my final dungeon run, and fighting Dark Iron Dwarves in Blackrock Depths seemed almost poetic as a way to go out. When everybody was back, we made our way to Golem Lord, but yet again, he did not want to share his trinkets with his dwarven brother. What a bastard. We didn't get any loot, but we did make it through the dungeon safely, which was the most important thing. Myself and Clucky. Us versus the world. I was now only 2 bars off level 60. I had to grind out just a little bit of experience so I could prepare for the feast. I decided to do a bit of mining in the Burning Steppes, and had a quest to hand in to this rude prick of a dragon. With the quest handed in, I took my anger out on some of the big red ogres nearby, and I was ready. It was finally here, the moment this whole challenge was about. Here was some proof for the final time that I had stuck to the challenge and didn't cheat. You can see we have 265 blacksmithing, 300 for every other profession, and the only weapon skill leveled was unarmed. Paladins also can't use fist weapons, so this was 100% legit. I also had not trained Bubble at all during the run, as I felt it was too safe. How long did this run take? Well, I had been punching creatures for about 244 hours at this stage. Sometimes I really question my life choices and think, you are doing great, Pad. You are smashing it. Keep it up. It was time. Time to gather with good friends and loyal companions around the warm campfire and a few well-earned drinks. Over the past 6 months, we've punched our way through thousands of enemies, helped countless people across the world, and, in our own way, left a mark on it. It's finally time to walk to King Magni, to complete the challenge we set out on 6 months ago. 250 hours of punching coming to its end. So now, we make that final walk. Together. No way, it's done. It's finally done. It felt right to take a moment to reflect, to look back on everything that led us here, all the strange, chaotic, and wonderful moments along the way. At the beginning, it was just me, a new world, unfamiliar and vast. So I did what anyone would do. I explored. I learned its places, its creatures, and the strange rhythm of life within it. And so the paladin was born, and now to name, Holyfisted. Then I realized that sounded like something else, so let's change that. Then I decided on Holyfisted. Now it was my time to fight my first mob. I have no idea how this is going to be, though I imagine early mobs will be okay, but I'm not so sure about the scaling later. I managed to kill the first wolf quite easily. Seal of Righteousness is already doing work. Apparently he'd stolen the dwarf's journal. He must have had some pretty sus stuff written down in it if he was so worried. I excitedly ran upstairs. I trained first aid, just in case it was needed for what was about to happen, and I had a little lie down, and whatever happens, happens. You want to know what happened? Nothing. Absolutely nothing happened. I feel like I've been lied to and betrayed. Where were the promised night elves? Role playing. Bought myself a rod, some lures, and a recipe to cook some brilliant some fucking fish, okay? Beautiful minions. Impressed with myself, I took them back to show my buddy Monty, and the little bastard punched them in the head, stuck them in a box, and turned them into kebabs. You better watch yourself, Monty. You're on my list. Jesus Christ, you're just after punching me rats. The next lady asked me if I could get wood. Okay, I just realized how that sounded. Not like that, like if I could collect timber. I don't have a problem with that, okay? Finding and killing the mobs was the easy part. The hardest part was actually getting wood. Finding timber. The hardest part was finding timber, because there wasn't a lot around. Look, would I lie to you, my honest, loyal, and dashingly handsome viewers? To see how hard I would hit with the world buff, and I crit a whopping 64 and felt my laptop rise a few inches on my lap. Okay, 1 inch. I really like this lighthouse. It's beautiful scenery, it's nice and calm. There was the ocean breeze and a little dock. Little dock, okay? Not the other thing. I could live here, being a peaceful old lighthouse keeper, you know? Rugal Iron Knuckle is the name of the rare boss, and he drops jimmied handcuffs, which would be a nice grab for us, but I'm not going to put it on my list because it's just too RNG. Like, I need the mob to spawn for a start, which is a complete random chance, and then I also need him to drop the handcuffs, and then I also need to win the handcuffs. And plus, I already have plenty of handcuffs at home, so I'm okay. I then had to meet a gnome hidden in a bush who was very worried about the guards finding the two of us in the bushes together because of his reputation. Yeesh, man. Does Azeroth mean nothing to you? While killing gnolls earlier, they dropped an item that started a quest where I had to travel to the Tower of Azor in Elven Forest. This is such a weird place. There is a load of old balding gnomes in dresses all over the tower. There is a wizard at the top of the tower who can use an eye to spy on people. Tower full of gnomes and you're spying on people, huh? You pervert. All of these were materials that you could get from mining, and lucky for me, I am a miner. With an E, not an O, alright, Epstein? I collected all the tubers needed, and I also raised myself a formidable army of gophers. The world will burn. Once we finish having snacks, of course. I then done another run of Scarlet Monastery, as I just can't help myself. I'm an addict, okay? I dream about it every night, going to sleep. I wake up thinking about it. When I'm in another dungeon, I'm just thinking of her. Sorry about that. We've been through a lot together. Up next was the last boss of the dungeon. Hey, look, it's your mother. But it didn't take long to realize this world didn't care much for mistakes. There were moments where things almost ended before they truly began. Close calls, where a single step, a single decision could have been the last. But being the moron that I am, I didn't realize I was recording. I hit record at the very end, and this is my reaction. Holy shit, that was close. I didn't realize I wasn't even recording. Oh. So we, naturally, decided to just face tank it and run in. And well, that is where shit hit the fan. Shit hit the fan yet again. This was still the same night as the near death in BFD, by the way, so I was slightly traumatized by the time I went to bed. I was already on 20% mana and there were still 5 elites left alive. This was not looking good. My incredible night elf girlfriend got low HP with me being battered by a mob. He health potted up and came sprinting over to save me with a gouge. This was quite the sight. There was still 3 dwarves alive chasing 3 different people who were running around trying to kite. It was like something straight out of a Looney Tunes episode. It was a new day, day 4 to be precise, and it was time to go back to the Scarlet Monastery for a change. There was a big mistake this time, however. As you can see from the start of this clip, I accidentally ran into a Death Guard, which is a skull level Horde Guard. After like 3 minutes of trying to do this as quickly as possible and panicking, I managed to log back in. I cleared the camp out so that I could grab the quest item and then accepted an invite to the group. This then layered me onto a fresh layer with all of the mobs still alive, so I had to lay on hands and run away. Man, I am dancing with death. These pirates will be the end of me. I was brutally beat down to 1% HP. They even missed a few attacks on 1% HP. And I was ready to die when this absolute fucking hero, yeah, excuse my French, but this story merits it, sprints out of nowhere. I hadn't even noticed there was another player around. He sprints up behind me and he drops a target dummy. Look at my health. A stiff breeze would knock me over. as none of my trinkets actually give me any healing benefits at the moment. He has 2 golems, you know, being a golem lord and all that. When you pull him... And yet, it wasn't only survival. There were moments of fortune too. Small victories, unexpected rewards, signs that progress was still possible. After the high of finishing my first dungeon, I delivered the quest and received my sick pair of pants. 11 strength and 5 stamina. Damn. Oh my god, look at it, made by Holyfisted. That is such a big upgrade. 14 strength versus 0 strength. The shield spike recipe actually dropped. I was in shock. I was thinking, please no one need this. Hopefully nobody's blacksmithing. I mean, who goes blacksmithing apart from my dumbass? This somehow seemed to work as Mechgineer Buttplug actually dropped the shield, and I rolled a big fat 2. As I completed all the quests, I got rewarded by being allowed to keep Clucky, my new best friend and trusty sidekick. Look at this beautiful little man. But looking back now, I realise none of that was the most important part. Not the places I saw, not the times I survived, not even the things I gained along the way. But more than anything, the people. The ones who showed up, who helped, who stayed. The ones who believed in something that, at the start, probably sounded a little bit ridiculous. What began as a lonely oath, one fool barehanded against the world, didn't stay that way for long. Somewhere between the bruises and the battles, people started to believe. What was once my challenge became ours. And truth be told, I don't think I would have made it here without them. Without every bit of help, every kind word, every message, every comment cheering me on, even those who were just watching from afar. It mattered more than you might think. So truly, thank you. I won't forget it. But as the celebrations carried on, it became clear this wasn't the end. Because before the night was over, King Magni had one final task. One last challenge still waiting. One that would test even the mightiest of dwarves. Having finally reached level 60, we thought our journey was finally over. We celebrated our achievement with good ale and even better company, completing the challenge of King Magni himself. Yet, before the night was over, a mission so dangerous, so unforgiving, that even Holyfisted's oath would be tested. The Trolls of Dunmorag were stirring. Reports spoke of unusual aggression and activity within their camp. Dwarven scouts were dispatched to uncover the cause, and what they discovered was chilling. The blood god Hakar had risen. His corruption had begun spreading through the Trolls of Dunmorag, driving them into a frenzy and sending them back to attack vulnerable villages and outposts across the Dwarven homeland. Ironforge itself was under threat, and to stop this darkness, Hakar had to fall. But defeating a being as powerful as the Blood God would be no simple feat. For 60 levels, fists had been enough, but you cannot defeat a god with punches alone. After consulting with his advisors, Magni devised a plan, a temporary cure for Holyfisted's crippling arthritis, allowing him to wield a weapon for one final battle. To create it, Holyfisted would need to gather essence from some of the most powerful creatures in Azeroth itself. Every single boss from the level 60 dungeons had to fall. Only then would Holyfisted earn the ability to wield a weapon against Hakar. Will Holyfisted complete his final mission, or will the Punchadin perish before the journey's end? To start off our adventure, I decided to remove self-found. It was a really fun experience having to gather everything myself, and to experience parts of the game I wouldn't have otherwise, but for max level it's just a bit impossible to have enchants and consumes the self-found, unfortunately, and we are gonna have to get sweaty for Hakar. I sold all the loot I'd been hoarding in my bags and bank over the last 250 hours and bought some nice 14 slot bags. I looked at buying some gear as well, but damn, it's so expensive here. I had no idea the value of anything on the server, as I hadn't even looked or installed any add-ons for it. But having the 14 slot bags was so nice. I did, however, buy the Paladin book from Dire Mall that starts a quest which rewards a very nice trinket. This stage, I had come up with a plan for how I wanted to progress. As I couldn't use weapons still, and the level 60 dungeons were quite dangerous, I would heal the level 60 dungeons and try to collect ret gear along the way. I had 9 different dungeons to complete if I was going to be able to use a weapon, and they would be challenging. First up was Lower Blackrock Spire. I had quite good healing gear currently, but it could always be better. I had my good friend Commandeer to tank the dungeon, and the DPS were a mixture of players from my guild or the French guild we were partnered with. Bah ouais, mon ami. Having 2 rogues was so nice, as they could sap to open and the other one cheap shot, so it felt a lot safer. There is some scary packs in here though, where the mobs can range interrupt you for 15 seconds with an instant cast, which is kinda nuts. This happened once or twice and people got low, but luckily nobody died. You could really feel the damage difference between these dungeons and the lower level ones. People would drop fast even with good gear. In the interest of time, and not boring you to death, I will try to keep the dungeons brief, as there is a lot of them. While clearing our way down into Hordmar City, one of the mobs dropped Magister's bindings, which were a blue BOE pair of bracers that had a lot of intellect on them. As the rest of the group were melee, I grabbed these as they would be a nice little upgrade. There is no healing or spell power unfortunately, but the more intellect, the merrier. Just after this was the Spooder boss, who dropped gilded gauntlets, which were a big upgrade on the glove slot for me too. 2 upgrades in about 10 minutes, can't complain about that. After the spider boss is the hardest part of the dungeon, the parkour part. And it was quite entertaining to watch us making balls of the jumping for a long time. Dwarves are not the most agile, okay? Once we'd finally climbed up the parkour, we cleared our way to the last boss. At this stage, we'd been in here for over an hour. Classic dungeons ain't the quickest, but I would much rather be slow and safe. This was the first boss of many that I would have to kill to be able to cure my crippling arthritis temporarily. His name was Overlord Wormthalic. He has a cleave and a knockback, which in themselves are not too threatening, but he hits very hard as you can see, and he also summons some adds that run up to him when you pull him, so you're on a timer to ideally kill him before his adds arrive, and then you take down the adds. As we had very good DPS, we killed him before the adds arrived, and he dropped Trindlehaven's staff, which is worth 6 gold 50 silver vendor value, and I won it. I'm rich, baby. Gimme them golds. We can now tick LBRS off the list. 1 boss down, 8 more to go. My new favourite hobby was browsing the auction house, as I could, actually use it now. There was the White Soul Helm for sale for only 38 gold, which gives a nice 35 healing power, and it looks sick. I mean, look at this outfit. This is the definition of Ragball Rovers. I came back to the AH after a day or two to see how everything sold, and damn, it was satisfying. I went from 73 gold to 111 gold, and still had a whole bunch of things to sell. My guild do max level dungeon runs every day, and I had signed up. They were a little bit later in the day, however, so I had an hour to burn, and decided to start on the Onyxia attunement quest chain. The first step was to go to the Burning Steps, and start killing some dragons. As it turns out, they're controlling the Blackrock orcs and making them hostile. After this, there was a bunch of breadcrumb quests where I had to fly around the world delivering, and eventually it ended up with talking to the Marshal in the prison in Blackrock Depths, which luckily for me was the dungeon we were doing this evening. So that was completely planned for absolute efficiency, not a coincidence, I swear. As it was a guild run, we decided to do all the quests we could in here, and long story short, I basically got all 3 Onyxia attunement quests in BRD done. The Molten Core attunement done, and saving the Princess quest. Shout out to the guys for having the patience to help with it all, as we were in here for almost 2 hours. This did involve flying to and from Stormwind several times. The arena boss dropped a nice ring, however, that had spell power, strength, stam and int on it, so this would be good for both holy and ret. And I also got some nice robes from Pyromancer, which I rolled a whopping 100 on. Unfortunately, however, Golem Lord still didn't want to drop his trinket. The best part of the run, however, was doing the escort quest for Marshal Windsor, where you get a 65% attack speed buff. This, along with Seal of the Crusader, gave me some insane attack speed. Like, look at me punch the shit out of these guys. Man, I love this quest. Give me that attack speed buff all the time, please. After all that fun, we cleared our way to the last boss of the dungeon, the Emperor and the Princess. For the quests I had, we had to save the Princess, so basically we would kill the Emperor and not kill the Princess. We tanked one on each side of the stairs and used line of sight to stop the Princess from healing the Emperor. We took him down quickly as the rogues are absolutely pumping, and that was the second of our dungeons complete. LBRS and BRD were complete, but we still had 7 more to go. I managed to rope poor Commandeer into tanking another dungeon for me, and we decided to go to Dire Maul East as it's a pretty chill dungeon and it was getting late. We were about 2 packs into the dungeon when the hunter's bow broke. He ran back to the nearest repair guy, which unfortunately for us was miles away, and we kept clearing through the trashes for. Living Essence dropped, which is used in the crafting of the Hide of the Wild cloak, so I grabbed that on the basis that I would like to craft it later. There was only a few bosses in Dire Maul East, so before we knew it, we were already at Alzin the Wild Shaper, the last boss man. He can transform into a wolf, and when he gets low, he summons a shed load of little gremlins. You know, the ones that have touched the water. He dropped a very nice mace that had 5 intellect and 14 spell power, which I grabbed for the future when my knuckles were feeling a little bit better. And with this, another one bites the dust. Albeit an easier one, it's still nice to get it ticked off. 6 to go. Following this, I decided to go back to my good friend Reginald Windsor and protect him as he walks through the streets of Stormwind. He has basically found out that the advisor lady in Stormwind is not who she seems. The guards are ordered to stop him, but General Marcus allows them to pass as he trusts Big Bad Reggie. We then walk all the way up to Stormwind Keep, and I was told by friends to stay out of the throne room. I also told the nearby players to leave as I was afraid that the spawns would kill them too. I didn't even know this was a thing before, so my AFKing besides the king in previous episodes, probably not the best idea. Windsor walks in and reveals that the lady is actually Onyxia, and she then summons a bunch of dragonkin. It was my duty to escort and protect them, so that meant, of course, I just stood outside and watched him kill everybody, like a true friend. After this, I was sent to Winterspring to hand in the next part of the Onyxia attunement. I parkoured my way up to the top of the mountain, and I ran to hand the quest in. I didn't notice this, but there was a little blue patch on the ground in front of her. That's actually a teleporter, and I ran over it. This teleported me deep inside a cave full of dangerous dragons and elites. Luckily, I wasn't in range of them when I teleported in. I didn't understand this at the start. I thought that the talking to her teleported me in, not the blue symbol on the ground as it was a little bit delayed. But it turns out I could teleport out as well. I was about to YOLO it and run across the elite dragon and bubble, but then the dragon stopped literally a feet away from aggroing me, so I could take my time. That was quite the adrenaline rush. I handed in the quest to the lady, and she gave me the last follow-up quest for the Onyxia attunement, which was to kill General Drakashit. Oh my god, I can't say that. Which was to kill General Drakashit. I cannot say his name. General D. I found a group for Strat Undead, and the druid also needed the Tyrion quest, so we completed it together. These took ages to kill, even with 2 of us. This group, though, was something else. In this group, we had an insane rogue called McBrah. They were fully world buff and have some nuts tier 3 gear from Naxxramas. Like, his gear was insane. Or her gear was insane. I can't remember if it was a boy or a girl. Its gear was insane. And they absolutely slapped. He made this run very easy. All the bosses died so fast. The most terrifying thing was thinking that if he got mind controlled by the Banshee boss, he would melt through our group. The rogue, though, was clever and removed his weapons while waiting for the mind control, just in case. Luckily, she mind controlled the druid, and we blasted her. It was smooth sailing after this, and we were at Baron Rivendare before we knew it. Look at the DPS meter here. Not crazy at all, huh? Baron got melted quick, but not before he almost took Commandeer down with him with some crazy last second damage. That was scary. Looking back, I shouldn't have went into Judge. I should have just stayed back and used Holy Lights on Cam. Thankfully, he survived, however. And Baron did drop some very nice loot. I won the Tunic of the Crescent Moon, which had crit and spell power, which is amazing for me, and Lightforged leg plates, which are part of the Paladin dungeon set that I really want to collect as this set looks awesome. On the way out, we decided to do the Unforgiven boss, and the rogue gave me one simple instruction, which was to stun the boss so that the boss couldn't dodge our attacks. So being the special boy that I am, I ran in and hodged the ad instead. Yikes. Whoops. I'm a pro gamer, okay? The guys wanted to run it again after, and who was I to say no? So we done a second run, and Baron dropped me Dracorian Gauntlets, which are a nice upgrade for healing gloves. He has really been spoiling me with loot. This time there was no close calls, thankfully, and we could add Strat Undead to the completed list. The Baron was down, and now there was 5 dungeons left. We were almost halfway there. Having done quite a lot of dungeons, I fancied a bit of a change of pace. One of the really big items that I could obtain was from a fairly easy source, being quests. The Tyrian questline we talked about previously leads to an incredible pre-bis ring that is huge. This was one of my focuses for now, as every little bit of healing power I get increases the chances of me and my teammates surviving dungeons. Firstly, I had to swim across to the island on the Western Plaguelands, and the lady asked me to grab a painting for her. Not really sure why this is important, but hey, art is art, I guess. This painting was located in Strat Live, which coincidentally was one of the dungeons I still had to complete. You know the way I said literally 20 seconds ago that I wanted a break from dungeons? Well, break over, I guess. Even my quests are sending me back in. Okay, it's not my fault. It was time to find a group for Strat Live. There were some players from my guild that wanted to do a full run of Strat Home, both live and undead, so I signed up. We completed Undead with no real notable events, and it was time for Live. Live is a bit more challenging than Undead, but the worst part was that the guards constantly punted me around the courtyard. Nobody tosses a dwarf. We did have a Shadow Priest, however, and I have to say, having Vampiric Embrace and Judgment and Light makes healing so chill. There's so much AoE healing passively, I love it. Just before the last boss, I collected the painting needed for the questline, and it was time to fight Grand Crusader Dathrohan, who, spoiler alert, is a demon. These Holy Justice Orders, they're all over the place. He did hit really hard, which was a little scary. He smacked us down low pretty quick. I bopped the priest that got dropped to 20%, but it turns out that the other paladin bopped him at the same time, so mine didn't go through. I did win the Lightforged boots, however, and the Hammer of the Grand Crusader, which was pretty sick and fits the theme. So my hacker killing set was coming along nicely. With this, we'd 5 dungeons done, 4 left to go. We were officially over halfway. It turns out that some of the guys needed to do the Tyrian questline as well, so we stayed as a group. The follow-up was to go to a little hag called Miranda. Look, it's actually her name, okay? I'm not just being rude. She turned me into a filthy, bald human to disguise me and trick the Scarlet Order. Most other people got turned into bald men too, but Imu, for some reason, got turned into a lovely lady. You know, for a bearded dwarf, he dresses up pretty well, that's all I'm saying. We started the escort and we stayed in our human disguise instead of helping, as this guy was an absolute tank. Look at the fucking size of him. We tried to figure out how he got that big, and we reckon he was raised on a diet of protein powder and gnomes. We escorted him, and by escort, it was similar to the dragon earlier where we just cheerleaded him from the side. I was, however, being tested in more than one way on this quest. There was a thorium node right beside me, but I think I would have lost my costume or failed the escort if I went to get it. All of my dwarven instincts were roaring at me to mine it, however. It was so hard to resist. We made it to the end where some big bad stuff happened and people came and went, but as we were hiding so far away, I have no idea what they were actually saying. Our big bad Talon got murdered and we waited for like 3 minutes thinking maybe it bugged out. But then boom, Tyrion showed up and started wrecking some face. Turns out that Talon was his son. Damn. He then rewarded us this incredible ring for letting his son die. Helping fight with his son. Having completed this quest, I went to vendor all my junk, and between all the questing, vendoring and auction housing, I was up to 400 gold. I am one rich mother trucker. I was, yet again, getting annoyed about how much junk I had in my bags, so I went to hand in the Molten Core achievement to free up some bag space. I could now officially fight the Fire Lord Ragnaros if I wanted to, but he wasn't my main target. My eyes were fixed on someone else. While putting items on the auction house, I checked for some gear. There was a Libram that is best in slot for Ret, and it was 35 gold, so I bit the bullet and bought it. We would need all the power we could get to fight Hakkar. My friend Cam also sent me 2 more living essence, which is working towards my crafted leatherworking cape. At this stage, we had completed LBRS, BRD, Dire Maul East, Strat Undead, and Strat Live. We had 5 out of 9 completed, and were officially past the halfway mark. There was one dungeon that had a lot of upgrades for me in particular, and that was Scholomance, so I wanted to get running that as often as I could. I spent a while looking, and I eventually found a random pug group. We had a nice balanced group of a warrior, rogue, mage and warlock. There was a lot more consistent damage in this dungeon compared to the others, but overall it wasn't too bad. One of the scariest bosses is Rattlegore, as he comes with an ad. He hits hard and both him and the ads have the ability to trash up to 3 attacks at a time, so he can deal some huge burst damage. We were a well-oiled machine, however, and we took him down without too much hassle. We got to the mini-bosses and there were some hairy moments, but we were okay. They also had a real affinity for dropping cadaverous gear, so our rogue was getting kitted out. They dropped some dark runes, which is nice, as I can use those for mana, and they don't share CD with mana pots, so they're quite a good oh shit button. The last boss hits hard and has one very scary ability. He can teleport a random group member into a different room, and you have to run out, and I think kill the mobs inside as well. If this was the DPS, it wouldn't be too big a problem. If it was the warrior, the rogue could tank an evasion so he could buy time, so that wouldn't be too bad. But if I got teleported out, it could be very bad, as he could bash the tank to death while I'm running back. Luckily, he was feeling generous and Portal won the DPS out. We pumped him full of spells, and he was defeated. Another day, another dungeon down. Unfortunately, I didn't get any of the loot I wanted, and fortunately, I didn't die. So hey, it's swings and roundabouts. 6 down, 3 to go. I still had UBRS to do, and I spent a while looking for a group. I couldn't find any full runs, as they were a lot rarer, but I did find a Jed/Rend run, where they killed a rare boss and the middle boss, that dropped some very good loot. We killed the middle boss Rend, and he dropped the healing helm, which I won. It was basically the same healing power as the one I currently had, but it had stamina and int instead of int and spirit. And I will always take more stamina in hardcore. This, however, doesn't count as completing the dungeon, as I didn't kill the last boss, so I'll have to come back again. Speaking of stamina, I ran another Scholomance, and the ghoul skin leggings dropped, which have 44 healing power, which is amazing on its own, but also 20 stamina, which is huge for a piece of healing gear. During this run, Maiden Circle also dropped, which is a very rare BOE caster ring, that was worth 183 gold, but unfortunately I didn't win the role. I had bought the Paladin book for Dire Maul ages ago now, but I couldn't find any groups to do the dungeon where I could hand it in. I did, however, find a group selling buffs where the library door was open, so I joined and ran down. I then handed the quest in and got a very nice trinket upgrade. I completed another Scholomance run after this, as there was still about 4 items I wanted from here, but Lady Luck was not on my side. Shortly after this, however, she returned, as while mining a rich thorium vein, I received my first arcane crystal, which are worth like 30 gold. Cha-ching! After this, I done a couple of Strat Undead runs again, as I wanted the neck from Pudge, but unfortunately, he was not in a very benevolent mood. My luck on dungeon loot wasn't very good, but my arcane crystal luck was. I got my second one, and yet again I wasn't recording while I obtained it. I started recording every rich node after this that I mined, but of course that meant I didn't receive any more. Typical. It was time for Scholomance once again, and this one got a little bit sloppy. The summons weren't being interrupted, and we double pulled, so I ended up having to use Lay on a Hands to save the tank, who got slapped down to 20% as I had to heal one to DPS. I was rewarded for saving the warrior, however, with a pair of Lightforge bracers not long after this. I was amassing a nice set of Lightforge gear by this stage. I also managed to snag the healing Libram from one of the mini bosses, and this was a big upgrade. The rest of the run was smooth, as we took it a bit easier. I also had a theory. The last boss cast the teleport spell, which has a cast time. So I wondered, if I bubble while he's casting, will that make me immune if he chooses me? And I think it worked. As you can see here, I bubbled the spell, and on my portrait it says immune, and he targeted me last second. This bubble may have saved the tank's life, which is pretty cool. Some free tech for anybody who wants it. We decided to do one more Kurtanos kill, as both me and the tank needed loot from, and we were blessed with both items that we needed. I won the healing bracers, and the tank got the boots he wanted, which was absolutely perfect. As these were pre-bis, and basically the best healing bracers I would ever have, it was time to get them enchanted. For this, I had 2 options. Either 9 stamina, or 24 healing. The stamina is more of a selfish but safe one, and the healing is more for the other people. So I decided I would be selfless and go for the plus healing, as it would give me a better chance of keeping other people alive. These bracers alone were now giving me a whopping 57 healing power now. I couldn't find any of the dungeons that I needed, and I was bored, so I decided to do a Strat Undead again in hopes of the neck. We had a Pala tank who had some sick gear. He had almost a full set of Soulforge, which is the upgraded Lightforge set, a Skullflame shield, Zul'Gurub trinket, and the chest that has a chance to steal HP from mobs. Respect to this dude. His AoE threat was amazing, and both the chest and shield scale with spell power, which he gets from his armor, which was a really nice synergy. I love seeing the pimped out prop Pala. It's always cool to see off meta specs, especially ones that are geared and people have put a lot of effort into. Unfortunately, there was no healing neck, but Baron dropped a sick helm that had 2% hit on it that nobody needed, so I grabbed it. This would be amazing for fighting Hakar, as I would need a lot of hit, so this was a huge pickup. I'd been looking for a group for Dire Maul North or West and UBRS for nearly a week at this stage, and they seem pretty rare. That was the one problem I noticed with hardcore, is that at level 60 there's a very small amount of players actually doing the level 60 dungeons, as either they hadn't made it to 60 or they were were raid geared and just raided. After days of searching, I finally found a group for Dire Maul West. We were looking for a mage or a warlock for the group, but we couldn't find any, so we just made do. We had a bear tank, and I do love my bears. I tried to sort out the pala buffs, as we had 2 palas, but the other paladin's pally power wasn't working, so it was a bit of a nightmare. How did people survive without pally power? The bear was very knowledgeable on the dungeon, and we kept a slow and steady pace. The bosses hit super hard in here, but as it was only on the druid, I could just spam and it was fine. There was some large packs of skeletons here, and it was so satisfying using Consecrate on them, and look at this damage. The Night Elf Hunter boss, Ileana Ravensoak, was a little scary. Luckily, we had a druid who could sleep the pet, but as soon as it woke up, it started charging around stunning people while she was slapping everybody else. It could have been a very difficult fight if we had to fight the 2 of them from the start, but druid's OP, man. We cleared to Imilthor, the big core hound, and freed him from his prison, just to then kill him. He dropped a really nice healing belt. It was pre-bis, so it'd probably be the best one I got. I've been quite lucky in the last few dungeons. It was time for the last boss, and I remember distinctly that this guy can wreck. So I just pumped the tank full of heals, and he dropped the caster sword that gives int and spell power. I took the sword as it looks awesome, and it goes well with my mechanical shield. And with that was another dungeon down. We now had completed 7 out of the 9 dungeons needed. There was only Dire Maul North and UBRS full to go. And after some persistence, I found a UBRS full run. This is quite cool, as it's a 10-man dungeon, so it's the only time pre-raids that you group up with 10 people. We had some good DPS in this run, and we were cutting through enemies. In this run was the rare Jed Runewatcher, and he actually dropped his trinket, which is nuts. It is a 29 spell power trinket, and it's basically pre-bis for both DPS and healers. And I actually managed to win the trinket, and I was a little bit excited. And so much so that my girlfriend came in to check what the noises were. Yo, we won it, let's go! Eh?
I can hear you from the living room.
I'm cool, okay? A guy got stuck outside the rend room, but luckily we had a warlock and we could summon him inside. Good old warlocks, eh? I needed some more of the finest quality H2O, and it turns out that this mage was conjuring mage water straight from the freshest springs in Dunmorrig, so how could I turn that down? He then noticed my faithful companion and best friend Clucky, and he asked me if I was a chicken breeder. I told him no, that Clucky came from a magical and faraway place where only mechanical chickens roam the land, and that he descends from the great Tinkerer himself who created all life. God, I speak some amount of shite in this game. Rend was pretty chill, and I won the Fate Healer boots, which are also pre-bis healing boots. I was getting properly stacked with healing gear at this stage. Next up was the Beast, and he wasn't called that for nothing. This guy is terrifying. He launches people into the air and backwards, he charges them, fears them, smacks them with loads of different fire spells, and hits like a truck. We made it through unscratched, which is more than can be said for some groups, so that alone is a great result. He also dropped Lightforged Spalders, which I won the roll on. Damn, I'm getting stacked. My rolling luck has definitely changed in the last episode. We sliced our way to the last boss, General Drakathat, and Drakathat, and we were so close to the end. This guy comes with 2 big elite adds, and the strategy is you have a mage or a hunter pull the boss and run far away. The tanks then take the 2 adds, and we burn the adds down. Once the adds are dead, the hunter feigns death, and the boss runs back to the rest of the group where we can fight him on his own. He does so much AoE fire damage as well that trying to fight him with the adds would have been so difficult. We defeated the general, and he dropped some amazing loot for the DPS in the group. Now that the general was dead, there was only a king left to kill. 9 dungeons were required. 9 bosses needed for their essence to cure the crippling arthritis that our stout, alcoholic dwarf friend suffered so badly from. 8 had unwillingly donated their essence to the cause, and only 1 was left. King Gordok in Dire Maul North, the hardest dungeon. Knowing that this dungeon is the most difficult, most people would run this with an optimized group. A mage for sure, as a bare minimum, as there's so many humanoid mobs that being able to sheep would be super useful, or a rogue for their sap and stun locking capabilities. So knowing this, I of course went with a ragball group of random people and random classes. The hunter had PvP enabled and I couldn't heal him as I wasn't PvP flagged, and I ain't risking that shit even inside a dungeon. So for the first few packs I couldn't heal him and he had to fend for himself, which was scary enough. The other thing is the mobs are smacking all different players, as I don't know whether the pets had Tauntaun or something, but it was a proper classic experience. So much so that after the first few packs of the dungeon, I considered leaving, but then I thought, well, where's the fun in that? Having a perfect group of well-geared players would make it easier, but that is not the Holyfisted way. I did not punch my way to 60 with efficiency. It was with a lot of stubbornness and a little bit of brain damage. So on we rode. Mama didn't raise no bitch. Our Ragball Rovers group of players then pulled it all together. We were double trapping on the pull, we were nuking the same target down, and finally resembled some sort of competent group. Scary, I know. Don't worry though, this didn't last for long, as when we were running up the stairs, the pets pulled. Having 3 pet classes in one group was a recipe for disaster, to be fair. The warrior rushed in to save them and got blasted to like 10% HP in like 2 seconds. I managed to heal him up, and we took out the pack. Skipping packs in hardcore always makes me nervous. The poor warrior nearly died for something that wasn't his fault. This was like the 3rd time we'd ninja pulled, so I just asked to full clear everything to be safe. We'd made our way to Captain Cromcrush, who was a scary proposition. He summoned some ads, and as we don't have a polymorph, that was quite dangerous. We brought the boss back as far as we could, so that we could fear if needed, but he also has a healing reduction, which when it hits, people can drop so fast. We managed to nuke him down quickly, and we took the ads down, with me having to bop one of the hunters to survive. The paladin book that I bought in the auction house earlier actually dropped, and I won it with a greed roll. It was just meant to be. At least I could recoup the cost. Even the normal packs at this stage were scary, as they had a mortal strike effect as well, but we finally made it through to the king. The man standing between me and functional Knuckles. He had a sidekick Joe Rush, who was a mage slash priest slash shaman all in one. You can either leave him alive and kill the king and you'll get some tribute loot, or you can kill him and he drops items. As the helm he drops is pre-bits from me, we decided to kill him. We had almost killed Joe Rush when he managed to get a heal off and topped himself to 50%. This only delayed the inevitable, however, as he was cut down not long after this. The king was left standing alone, but he was no match without his magic man by his side. He was toppled quickly afterwards and dropped an incredible weapon, Barbarous Blade. This would have been amazing for me, but sadly the hunters needed it and I was healing, so I didn't want to take it, as insane of an upgrade as that would have been. With that, the final essence was gathered. The final boss was defeated, and it was time to go back to King Magni and tell him of the successes. We had completed every single dungeon in the game without ever using a weapon. 280 hours of punching mobs to death was almost finished. I was about to cure the crippling arthritis that had plagued my family for generations. My father, his father's father, all strong, club-handed dwarves that couldn't bend their knuckles. With the essence gathered from every nefarious leader obtained, the power could be channeled into a spell, only temporarily, but it would allow me to wield a weapon for a day. One way or another, one day was all that's needed, to protect the dwarven homeland for future generations, or to fail and see it fall. What was needed now was to prepare for the final and greatest challenge of Holyfisted's journey. I received a trinket that would help greatly with this, a trinket that gave me 2% crit chance, which for Retribution Paladin was amazing. And I was going to deliver some retribution to Hakar. It was time to start gathering all the buffs and consumables I could possibly get my hands on, now that I could use them again. I started off by grabbing all of the world buffs. First up was the Spirit of Zandalar from Waiting in Booty Bay, and Rallying Cry of the Dragon Slayer in Stormwind. This was followed up by collecting the Dire Maul buffs from a tribute run where I became king. There was just one buff left that I could obtain, but for this I would have to do a pre-quest. I went to Fellwood and started killing some corrupted trees for Blood Amber. This gave me some plant cleansing salves that I could use to obtain Songflower Serenade. There was also some consumes that I needed to collect myself. And to do this, I had to collect Frostmaul shards in the south of Winterspring. Handing this in gave me the Cache of Maori, which would let me collect Echo from the mobs in Winterspring. The Echo I needed were from the Furbolgs, which, luckily for me, also dropped the Firewater that I needed. So, it was 2 birds with 1 stone. I also needed to level my polearm skills to be able to actually damage Hakar, so it was actually 3 birds with 1 stone. Or 2 birds, 1 blood god with 1 stone? Yeah, so by the time I left, I'd stocked up on Winterfell Firewater and Juju's Might, so I could tick them off the list. Afterwards, I made a list and went to the auction house to stock up on what I had left. It was quite the list of consumables, as you can see. Alongside this, I bought myself the Devil Sword set, which gives some nice stamina, attack power, 2% crit, and another 2% hit. We were rocking some nice gear at this stage as well. The Fellowship of the Forge had decided to face Hakar. The Blood God could no longer be ignored if the homeland of Dunmorag was to survive. Many brave dwarves answered the call, alongside a few brave gnome companions, for Domarg was not home to dwarves alone. 20 brave souls stood ready to risk their lives so that countless more might live. Together, the Fellowship marched towards the troll city of Zul'Gurub itself. 20 would enter, but 20 would not leave. We entered Zul'Gurub, and it was time to drink up all the consumes. I forgot how many consumes are actually in Classic. I swear there's no way I'll remember to keep all these rolling. And I was correct, because at the very start I forgot to use my sharpening stones, but you live and you learn. Look at this buff bar. I am an absolute unit. I could feel the power surging through me. I had over 8,000 hit points once I got the priest buff. I had a quick look over my gear before we started. I was a little rusty, as basically I'd never played Ret before, really. Or Seal Twisted, which I was trying to learn, and use all the buffs and consumes, and do damage, and avoid mechanics. But we'll get there. The might of the Fellowship started cleaving its way through the entrance of the Troll City to take on some more powerful foes. Before we knew it, we were at the Bat Riders. These were the trolls who, when they get low, explode themselves and do huge damage to anybody nearby, pretty much guaranteeing a one-shot death. We prioritised these dangerous foes, and I even done some good damage when Lady Luck was on my side, for procs and crits. Everyone was focused up, and we took the Bat Riders down with no incidents. These were followed by some Witch Doctors who, when they die, their spirit remains and tries to kill the closest player. The first boss was High Priestess Jeklik, who turned into a gargoyle to attack us. She shrieks, silencing nearby players, which can be devastating if it hits the healers. We had a hunter to stay out to the side to draw the charges, and our fine warrior maintained her aggression well. It wasn't long before she fell to the Fellowship. We continued to explore the city of the trolls, and in a nearby corner, we discovered High Priest Venoxus. We split our group into two, the range and the melee. The melee would go up to his altar and kill the ads protecting him, and the range would fight the High Priest. Once the ads were dead, and the High Priest was below half HP, the melee would run in and help finish him off while avoiding the poison pools. And just like that, another High Priest loyal to Hakar was felled. Further up in the hills of the city was the Priestess of the Spiders. There were big groups of spooters, which were fun for me as I got to AoE large numbers, and was even in the top 5 DPS sometimes. Quick, take a screenshot. Unbelievable, I know. The priestess sent waves of spiders to attack the ranged players. A warrior would then pick it up and bring it back. I crit 6 times in a row on her for up to 1700 damage, which felt amazing. And with all this incredible luck, all it meant was that I didn't come last on DPS, so that's great, I guess. Soon after, we found the blood drinkers who heal for everyone in their vicinity, so it was important to focus them down one by one. After having dealt with them, we found their leader, Blood Lord Mandokir. He has a loyal companion, Ogun the Raptor, but he would be no match for Clucky. I'd put money on Clucky in a 1v1. Every so often, the Blood Lord gazes at someone, and if they do any abilities or attacks, he will basically end their existence. The Forge was on fire, however, and everyone played it well, and he was taken down alongside his loyal companion. And Clucky is still alive. See? Told you so. Having defeated the priest of bats, spiders and snakes, the next up was tigers. High Priest Tekkel has siphoned himself with his 2 allies, so they need to be killed at the same time, otherwise they will resurrect with their blood magic. Once he is taken down, he returns as a tiger and enrages. Blood magic or not, he was no match for the Fellowship. Unfortunately, he didn't donate his tiger men to the cause. Being a fishing fanatic, we couldn't resist doing a spot of fishing, when all of a sudden a huge hydra appeared to attack us. He has a water blast ability that sends people flying up in the air, so we would have to stay in the water as to not break our legs on landing. Lucky for us, it was shallow water, so we didn't drown. Gazrilla dropped a book to teach mages to polymorph into turtles, and a great harpoon, which was an upgrade which I got. This harpoon would be perfect for tearing the heart from Hacker. Unfortunately, I just enchanted Crusader on my weapon before the raid, so that enchant survived a whole 30 minutes.
That was a short-lived Crusader enchant, Holy.
The tomb went to our loyal companion Bort, who was well deserving of it, as he always summons people to world buffs, and he's just a very helpful guy. So, congrats to him. Next on the list of animal priestesses was raptors. She can disappear and summon raptors after a while. We destroyed her so fast that she didn't even get a chance to react. She dropped an 18 slot bag that was reserved by only one person, but it turns out he already had one, and it was unique, so the poor lad didn't even get to keep the bag. With this, we only had 2 bosses left to go. Jindo the Hexer, Hakar's right-hand man, and the blood god, Hakar himself. We made our way to the graveyard where Jindo gets up to his black magic. He summons evil spirits that go to attack the healers and mind controls players. He marks players, and only the marked players can see the shades to kill them. Which, looking back, I was marked, so that was badly played by me. I didn't even notice, my bad. He mind controlled the main tank at the start, which dropped his threat, so it became a little bit messy after this, but being the stout, powerful dwarves and gnomes that we are, we persisted and put him 6 feet under. There was only one boss left, the one responsible for all of it, the Blood God Hakar. Every punch thrown across the last 300 hours, every dungeon conquered, every near-death experience had all led to this moment. Hakar remained alive, Trolls of Dunmorag would only grow more violent, more innocent people would die. This was no longer about a challenge. This was about protecting the homeland, protecting future generations, and for that to happen, a god had to die. The moment had finally arrived. After 300 hours of fighting with nothing but my fists, I was finally holding a weapon, and honestly, it felt wrong. But if this is what it took to protect Dunmorag, then so be it. There would be no second chances here. One mistake in hardcore, and everything could come crashing down. The pull began, tanks charged forward, spells exploded across the temple. The insanity of the god had started to influence the dwarves. Some members even fell under his control, yet only temporarily, before resisting and fighting back. Hakar was weakening. The Fellowship was tearing into the god with terrifying force. And in one final desperate attempt, he used all of his power to try and drain the dwarves of their health. They had predicted this, however, and stepped inside a poison pool moments before, and Hakar only succeeded in draining poison instead. The Fellowship threw everything we had at him, every spell, every strike, every ounce of strength, and then the Blood God fell. Hakar was dead. Dunmorag was safe. But even in death, Hakar would have one final laugh. With the battle won, the Fellowship spread through Zul'Gurub, gathering the treasures left behind by the trolls. The danger felt over. It wasn't. Somewhere deep in the city, Bort became separated from the group. Then came the call. He'd been ambushed.
Pokemon.
Where are I pulled? Where are you guys?
We ran through the ruins as fast as we could. We were too late.
No. I wasn't expecting
What?
instant shots. Oh my god.
What?
Bort fell, defending the homeland he fought to protect. Even after the Blood God died, he still demanded a price. Bort died so others could live. And with Hakar defeated, the war was finally over. The jungles fell silent, the drums stopped, and for the first time in a long time, Dunmorag was safe. What happened after this? Well, rumours are that he received a letter from the legendary Case, the rogue who saved his life back in Stranglethorn, Vietnam, saying he was still going strong, just busy with other missions. He spent time with his good friend Commandeer, who deserves a special shout out for all the times he helped Holyfisted throughout his journey. And as for Holyfisted, well, he disappeared from the front lines. No grand speeches, no throne, no celebration, instead just rumours. Some say that he spent his days fishing. Some say he went to live in a monastery.
You need something?
Some say he finally went on to open a particular type of inn he was fond of. But the rumour I like most is that he spent day after day hammer striking anvil until he mastered the craft of blacksmithing, and he forged a set of imperial plate armour. And as the years passed, adventurers began to tell stories. Stories of an old paladin standing watch, a silent guardian clad in imperial steel, sometimes helping young adventurers fight off threats, sometimes gifting gear to those just beginning their journey. Most people paid him no attention, just another old guard standing watch. But legend says, if you look closely, you can still see the scars on his knuckles.